and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition. Hopefully the week is going by pretty quickly for you. Here on Sean and RJ, it's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, home of the Rangers and Cowboys. As choppy, this is a moment that many in the Metroplex have been waiting for. Probably the top two departures that fans have been sitting on. Jerry Jones somehow losing control, leaving the Cowboys. But the more immediate one happened yesterday with the breaking news on the station. John Daniels fired by the Texas Rangers.
Very odd timing, I thought.
Very odd.
Made absolutely no sense why you'd fire him 2 days after you let the manager go.
Well, we wanted to have a fresh evaluation of the second half. That's why they didn't keep Woody. They wanted to go ahead with a clean slate and start over and check out the prospects and everyone for the second half of the season. And maybe they wanted CY, as they're calling him. They wanted Chris Young to have no other distractions in the office. Or the theory that some have is the coup. The Chris coup.
Oh, it was definitely a Chris coup.
Was orchestrated.
Yes.
I got some more on that later.
Yeah, that was the first that popped into my head. Because, if you didn't want JD to hire the next manager, why would you allow him to fire the previous manager? You're allowing him to make decisions for the organization that he's not going to be a part of.
Let me I'll dispel that one right now because I know that is going to be, a little sexy storyline. John Daniels was going to walk away at the end of the season. Everybody knew it. He was setting it up, and it was going to happen. He was going to step away on his own, which makes this move even colder and even more odd. He, according to what I've been told, had his arm around Chris Young. They were really, really close. They are really, really close. Yeah. Everyone, let's get this straight. Everyone yesterday was shocked, stunned. Chris Young, Ray Davis, the owner, who we're going to hear from finally, told the press no one knew. Chris Young didn't know. Maybe he was protecting Chris Young, but John Daniels knew he was stepping away, so he was trying to groom and hand over the power to Chris Young throughout their time together. I think Chris Young loves John Daniels. So this isn't CY being like, ha-ha, here's my move, here's my opening, let me push everybody out. That one I don't believe for 1 second.
Well, don't ruin my conspiracy theory, okay?
Well, there's another conspiracy theory, which I kind of agree with that you threw out there. What happened in the last 48 hours? Was there a fight? Was there a blow up? Did someone cuss someone up and down? Was something said? That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah.
They didn't want to do it on the same day as Woody because then they were afraid it would look like it was definitely Chris Young behind it. Oh, manager and John Daniels out? Chris Young is the man pushing all the buttons. I'm just telling you why they did it. I don't know if that, makes sense or looks better publicly. But I know that to be the case. They didn't want everything to happen on one day, even though Ray Davis said he knew before the Woody firing, John Daniels was gone. They just didn't want to make it look like Chris Young pushed everyone off the cliff.
I mean, I don't know how somebody would come to that conclusion that would make it look like Chris Young pushed up the cliff, but 2 days later, it doesn't look like Chris Young pushed him off the cliff. Any form of move done before the season was over would have made it look like that to me. Whether it was done on the same day or 2 days later or 2 weeks later or 2 months later. It would have looked to me like this was a coup.
They screwed Chris Young. I think the owner, and I may get in trouble for saying this, we're this team's flagship, the owner that everyone needs to be celebrating when he gives this team up and leaves is the Ranger owner. It's not Jerry first. It's not Cuban first. It's Ray Davis and his group. That's the group you need to really celebrate when one day they don't have their hands on the franchise. That's the truth. Mm-hmm. Because you make you put Chris Young in an uncomfortable position by doing this with 6 weeks left. This man, say what you want about John Daniels. And I know that everyone's going to be celebrating his exit on the truckwreck.com text line. Man, someone's been in your organization for 17 or 20 years, and you don't let them walk out their own way. You don't let them stick around for 6 more weeks when he was already handing over responsibility to his protege. I got a major problem with that. That is a classless, cold, odd move when this whole thing was going to happen when the season officially ended, and now you fire him and make Chris Young have to have some of these labels come his way. Horrible PR.
I find it very, very troubling. Not troubling, but it's so Rangers. You allow this guy to spend $500 million in the previous offs 8 months ago, and then you fire him. You had already scapegoated the manager. Nothing since December could have brought you to the conclusion that you needed to fire the general manager. Nothing. Your expectations were not high. You were not supposed to win. They're pretty much going to hit their win total.
Yeah, but his firing was justified. John Daniels losing his job has been justified by the past, 6 years.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that nothing has happened since December to say today's the day we need to fire this guy.
Right.
If you were going to get rid of him, you would have gotten rid of him last year or at the end of the year. Nothing has happened. If you're going to allow the guy to spend $500 million 8 months ago, or 9 months ago,
how much did Chris spend it? Did they both spend it? I don't know. Why are we just saying John spent it?
Well, because he's Chris's boss.
Yeah. And we know that according to Sandler, that 90-10 JD to Chris Young ratio had kind of been flip-flopped. Now, maybe that was during the course of the year after the spending. But, yeah, I understand what you're saying overall. It's these fake extensions. Woody got extended.
Yeah.
JD extended. Woody extended. The extensions mean nothing.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's just burning money that these owners have.
Right.
While then firing guys and paying them out the rest of the way.
Yeah, I mean, so it is like nothing's happened. If you had expectations that this Ranger team was going to be better than they are, that's your problem. That is not Chris Woodward's problem. That's not John Daniels' problem. It's not Chris Young's problem. If Ray Davis had higher expectations than this for this year's team, that's his own damn problem.
Yep.
Because this team stinks.
Yep.
And they were going to stink. And imagine where they would be if Martin Perez didn't decide to be Francisco Liriano for the first half of the season, or Johan Santana, or pick a lefty that was a journeyman and all of a sudden decided they were going to be Cy Young contender.
But a lot of these owners, as we know, yes, they're brilliant businessmen, but they're dumb sports people. And the Rangers ownership are the ones responsible for interrupting the rebuild plan, right? You're sitting there with your billionaire buddies. Everyone's laughing at you. No one's talking about your baseball team. Nobody wants to come and sit in your suite. Nobody wants to sit there and have you as the main focus of the dinner conversation because your team sucks. And then you're like, you know what? I'm tired of this. I want to get back into the headlines. I want to be noticed. I want us to try to make a run. Let's go ahead and spend. This seems like a very reactionary ownership group. I was told that they're a very emotional one, but that they're a very reactionary one, although, John Daniels was treated like Jason Garrett around here for a long time, and they didn't react by firing him. So it's like, okay, this is going to take too long. We're irrelevant. We have a new stadium. Go spend $500 million. And then when you spend $500 million and you're leading the MLB network for a day with your Seager and Simeon highlights, or maybe 2 or 3 days, yeah, we're back in it. And I just wonder how many of these guys get fooled that you're actually going to be a contender because they're not smart sports people. They're great businessmen.
Yeah, nobody could have thought this team was a contender. Like nobody. You would have had to be. Even Corey Majors wouldn't have thought this team was going to be a contender. They just weren't. I find it really, really rich that ownership refused to spend money for half a decade, and then all of a sudden, has the balls to blame somebody for the lack of winning other than themselves. You can't do that. Not in this sport. You can't really get it unless you're going to commit to nothing but kids like the Rays and A's do. you can't really go down that road.
So how much are you celebrating today? Is that going to be a moment that you always remember when you found out the news? John Daniels fired. Who could have seen that one coming? It's like Stephen Jones fired by his pops when JD looked to be the prodigal son of the ownership group here in Arlington. It's Sean and RJ, 877-881-1053. Hit us up. 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Mavs full schedule is out. How did Luka do versus the two-time MVP? LeBron gets paid, and the Cowboys versus the Chargers. Did your squad get physically beat up again? It's all on the way with the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we'll have takeaways.
The Rangers actually lost to the Athletics yesterday on the Fan, 7-2. The John Daniels getting fired headline kind of overshadowed all of that. It's Sean and RJ here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Got a tweet here from Ray Salazar 10 minutes ago. Hey, Sharif, I'm diagnosed with cirrhosis of the liver and was told I only have a few months to live. Can I get a shout out on the air today? I'm 35 and have been listening to your show consistently for the last 2 years now. Man, Ray, that's awful news to hear. Hopefully the doctors are long and you can stick around with us a lot longer than that, man. But shout out to you, Ray. Thanks for being a Tolo even before 6 a.m. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Early John Daniels reaction coming in before we get to the Mavs schedule.
Let's see. You don't have to win the World Series, but you have to at least improve in some way. The hitting is awful. Just name one issue. Who cares? Woody and JD are old news. Maybe JD told me he didn't want out anymore.
Maybe what?
Maybe JD told him he didn't want out anymore. Like he wasn't going to leave. He wasn't planning on leaving at the end of the year.
Okay.
Do you do that for a player that has a losing record? It's time to move on. Talk about let them go out on their own terms. Let's say, hate to see anyone fired. It was way past time that he gets gone. They fired him so they could pay out his remaining contract. If he walked away, he loses money. He was up at the end of the year though, so I guess they're going to pay him out the next 6 weeks.
But not a lot of this is the wrong move. He got screwed. He should stay.
No, I haven't seen any of that yet. I haven't seen any of that yet. Usually, there's a level of blame that gets placed, and it takes a while. It starts with the manager, then it goes to the GM, then it eventually makes its way up to the owner. And then the owner's job is to make sure that he has enough shields in front of him that he can shield himself from getting caught as the blame game. Jerry can't do that because Jerry is one of the shields. Jerry shields Jerry. He really does. Mark Cuban tries to get people to shield him, but he can't because everybody knows he's really the puppet master.
Mavs' full schedule was released yesterday. They will play 30 nationally televised games, 10 on ESPN, 9 on NBA TV, 7 on TNT, and 4 on ABC. They'll play 10 of their first 16 at home and 10 of their last 16 on the road. And I just took a quick glance at this, and it's a pretty brutal start. You start off at Phoenix, where the Suns in Vegas are going to be favored. Then you play the Grizzlies at home. Then you're at the resurgent Pelicans, maybe with Zion. And then you're at the Nets, who right now still have Durant and Kyrie. That is a brutal first 4-game start for your Dallas Mavericks. The Suns, the Grizz, the Pelicans, and the Brooklyn Nets.
And the Brooklyn Nets we don't know what they're going to be yet. And the Pels, do we know if Zion is back? Or is he going to play? But yeah, still, those are some, if all parties are involved, that's got to be one of the, if not the toughest 4-game start in the league. I can't imagine there's a tougher one than that. That's pretty darn salty.
Then it eases up. OKC, Orlando, the disassembled Utah Jazz, Toronto, and then Brooklyn again, Orlando, Washington, Portland. So it eases up, but that's a brutal first 4 games for your Dallas Mavericks. Yesterday, Luka was taking on his great friend Joker, and he ended up getting the W. He was throwing in hook shots. He had the game-winning 3-point attempt to end the game. He missed it, went to OT. Luka gets the W over the Joker in international play. He had 34, 9, and 6. And, man, I keep going back and forth on Luka's conditioning and body type. 1 week, I'm like, oh, man, the pictures. And then I watch him play live or I look at the video clips and I'm like, I'm not really seeing it. So I can't make up my mind how improved Luka Doncic's conditioning is.
Dude, you should have the most insight to this. Didn't you go to Broken Bow with the wifey before you became hubby and wifey and she brought all of her like IG model girlfriends out there?
Yes.
Okay, so you know about lighting.
Yeah.
Okay, so you know when you see him in person, like, yeah, she's attractive. And then you see him on IG, you're like, yo!
Yeah, then you see him wake up in the morning in the cabin and go,
hey, wow, Sasquatch in Broken Bow.
Yeah.
That's the same way with Luka. I think the lighting, the angles, the camera shots, like, man, he is ripped. And you're like, oh, it's Luka. Okay, never mind. There's a normal photo of him. It's Luka.
That's exactly how I'm ending up with my conclusion.
Yeah, like the reality is probably like, he could probably drink an extra half gallon of water and or not and get dehydrated and his veins pop a little bit and he looks a little bit more shredded. He could be retaining water. He could be fluctuating day to day. We don't know what his diet, what he was eating the last 48 hours last week. So I think you got to judge it based on, does he look fresh in the fourth quarter?
Yes.
Does he look like he's losing steam as the game goes on?
Meanwhile, LeBron gets a 2-year contract extension. 2 years, $97 million. That includes a player option at the end of it. So this makes LeBron the highest earning player in NBA history with $532 million in career guaranteed money. That passes Kevin Durant. I was pretty surprised that Durant was the one that he passed.
Yes, I am very surprised at that.
$532 million. So the Lakers can take some comfort in knowing they have LeBron at least guaranteed for a couple of more years. LeBron had been entering the final year of his contract and now joins Anthony Davis with the ability to negotiate new deals or become free agents in 2 seasons. And we'll see how that all lines up with Bronny. If he comes out and he's going to come out, but is he going to be noticed or get drafted? Doesn't sound like it.
He doesn't sound like he's going to get drafted?
He's not. I don't think he's a top 2-round prospect.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
Maybe in the second. I'll have to check the latest updates. That piece of garbage crap, Skip Bayless, I guess, was trending the other day for trolling Bronny, saying, "Oh, your dad would have thrown that in left-handed," like he was going at a kid. He's going, what a pathetic scumbag. He's going at this kid to troll his dad and get put into the headlines. But I know he wasn't, this highly regarded prospect. I'll have to double check and look, but I don't think anyone has him going in the first round.
I have. Like I said, I haven't heard. It's a couple years away. He's got to go to, G League or college or play overseas, whatever he's going to wind up doing.
Yeah, LeBron's already come to the defense of his son because there were reports saying that, Bronny has emerged as the front runner to go to Oregon. And then LeBron came out with a tweet saying he hasn't taken one visit yet or phone calls from coaches. Yeah. When he says something, you'll hear it. Like he's already defending his son on social media.
So this from CBS Sports. This was today. Holy cow. He is a consensus top 50 prospect.
Top 50?
Consensus
for college?
Consensus top 50. Well, in his class. Yeah, in his class. And for the most part, that's the draft class, right? You get a couple of people who are beyond freshman year. And then, of course, you got the overseas guys. So you're going to have 60 picks. So it just depends on where he is. Maybe he has a little bit of a boost from his game in college or, it's 2 years ago. He debuted as a top 20. He was bigger and more skilled than most of his peers. Some of those guys have caught up. So we'll see where he is. He's now ranked number 49 by one, 43 by another, 32 by another.
So LeBron re-signs. He's sticking around with the Lakers at least for 2 more seasons. He wasn't going to leave there. He set up his whole enterprise,
right.
and he wants to be in Los Angeles no matter what. And now they got to put some more people around him. I'm really surprised. Well, I guess I'm not surprised till the Durant domino falls, but that they didn't overboard sell out for Kyrie Irving. Maybe they pick it back up, but they're not winning anything right now with Russell Westbrook and the Geezers still there.
Oh, they're definitely not winning anything right now. The way they're presently constructed, it's great news for the Mavs. If they get Kyrie, now all bets are off, and now that could be a great team if Kyrie allows them to be great. But yeah, right now the way they're presently constructed, nary the worry.
Cowboys against one of the hottest teams in the entire league. We have a couple injuries. We had a scare with CeeDee Lamb. One of the corners is banged up. One of the reporters says that the defense is just going to be better than the offense. We take you inside Cowboys-Chargers practice on the home of America's team next.
from the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's take you inside the scrimmage, a real big test against the Los Angeles Chargers. We'll get to the legacy of John Daniels at 6:20 after the Rangers fired him yesterday. And then the Manti Te'o documentary at 6:40. So a loaded 6 o'clock hour here with Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total that stands for turn it on, leave it on. Started off with a scare yesterday when reporters noticed that CeeDee Lamb was not practicing because of a foot injury. Oh my Lord. And I was like, season over. It's about to be done.
Just a little bit.
Settle down just a little bit. Dak was about to call out the rest of his receivers like Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Fortunately, Brad Sham went on the NFL Network and said, just a cut. Not structural. According to Michael Gelkin, the term injury may even be too strong. No long-term concern. And Brad Sham said it was a cut on his toe that required a stitch, and that's what's holding him out of practice. So,
if you ain't up on things.
My Lord, that scared the hell out of me. Thank you, Brad, for confirming that. But we do apparently have a more serious injury as Jordan Lewis limped off the field towards the end of the practice with an apparent hamstring injury. The Cowboys medical staff attending to him for a few minutes did not return to practice, and we'll have to get the updates today from Bobby Belt and Patrick Walker, who was there in Cali.
Now, was this hamstring injury caused after he got totally twisted like a pretzel against Keenan Allen? Because I saw that video yesterday from David Hellman. I'm like, wow, that was bad. That was bad on Jordan's part, but then I thought, you know what?
Yeah.
It's Keenan freaking Allen. Okay.
Underrated.
Very underrated.
Completely underrated.
Very underrated.
Was it Jamar who put Keenan like number 2?
Yes. It was Jamar. Yeah, Jamar Chase did.
Number 2 on his list. Anthony Barr got his first practice reps since joining the team. He only participated in individual drills and 7-on-7s, but afterwards saying just trying to get my feet wet again. So that's Anthony Barr returning and CeeDee Lamb and Jordan Lewis leaving, CeeDee Lamb not participating with the foot.
Yeah, look, I mean, the word injury throws you off there quite a bit. It's, if it's just a cut, nothing to see here.
Yep.
Nothing to see here. If it's the actual injury, the Jordan Lewis one's much more concerning because we have seen this with every athlete basically in the history. Hamstrings and groins last all year. They last forever, man. There's no downtime. There's no rest. You're constantly trying to rehab and get it back to shape to play well, and there's no rest for it. And that's why those hamstrings, those groins, quad injuries, calf injuries, they last forever. So, Mike Trout's calf injury lasted like 6 months last year.
So I may have to start formulating my apology for Bobby Belt about this Cowboys defensive line because DallasCowboys.com says there's no other way to say it. The D-line looks as dominant as it ever was. It was not only Micah yesterday and Tank having their way against the Chargers, but
What was that?
Micah and Tank having their way against the Chargers?
Micah? Be still, my heart. Be still, my heart.
But
on the defensive line.
But Neville Gallimore continues to be a force in the middle. Did you see the Neville Gallimore highlight? You want to talk about the big man, Jordan Davis in Philly, bunny hopping an offensive lineman that was trying to block him in practice? Neville Gallimore did the same thing, putting at least one offensive lineman on his backside with the bull rush. So Clarence Hill, man, Clarence is an entertaining practice follow. He really is. He's sitting there saying, look, it's just clear as day that the defense is better than the offense. And that is a much bigger topic and discussion. But it seems like some media people are starting to formulate that same opinion. I still can't bring myself to actually believe it. And I think it'd be a really, really good thing you didn't have any defensive drop-off. But That's what Chill said yesterday. This defense is just going to be better than the offense.
Look, there's certainly a possibility that it is, especially early on with the receiving core the way it is and not having a Michael Gallup and Washington not being there. So I think in the early part, it very well may be. But I don't think there's any question as the season goes on and if Michael Gallup returns and when he returns and Tolbert, comes into his own, like the offense will be right back to normal. Like this is still going to be a top 5 scoring offense in the NFL. I don't really doubt that. I don't really doubt that. And it's not going to be a top 5 defense in the NFL. And if it is, great. But the reality is, and the likelihood is that you can't predict what the defense is going to be. You can predict what the offense is going to be.
But look, seeing this headline from many against the Chargers, and again, it's just a practice.
Yeah.
It's just a little scrimmage. But the main headline coming from the media is defense dominates. Defense looks absolutely fantastic. And I absolutely love seeing that. No fights between the two. So Mike McCarthy gets his wish. And then Dak Prescott and the offense starting off fast again, but eventually struggling. Dak was 9 of 16 in team drills, had 1 touchdown to Dalton Schultz during red zone work. I think Schultz had a fumble later on, but Dak also threw 2 interceptions. 1 to Mike Davis on a deep ball to Jalen Tolbert, and 1 to Kyle Van Noy on a pass that tipped off the hands of Zeke. So that was the second pick. Who's the second pick? What am I missing with that? Says the second pick was forced by pressure from linebacker Khalil Mack, who beat Tyron on back-to-back plays. I don't know what the first part of that means, but Khalil Mack beating Tyron on back-to-back plays. And again, Nick Eatman yesterday, I made him change DallasCowboys.com. I finally kind of got impact. No,
you got pulled.
I've never been on DallasCowboys.com. But
no, you called it Cowboys.com for years. You got yelled at. It's DallasCowboys.com.
Yes.
Cowboys.com sent you somewhere else.
Yeah.
They put Noah Brown on their top 10. I peer pressured Nick Eatman to put Noah Brown in the top 10, but Tyron not on there. Not on that top 10. I just thought about that when I saw that he was getting beat by Khalil Mack a couple times.
Yeah, a lot of guys get beat by Khalil Mack.
Yep.
Yeah, he's kind of a decent player.
He is.
He's kind of a decent player. But yeah, when y'all were going through that yesterday during that 920 hit, I went to the website and I looked at the list and I was like, Jimbo?
You want a story and a click and a hit?
That was a story, a click and a hit, because I was like, I feel like you guys are just throwing out big names instead of actual
Felt like
player.
a mail-in a little bit.
It was a little bit of a mail-in, but they corrected it.
Yeah. Okay, we continue with a recap of Cowboys-Chargers practice yesterday in California on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Hit us up with anything else you saw on the internet with the videos and everything like that. But look, Dak started off 8 for 8. That was in 7-on-7, and then eventually 9 of 16. Starting offensive line did a nice job creating some holes for Zeke. People are talking about Turpin. Jerry's guy, Cavante Turpin, again. It wasn't as a returner, but it was as a receiver. Reeling in a deep ball down the sideline from Cooper Rush in double coverage and then getting both feet down before jumping up and letting out a big scream, talking some smack at the defense. Simi Fehoko is being mentioned on DallasCowboys.com as well. And Will Grier, thankfully, returning to practice. And hopefully we can get him out there and see another quarterback besides Cooper play.
My days of watching Cooper Rush play, I've come to an end with it. I can't do it. It's so bad. Now Will Grier's not going to be any better. Let's be fair, right? You're still a backup. Will
Grier at times. I mean, he made some abysmal throws at camp.
Yeah, but they're going to look majestic. Okay, he's like was it Joe Milton, the old Michigan quarterback who went to Tennessee? Then after that, and he threw unbelievable incompletions. These are some of the best incompletions you've ever seen.
Some of the best
incompletions you've ever seen. People say I overthrow my receivers better than anybody else.
Like no one.
Nobody has ever seen somebody overthrow somebody
Nobody
the way I do.
Yeah.
And that's what Will Grier does. He is the Milton of the NFL.
All right, so there's a little recap of practice with your news and notes. Bobby Belt will join us as he does every day at 7:20. David Hellman tweeted, I try not to make too much of practice rotations, okay, especially with a rotation-heavy position like D-line, but it is impossible not to notice how much time Quinton Bohanna is spending as the first-string one technique. So, again, everyone talking about this Cowboys defensive line, and I may end up looking wrong against Bobby Belt.
Man, stars on offense, depth on defense. That's you get yourself a deep a defensive line or a deep set of defensive players in the secondary. You'll be just fine. You're going to have a ton of injuries over the course of a season. You're going to need guys to be able to plug and play.
Aqib Talib update. Things changing in terms of the eyewitness accounts with the murder that took place in Lancaster.
Yep. Rumor has it, according to reports, this changes a lot. Aqib Talib is accused of starting the fight before the fatal shooting, according to a new video. He was obviously in the middle of this fight, but on Tuesday, WFAA published a video that showed moments before Coach Mike Hickman was shot, and they reported that witnesses identified Talib in the footage as wearing a hat with white sneakers at this community park in Lancaster. And then multiple witnesses say that Aqib Talib, not his brother, was the one that started the brawl due to being upset about referees. So now, obviously his brother turned himself in, and now you got to wonder what happens to Aqib Talib. Like, does he get any kind of charges filed against him for instigating what amounted to a very small, I don't want to say a riot, but I mean, that was as close to a riot as you're going to get without it being one. So now this changes a whole lot for him.
Troy may end up being right on this one when it comes to Amazon.
Oh, yeah, he's short of this being a complete fabrication, then I can't imagine he's with Amazon now.
Oh, this isn't a chance for me to boast. This is a chance for me to remind. As soon as that incident happened, everything goes away for Aqib Talib. Whether he pulled the trigger or not, he was involved in that. It all goes away. And the reason why is because Amazon is protecting themselves. They're not there to protect Aqib Talib and what he is supposed to do for his career. They're there to protect their investment, their business, their model, their image. Yeah, this isn't surprising. If Aqib Talib loses his gig with Amazon, that's not a shock.
No, it's not a shock. I don't think getting involved in a tussle and then someone else pulling out a gun puts you in jail or makes it that you committed an illegal act. But with the image stuff and wanting to stay away from it, I would probably now lean towards Amazon saying, nah, man, we'll revisit this in a year. And what's going to happen to his Fox gig, his Fox TV gig? I mean, imagine all the tweets and all the backlash that they'll be getting from that. So people are now implicating Aqib Talib with starting this melee that ended up with this horrific scene with the shooting. Oh, yeah, by the way, I forgot to mention Micah. He's all over the internet as well for just doing whatever he wants out there against the Chargers. So I do not want to leave him out. Micah, back-to-back. Simi Fehoko, according to Patrick Walker, 4 for 4 with his first 4 targets, reeling them all in. Patrick will join us in the final hour of the show at 9:20. Bobby Belt. Jared Sandler also on the firing. You heard that right. The actual firing of John Daniels. How are you going to remember JD and answer the poll question? Did he deserve to lose his job? Was it unjustified? Or you know what? He did a nice job, but it was just time to go. John Daniels is out. We talk about it next on The Fan. But are you out of
company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. It's Frankel and Frankel at truckwreck.com. That is truckwreck.com.
The crack of the bat, the sound of the crowd, the cool breeze of air conditioning. Let's go inside the Globe on 105.3 The Fan.
Is the second most surprising sentence in DFW sports John Daniels fired by the Rangers? There's only
second most?
Yeah, there's only one other one that would be more surprising.
Jerry fired as GM.
Jerry gives up control. Jerry gives up the Cowboys. Jerry's no longer GM. Any other sentence?
Mark Cuban sells the Mavericks.
I don't know if I'd be more surprised by that than John Daniels getting fired. I don't know. Just because of all the other interests, you hear some rumors here and there. I'm not dismissing it. Just a personal opinion thing. But no one saw this coming. So, Jared Sandler yesterday, and I'm going to tell Jared this when we talk off air. It's like, dude, you shouldn't have gone on the air yesterday. You should not have gone on KMC. So Kevin Gray sends me the story.
I know you're probably scared to talk to me face to face.
I get the Odyssey notification. Bam! I tell Alexa, turn it on 105.3 The Fan. I'm trying to take the nap. Nap is ruined. And I'm listening to KMC. And they get Jared on. I've never heard this dude unable to form sentences. He was speechless. He was shocked. He was stunned. I'm texting him. I'm like, abort!
Yeah.
Get out! Jump off! Get off air! You're not prepared. Usually he has his takes. Usually he has his angles. Usually he has his comebacks. He was shell-shocked. And apparently John Daniels and Chris Young were as well when Ray Davis made the decision. And part of the press release that broke right here on your home of the Rangers, the bottom line is, this is from the owner, the bottom line is we have not had a winning record since 2016, and for much of that time have not been competitive in the AL West. While I'm certain we're heading in the right direction, I feel a change in the leadership of the baseball ops department will be beneficial. John's accomplishments in his 17 years have been numerous. He and his staff put together the best teams in the franchise's history that resulted in 5 playoff appearances and 2 AL pennants between 2010 and 2016. But we haven't done anything in 6 years, and we basically have not been competitive in the division, and that's why John Daniels apparently had to go yesterday versus just waiting 6 more weeks and then stepping away into retirement, as many within the organization thought that he was going to do. Ray Davis held the press conference yesterday on this station, your home of the Rangers. Here's his opening statement.
This morning I informed John Daniels that I decided his contract would not be renewed and at the end of the season. And once I'd made that decision, it seemed logical to me that we needed a transition during 23. I felt it best to relieve him of his duties effective immediately, and this was a very difficult decision for me. Following the meeting, I met with Chris Young and informed him that he would be taking over all the baseball operations effective immediately. John's accomplished a great deal for the 17 years he's been general manager. He put together 2 of our best ever baseball teams, including 2 World Series appearances, and I personally don't feel like he got enough credit for doing that. The bottom line is we're not good, and we haven't been good for 6 years.
Hey, man, that's what Ray Davis looks like. If you were watching on the fan cam.
I knew one of them looked like a young Santa Claus.
That was Simpson.
Bob Simpson.
Oh, Samsonite. I was way off.
Samsonite.
Yeah. That's Simpson. So there's Ray Davis, and Chris Young is going to take over. Now the questions were, why do it now? John Daniels was just going to step away at the end of the season. Why'd you have to axe him after he spent almost 20 years with your organization?
There's a reason for that. To some degree, it's the same reason that we gave for Chris Woodward, but even more so in the general manager slot. As we prepare for the offseason, for re-signing coaches and players and free agents and arbitration, all the things that a GM has to do during the offseason, I felt Chris needed a running start on the season, and that's why we did it now.
All right, I mean, this isn't college football where you fire the coach in November.
The recruiting head start.
To get a head start on recruiting and a head start on finding the new head coach. You already know who the new GM is going to be. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sean. There are no current free agents available for next year right now in Major League Baseball that you would actually want. If they're free agents right now, you probably aren't looking to them as like, man, I've got to sign this guy today. You're not doing that. So there's no advantage to moving on from him yesterday other than you just get him out of the building.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only advantage, and you could argue what advantage that actually does have.
Does he think he's going to win over more fans by firing John versus letting John retire? This is a PR move, PR stunt?
I mean,
because it does give fans, if you were to measure, it does give fans, Ray Davis will get more props for firing John Daniels today from fans than if John just walked away. I don't know if that factored into it at all, but that's just the facts.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, this is the cycle, right? The team does poorly. Everyone points to the manager. And then when you fire the manager, the next logical person to point to is the general manager. And then beyond him, the next logical person to point to is the owner. And the owner sees there's only one more shield before it gets to him. So he removes that shield, like by firing John, buys himself some more time. Hey, look, what do you want me to do? We fired the manager. I fired the GM. I'm trying here. Like it's a times like it was Bill Parcells that said at some point during the course of a season, players and coaches will go into CYA mode. At some point, they will go into CYA mode to be able to protect themselves. It's the reality.
Timing is very weird on two fronts. Why not just do everything on one day? You fire the manager, then you fire the GM the next day, and then why don't you just let the GM walk away like he was going to do at the end of the season? That doesn't make any sense. We'll ask Jared Sandler at 8 o'clock this morning. In fact, Ray Davis was asked that by the media. Did you know when you fired Woody that you were also going to let John go?
No, I knew I was going to do it. This is something I've been contemplating for several months, and I felt it was necessary to get the John and the baseball department through the trade deadline, through the draft, all the things that were happening at the time. I guess it was Monday of this week, John and Chris came in and wanted to relieve Woody of his responsibilities. I didn't want to connect the two, and I didn't want it to be done at the same time. And Chris had signed on to relieving Woody, so I separated the two and did Woody then and John now.
Dang. Did Woody then and John now.
It doesn't, again, now if you've been contemplating this for several months.
The Grim Ranger knocking door to door.
If you've been doing it doesn't make sense, the timing, though. Why fire the manager and then 2 days later fire JD? Either fire them all at once or wait till the end of the season to fire John Daniels. And if you're going to fire John Daniels and you've been contemplating it for months, why did you authorize him to spend $500 million? Because the reality is that, Chris Young it wasn't just Chris Young spending that money in the offseason.
Maybe he thought they'd be better. Maybe he thought $500 million would have made them 500 or even better. Maybe that's why he has this reaction now.
Maybe I can't imagine how he would think they would be better. They are better. They're 10 games better than they were last year.
Yeah.
They're like, that is better. I don't know what his definition of better is. It sounds like a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode. Like, it's better. Like, what's better? But they are better than they were last season. They're not good still, but, we have seen in baseball, two guys don't make a team.
JD's legacy will be what? 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. I put out the poll question yesterday with 1,000 Tolos who answered. The options were successful run, 2 AL pennants. Never happened here. Failure. Those were Nolan's teams. He pushed them out, took the credit, or both. And it's just time to go. Success, failure, just time to go. How do you think the Tolos voted?
I think they voted it was just time to go. I saw this poll you put up yesterday, and I saw it early on, so
okay.
I don't know how it changed, but if I remember right, it was both at the time.
Yeah. It's both. Just time to go. 61%, which I'm pretty shocked that many Tolos were balanced in the reaction. And it wasn't just failure, you push Nolan out. The failure and the success are tied basically at 19%, but 61% said yes, success, but time to change. That's how I would vote as well.
I mean, yeah, there's only two options that it could be. It's either a success or a success, but time to change. Because there is no way you could say this was a failure. He's the best general manager in the franchise's history by leaps and bounds. There's no second place. It is without question John Daniels. So it is 1,000% a success. He took a team that Tom Hicks and John Hart, the empty golf shirt as Randy Galloway called him, completely butchered. And in the aftermath of the A-Rod era. And then, he wound up taking them to back-to-back World Series and the most successful 5-year stretch this franchise has ever had. I mean, there's no way to say this was anything but a massive success. That's it. It was. He got a team to within one strike of a World Series twice. Where's the failure? Where's the failure?
But he didn't build it.
Well, yes, he did.
Or he didn't build it.
No, I hate to be the bearer of bad news to all you hot dog fans.
Look what happened when Nolan
Ryan had less than zero to do with the building of that team.
Don't be a knucklehead.
Like nothing. Like literally, all Nolan Ryan did was he came out there and said, I think you need to throw harder and longer and deeper into the game. That's all he said.
I wonder how many more calories you're responsible for burning during Basic's workouts when he's up at this 6 o'clock hour on that Peloton listening to your baseball opinions and him just getting fired up. From analytics have taken over, deal with it, to Nolan did nothing. He's pumping out more RPMs on that bike right now.
He knows Nolan did nothing. He also knows that analytics have taken over the game. Deal with it. Like, what do you want? Like, even if you don't like it, you don't have a choice. The general managers have the ear of the owners. The owners got money because their company built their fortune off of analytics. Every single corporation in the world, including the one that gives Mike Bassick all of his endorsements, uses analytics to keep those endorsements. Okay? They do. They all use it. So it makes sense that if it works in oil and gas, it's going to work in this venture over here. So it's the way it is. You got to just deal with it. If you don't like it, I mean, go watch lacrosse.
Oh, man, shots fired. Maryland.
My biggest fear was that my kids were going to want to be lacrosse players.
Why? It's tough.
Because they're not named Chad or Brad. Okay, I didn't name my kids that. They're not Chaz either. I'll die inside if my kids become.
Yeah, but you do have a Luca and a Julian. It can be kind of pretentious.
Oh yes, pretentious, absolutely.
Yeah,
but not lacrosse. That's a different level. That's D-bag pretentious. There's a difference there. That's what I am.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Kevin Gray sending something right now. Despite Michael Irvin's best efforts to keep the peace, this is from TMZ, bar patrons still got involved in a wild fist fight near Irvin in Texas on Monday and the crazy scene was all captured in a video. It's definitely in a Texas bar because I see a Josh Hamilton jersey.
Oh, my God. What is this, Sherlock's?
Up here on the tee. And
Still
Michael's wearing that damn captain's hat from First Take.
Well, that I got a few questions about that one. How'd you get that hat, Mike?
Wasn't Molly Karam wearing it?
Yep.
So Michael has this captain's hat on from First Take in this bar. We'll check out the video in the commercial break and talk about the Manti Te'o documentary that we all watched last night. That's next with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fam. But 7 o'clock this morning, Bobby Belt on the Cowboys against the Chargers. Practice yesterday, 7:20. Jared Sandler on the firing of John Daniels at 8 o'clock. But Kevin Gray has thrown us off a little bit thanks to the tweet and video from TMZ. Here's the title. Despite Michael Irvin's best efforts to keep the peace, bar patrons still got involved in a wild fist fight near Irvin in Texas on Monday, and the crazy scene was all captured in a video by TMZ. What is the name of this bar, Troy? We'll see if Mike's listening.
Yeah, he may be listening. It is Knockouts. Knockouts is the bar. Mike frequents Knockouts. There's another place that we used to go to. Actually, not go to, but we went to after the Dirks Heroes baseball game. But this happened at Knockouts. And Knockouts is a sports bar here in the Metroplex. There's multiple locations. Basically, it's the kind of bar where they show the games, they have the drinks, they have the fun. All the girls are wearing, basically two-piece bikinis, walking around doing the thing. And, this is a spot that's not unfamiliar to Michael because one of my buddies goes to the Knockouts that he apparently goes to a lot. So some people will walk in and go, oh, my God, it's the Playmaker. And everyone else it's Michael. He's here all the time. It's not a big deal.
So Mike's sitting here wearing that captain's first take hat that they were wearing on that boat the other day.
Yes.
And he looks like Hugh Hefner now. Why is he wearing a sailor's hat?
With a, I don't know if you saw the end of the video, he's got this sort of baby blue sport jacket on.
Well, he clearly, that's what he wore. He clearly did first take because remember we were talking about we broke in Monday saying Stephen A was wearing his Broncos orange and Mike was wearing his Cowboy blue. So he clearly did first take, hopped on the plane, went to Knockouts. This is on Monday.
Yeah.
Monday is when he's on first take. Went there. He's playing pool. And then there's a bunch of guys arguing, and Mike is trying to intervene. He's even hugging this one dude, being like, calm down, man, calm down. Then the bouncer comes over, walks the dude out, okay, it's time to leave. The guy he was arguing with, follows him, shoves him, fists fly, guy's on the ground. Michael's not anywhere near it. He's over by the pool table. Yep. And then when the guys are trying to run away, bouncers get involved, Michael appears put the jacket back on. It's time to get up out of here.
Yep, it is.
That's the way I saw it.
Yeah, they were. I'm assuming they were fighting over a girl. She obviously was a good catch, Troy, if you know what I mean.
Oh, we're making...
Are we making boat puns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we are.
Because of first take on Monday.
Yep.
Go ahead, tell everyone else what y'all were saying to each other in the break. Might as well.
Man. Yeah, sooner or later we're gonna get to the good jokes here, Sean. But for now, we'll just talk about the ordeal this really was.
Yeah, quit blowing this off. This is very bad. It's a fairy.
I honestly thought RJ, he got his little Kornheiser notepad out, and I thought he was writing down the details of the video. No, I thought he was going step by step in order of what happened, but no, he was writing down these effing boat puns.
You know better than that. You do the serious stuff, and I do the clown show over here.
I thought you were going to drop in a joke. That was a perfect walk-off.
Well, I mean, look, it is at the end of the day, it's a boat, the video. All right, it's a boat, the video. So that's at the end of the day.
877-881-1053.
I'm sure I'll get a stern talking to by the boss.
Yeah. What is this from Corey Majors? Mike and I were talking about watching this weekend. Mike and I were talking about watching this weekend. Is he talking about the game, maybe? Hang on, Corey. Back off. Michael's our Michael. We put the fence around Mike. Oh, don't be trying to steal the playmaker on y'all's show. Kevin already stole our BetterHelp commercial. We don't need you trying to steal guests either. Stay away. Y'all got enough guests.
I think Corey's referring to another text chain. Yeah. I think you're looking at another text chain.
Mike and I were talking.
He's talking about Mike Bassick.
This is the Manti text chain.
Yeah, that's the Manti text chain.
Corey. Well, he made me. You think he might be Corey? My bad.
Yeah, you gotta retract.
Yeah, he might be listening. I wasn't gonna apologize because maybe he's not listening. Okay, this is the Manti Te'o text chain, but just for the record,
yes,
Michael Irvin, innocent in this video. He was playing pool. He was trying to play peacemaker.
Yeah.
The guys walked to the other end of the bar. They started fighting, and it looked like Mike was getting up and ready to roll out. I love how TMZ, though, took one of the still shots of the girl in the thong sitting there talking to everybody in the middle of it. They got the rear end shot. Corey, you're the man. My bad.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you could say.
All right, that's enough. Good Lord.
Maybe it was the peer pressure that really got to him.
Manti Te'o documentary on Netflix. Everyone is talking about this on Twitter. You just sit there and you type Manti Te'o, Ian Rappaport, all the verified blue check marks. 10 years later, in case you're a youngin' and you have no idea what we're talking about, Manti was a star linebacker at Notre Dame, and then he turned into a sympathetic figure when his grandmother and girlfriend passed away on the same day. Right before the national championship game, he's having a Heisman Trophy-type season, and the devastating news comes out that he loses his grandmother and the girlfriend that he had never personally met in 3 years, and then it all turned out to be a catfish. Turned out to be a hoax, and Manti Te'o is talking about it 10 years later.
Yeah. So for a timeline of events, the national championship game was on January 7th. On December 26th, day after Christmas, he got word that Lene Kukua was still alive. On September 11th, that's when his grandmother died. And then a couple hours later, he got word that Lene had originally passed away. So he goes through the entire season. And then, he doesn't mention anything about this for several weeks. And then I think it was after the Michigan State game when they won 20-3. That's when he announced about how his grandma and his girlfriend died on the same day, yada, yada, yada. And then that created this kind of great story that propelled him from a guy that college football fans knew to a guy that everybody knew.
Yes.
And this was 2012 was weird, man. You had Coney 2012. You had this. I mean, you had a lot of weird things. The movie that the world was supposed to end on that day, 12-12-12. But this was like one of the wildest sports stories that I can remember.
Sure.
And I was looking really, really forward to watch this. I watched it with Sarah last night. She had never heard this story. She had no idea. She had no idea what was going on.
Makes it even better to watch with someone like that. They're stunned and shocked.
Stunned and shocked.
So you don't need to know sports to watch this.
No.
Anybody can watch it. So Manti gets fooled by a man. It was a guy who has turned out to be a transgender female. And the name of that individual,
Renaya Tuiasosopo.
Renaya Tuiasosopo creates this fake online character and reaches out to Manti and preys on his very naive nature. I mean, the three words I would say about Manti Te'o: pure, naive, maybe dumb. I don't know. I'm trying to pick. I'm trying to select between the three. This is a kid who was very religious. He's a Mormon who changed his college football choice based upon a sign. Like his dream, USC. He's going to be the next great Trojan, right? Nationality, the ties, the future, just pointing to USC. Could have his pick of the litter. All of a sudden, someone says, "Yeah, you could be the next great at USC or the first Manti at Notre Dame." And he leaves Hawaii to go to freaking freezing South Bend, Indiana, with the snow and the freezing conditions. So he's already feeling out of place. But that was just an example, I thought, of how impressionable he is. Taking different signs, very religious. Mm-hmm. God is telling me to do something. He is, in my opinion, in this, no doubt, a good, pure individual.
Oh, yeah, I got that. Very naive.
There's questions after this came out of, was he in on it? Is he gay? Was this a cover-up? Is this a hoax in order to get more publicity? In watching this, man, I didn't think that for 1 second. I think he's a good, pure, honest kid who's very, very naive and susceptible to things.
This was my back to being gay again comment. We talked about no.
From this story?
From this story.
That
Remember,
drop?
That drop was from this story.
Wow.
Because I had gone back and forth on this. If you looked at Manti, even back in high school, you could tell how impressionable and naive he was. He constantly looked like he was about to cry. He constantly looked like it. This kid had emotions all over his body, like all over his face is what he carried his emotion. Even in high school.
I didn't see that at all. He kind of looked empty inside, just like bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, always positive, never let you know anything was happening to him. Some people on Twitter saying like dumb jock stereotype.
Oh yeah.
I didn't see any like emotion or him wear any of that on his face, but this Renaya character wanted to mess with him, fighting his own identity, was a football player, hated football, and decided to go ahead and message him. They connected over culture, connected over religion, connected over football, and it's a bond that grew over time, and it started to set him up for one of the biggest hoaxes ever.
My God, I had to go through the archives. I totally forgot you had made that comment. I forgot. I had to, let's see.
I'm back to being gay again.
I remember that. I totally, because you said it so under your breath, unlike Sean.
And I'm gay.
Like that was really loud.
So there's two parts. We'll get back into it at 8:40. Y'all tell us your biggest takeaways. If you watched it, go ahead and check it out. Don't even have to be a sports household to watch this story on Netflix. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. So that's the setup, and we'll take you through what actually happened and the conclusion at 8:40 this morning. But let's get you the headlines. It's a headline I don't think any of us ever thought we would see. John Daniels fired by the Texas Rangers. We have that. Your full Mavs schedule is out. And which Cowboys stood out against the Chargers yesterday in Cali? Headlines on a Thursday next.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mike Bassick was shocked. Jared Sandler was speechless. And everyone, I believe, was stunned yesterday when the news came out on the home of the Rangers that John Daniels was fired by the organization. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for joining us. It's our highest rated segment of the show. It's Headlines, your radio sports page to get you ready for your day and closer to your weekend. Ray Davis held the press conference, said the news came as surprise to both John Daniels and Chris Young. Ray Davis said he knew he was going to fire JD the same day or before they fired Woody. Well, why not do it on the same exact day? Said he wanted a fresh start for the second half of the season, wants free agents to know and everyone that could be looking at the Rangers that it's Chris Young's show to run. John Daniels leading this team. Some people would debate that and argue it, but under John Daniels' watch, Rangers made their only World Series appearances in 2010 and 2011, won AL West titles again in 15 and 16. But the next full-time manager will be the fourth for the Rangers since 2005. And Ray Davis said, bottom line, we have not had a winning record since 2016. And for much of that time, we have not been competitive. So we need a change. And John Daniels' 17-year run is over.
It was a long time. It's a long time to be a GM in Major League Baseball. And, you know, he
probably had a little more rope than others throughout the sport.
Yeah, I mean, look, when you build a team from scratch and you go to a couple of World Series and you have the best 5-6 year stretch in the team history, you're gonna get some rope. And then, you know, when you factor in that the ownership doesn't spend any money, and they can sit there and they can say all they want. Well, you know, we were building a new stadium. Yeah, well, I mean, like, there's other costs. You know, you don't just in sports. You know, you can get away with this in business, but in sports, you don't just stop spending money because you're spending money over here. You got to keep spending money. Otherwise, you're not going to compete. You know the deal. You know, this was the deal. And the Rangers owners didn't do that. They didn't do that at all.
Timing of this, to me, seems petty.
Curious?
Seems cheap, classless, and unnecessary. Unless some big fight happened in the past 48 hours, why don't you just let John... You know, I got a major problem when businesses... They used to do this up here. No longer. But when we were on the 12th floor, they would come and bring, you know, security to escort you out of the building. You know, embarrass you in front of your peers. You know, gather up all your stuff with everyone watching you. I get you don't want to let people go on the radio and in front of the microphone, but, you know, that's BS. Classless. And then when we moved down here to 11, all that stuff has changed. Gavin Spittle, you know, has allowed things to end with some people in a classier way, but John Daniels, this guy was with you for 17 years, man. You couldn't give him 6 more weeks to retire. Everyone in the building knew and believed that John Daniels was retiring anyway after this year. That's why the conspiracy theories and the rumors of Chris Young plotting this, getting his way, it was an overthrow of John Daniels. That's not true. That doesn't make any sense. JD had passed along the responsibility to Chris Young anyway. He was clearly his protege. The two, what I'm told, according to what I've been told, really liked each other. And Chris knew John was leaving anyway. So why an overthrow right now? And why get rid of him right now? I wonder if it's a little PR play for Ray Davis, because he'll be celebrated more today for firing John Daniels, who was arguably the most despised sports figure in DFW. I know KMC had that question the other day between Jerry Cuban and John Daniels. And Ray Davis can win some popularity points today versus JD just retiring. So the owner was asked by the media, you sending some type of message to frustrated fans with this move?
You know, the fans have got to be as upset as I am. I'm not a good loser. And all I can say to the fans is we're treating this with a sense of urgency. That's why we made a couple of moves this week. And we plan on putting a very competitive team on the field next year. We'll gain credibility with the fans with wins on the field.
So that's the owner speaking, as he rarely does.
I'm glad to finally hear him. You had no idea what he sounded like.
Normally we like to give credit to owners for being quiet.
Oh, I know.
Versus the other two.
Every now and then, though, you got to speak up, and you allow John and Woody and Banny to take the brunt of the blame for 6 years now, and we didn't hear a word out of you, but
till you wanted your stadium,
right?
Till you wanted your new stadium,
and look, they, to their credit, they built the new stadium and they got it done, and it's a nice looking ballpark, and maybe that's the reason why they were able to sign Seaman and Simi. Good God.
You and your boat references. You couldn't shut up about your boat references.
I'm going to go over here, and I'll see you guys later.
You and your seamen couldn't shut up. 640. Your Michael Irvin jokes. That's what you get right there. Walking away from the mic. Yes. Oh, man. You're going to have the third. It's coming.
What happened?
What?
You good? Caught in your throat.
I'm fine.
You good?
I'm fine.
Awesome.
What are their names?
Seeger.
There you go.
And Marcus.
Marcus. Yeah, just call him Marcus from now on.
Marcus.
By the way, okay, little side note. How has nobody changed the name of Siemens? The building right outside the ballpark.
Is that where we're going?
Yes. Every time I walk by that building or drove by it, I'm like, seriously, this is actually the name of a company.
Well, to bring it back to sports, because I know Sean's looking for a segue.
Yeah.
You're saying, everyone knew John Daniels was out. Everyone knew he was ready to retire. He wants to move on. Do we know that? I mean, I know that's another topic for another segment, but are we sure he's not maybe eyeing the beautiful skies of San Diego?
Go work with AJ?
Why not? You
Well,
worked with him with the Rangers.
He said in the statement that he released, looking forward to being husband, father, dad.
Yep.
And
we'll also see.
Whatever else comes down the future.
Whatever's
on the path.
Whatever else comes down the road. We'll ask Jared Sandler at 8 o'clock, who was literally devastated, speechless yesterday when KMC put him on the air. John Daniels is out, and now it is Chris Young's show. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt will join us in 10 minutes to talk about Cowboys versus Chargers. CeeDee Lamb gave some of us a scare with a foot issue that caused him not to practice, but our boy Brad Sham came out and said it's a cut on his toe that required a stitch. So that is absolutely nothing. Jordan Lewis appeared to hurt his hamstring at the end of practice. The defense is the storyline for the Cowboys, particularly their defensive line. All the reporters talking about how Neville Gallimore, Quentin Bohanna, Micah Parsons, Tank Lawrence were balling out against the Chargers. Dak started off red hot, ended up with a couple of interceptions, and there were no fights like there were against the Denver Broncos.
Good to hear. Didn't want any fights. Don't need any fights. We can't have that. Mike McCarthy didn't want any fights. All he wanted, and all I wanted, and most of the fans wanted was, if Zeke gets put on his butt again, stand up for him. Do something about it. But they didn't against Denver, and fortunately, nothing really like that happened yesterday.
We'll talk to Bobby about what happened at practice and what they're going to do again today in 10 minutes here on Sean and RJ. The Mavs' full schedule is out. They're going to play 30 nationally televised games, 30 of them. 10 of their first 16 at home, 10 of their last 16 on the road. And it's a brutal start, depending on what happens with the Brooklyn Nets. At Phoenix, Grizzlies at home for the home opener. At the Pelicans, who had a fun ending to their season without Zion. And then at Brooklyn. So that's a tough first 4 games. And then it eases up against OKC, Orlando, Utah, Toronto, and Brooklyn, all at home. All those games at the AAC, but 3 of their first 4 on the road. And 3 of the first 4 against tough teams out west. And then the drama show with KD and Kyrie for now.
Yep. So that's a tough, again, like you said, for now. And then, maybe Zion will be hurt by then. So it could be a much easier stretch than it is on paper. But on paper right now, that's a very difficult first 4. But the reality is, it doesn't matter. They're going to win 50 games, and they're going to be a top 4 or 5 seed in the West. And then it's, game on at that point. That's what this is going to be. It doesn't matter when you're going to play these teams. You're going to play them at some point. The first 4, when a little bit rusty, maybe that is the time to get them all.
Yeah, and the big thing is the nationally televised games. How many are the Mavs doing?
30.
Okay, 30. 2 years ago, they did 12.
Really?
Yeah, that is the power of Luka right there. The Mavericks are clearly way. I believe they had the 6th most games that are being nationally televised in the league right now. That is the power of Luka Doncic.
LeBron agrees to a 2-year, $97 million extension. The Lakers, of course, were worried about losing him, but now he and Anthony Davis will be with the team for the next 2 seasons, and then they can become free agents. LeBron, highest earning player in NBA history with $532 million. PGA meeting fallout. Man, I love the quotes that showed Tiger being the big dog yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Tiger Woods and fellow players meeting, I believe, in
Delaware.
Near my neck of the woods growing up, Delaware, for the BMW Open.
BMW Championship, yep.
Rory on Tiger and the players meeting for 3 hours.
It shows how much he cares about the tour. I think it shows how much he cares about the players that are coming through and are going to be the next generation. Like it or not, they can't really sell Tiger Woods anymore. Tour had an easy job for 20 years. They don't have Tiger anymore. Yes, they've got a bunch of us and we're all great players, but we're not Tiger Woods. So, we're moving into a different era and we just have to think about things a little differently.
I also loved Rory's quote saying, "It's clear when you get in the room who the alpha is, and it's not me."
It's not me. Yeah, yeah. Rory has taken this opportunity to become the face of the tour, or tear, as he said, and he's done a really nice, he has done a nice job with that because there is no doubt who the face of the PGA Tour is right now. It's Rory.
Yep.
It's not Tiger anymore. It's Tiger doesn't play. I'll be honest. I would love to see, and I don't know what's going to happen with Jay Monahan, the commissioner. And I know Tiger doesn't want the job. But if Tiger ever became the commissioner of the PGA Tour, I think it'd be much more difficult to tell him, hey, I'm going to the LIV Tour, than it is to tell Jay Monahan. And then you would also have, I think, a cool little before Tiger and after Tiger. Greg Norman was the face of golf before Tiger Woods. And in 1997, that changed and it became Tiger Woods. So it'd be like you have the old face of the game, and then the new face of the game running these organizations. I think that would be kind of cool. But there's PGA Tour's they've got problems and they've got also advantages. Their advantages is they can sell right now with what they can sell is we are the only guaranteed way into major championships. That's their selling point. The LIV Tour says we are the only guaranteed way into guaranteed money.
Yeah.
And that's their selling point. And the PGA Tour can say that, we have the Ryder Cup. Yeah, great. A Ryder Cup without Dustin Johnson and Brooks Koepka and Cameron Smith and Bryson DeChambeau is not a Ryder Cup I'm watching. It's just not. So there's still a back and forth. These two sides, these two leagues got to figure it out. They're going to merge sooner or later.
With a bunch of seamen. Headlines on a Thursday with, I thought he was going to do it again.
I didn't see that coming.
Headlines on a Thursday with Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan. That's why you need to be watching on YouTube, Twitch, or the Fan Cam.
Marcus.
Should call him Marcus from now on.
Yeah, Marcus.
Because I try to say both names together, I mix them up. I don't mix them up, I just combine them.
Is the defense really better this season for the Dallas Cowboys than the offense? Defense over offense. How serious is the Jordan Lewis injury and everything else that happened against the Chargers yesterday before preseason game number 2? Cowboys insider Bobby Belt joins us next.
kinks with the Odyssey app, but guess what? It is up and running. It is great. In fact, we can label every episode we're doing live during the show. It's pretty cool. Download it. Put it on your phone right now. It's the Odyssey app. It's free to download. Segment this morning brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Can I repeat? As Name That Athlete Champion, 740 will play the game this morning here on Sean and RJ. Jared Sandler on the firing of John Daniels on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. J-Rod will join us at 8, but every day at this time, it is our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, on the Diamond Factory hotline. You said it was time for Chris Woodward to go since you're a diehard seam head. Was it more than time for John Daniels to go?
It was time for John Daniels to go. I don't know that I like when they did it, though. That's just my biggest problem is I would have preferred you either just let the thing play out through the end of the year or, if it was that big a deal, you were concerned about the losing record, you knew you weren't going to be a competitive team into this year, so you probably should have just done something this offseason. But, probably still time to end it. I don't like doing it right now in, the middle of August.
John Daniels' Ranger legacy will be what?
One of almost, but not quite good enough, probably. Just everything that happened in 2010, 2011, the way it built up and, just didn't come to fruition. Similar to the legacy that, Ron Washington and everybody else on those teams had, which is frustrating. That was the thing I was thinking about yesterday is, man, it sucks that they weren't able to finish it off in 2011 because that was a team and, everybody involved there really deserved to win that. So that was the frustrating thing to think about yesterday. It was just like, man, that really sucks that they didn't finish that off in 2011.
What stood out from the Cowboys versus the Chargers yesterday?
Man, they're going to have trouble, it feels like, trying to get this pass protection right. And I understand, it's like Khalil Mack and a really impressive defensive front that the Chargers have, but when it was 7-on-7 and there wasn't a pass rush, Dak is sharp and I think he was actually perfect yesterday in 7-on-7. And then as soon as the pass rush comes in there, it's 50% completions and 2 interceptions and running for his life again. And I think we've talked about that pretty consistently this offseason. So that the key for Dak being better this year, the key for the Cowboys being better this year is going to be that the offensive line has to be better. The offensive line has looked really good in run blocking. That's a strength, I think, for some of the guys who, take Terrence Steele, a guy who a lot of people aren't sure about at right tackle. That's a guy who's really good at run blocking. It's the pass protection sometimes that gets a little shaky. As Tyler Smith continues to grow and people talk about, what's his technique like? Is he prepared to be, a full-time NFL starter right out of the gate? The one thing we know he'll be really good at with that power is run blocking. It's just, the technique and the pass protection. Is that going to be good enough? And so I think that one of the things you're seeing starting to develop about the offensive line, and I think was clear in the Chargers practice and then the Broncos and everything else, has been that this offensive line looks like it's going to be okay run blocking, but the pass protection, they're going to need to be better.
Real quick, Sean, they were 6th in the league last year in run block win rate. So they were one of the better run blocking teams in the NFL pass-wise towards the bottom, 23rd.
Bobby, we've never really talked about Tyron Smith's play dropping off. It's only been about the injuries. Any whispers of that in training camp this year?
There were whispers of that at the end of last year, and they were really concerned with how things ended with him. The San Francisco game, there were people with the Cowboys, not just, personnel people. There were other players who were kind of rattled by how he played against San Francisco last year. Like, oh my gosh, that's not Tyron Smith at all. Is that some sort of fluke thing? Is that coming off of COVID? Or is this some sort of aggressive decline that we're seeing? Because it was so unlike him, the way he got beat.
Yeah.
I had somebody with the team tell me last year after San Francisco, they said that's the worst game Tyron Smith's ever played in his career.
Whoa.
And so when you see that was troubling enough. And I think concerned them enough that's part of why offensive line was such a big focus for them heading into the draft, and why Tyler Smith, I think, is your future left tackle. But you get into training camp, and they wanted to see, all right, let's see how things look. Let's see if things are any better. And obviously, we haven't seen, real game reps yet to get a feel of that. But yesterday, Khalil Mack kind of put him in a blender a couple times. And there was a practice a couple weeks ago where Dorrance Armstrong beat him 2 or 3 times, which I've never seen Dorrance Armstrong do in practice. And so I think when Tyron Smith is healthy, he's still really, really good. I think we're past the era of him being a top 5 tackle in football. That's just not a reality anymore for Tyron Smith. And it's because, the old line, it's father time is undefeated. And, it naturally happens. Injuries have taken a toll. He's getting older. He's not going to be a dominant tackle like that for, years in the future up until like 40 years old. And so I think you are seeing a decline. It's just the Cowboys hope it's slow enough that he can still be an impact player for them this year.
Bobby Belt joins us here 105 through the Fan. Would they, and I know they did it last year with, with Connor and Lael, if would they dare go the same route and bench him at some point this year if he's bad enough?
I don't think he'd ever be bad enough that they would think Josh Ball would be better, or that I think that they'd want to necessarily put in Connor McGovern at left guard and start shifting Tyler Smith around. So I don't think he'd ever be bad enough for them to make that sort of a call, just because their swing tackle position right now is a little uncertain. And Connor McGovern hasn't been great. So if you're talking about bouncing somebody outside like Tyler Smith, a guy who's a rookie and is still learning and trying to develop his technique, then you're also talking about having to weaken what you have on the interior as well. So I don't think so, just because I can't see things getting so bad that they feel like, hey, these other guys would be better options right now. But I think this team has clearly shown they're not afraid to make changes if they think they need to be made. The last year or two, that they're willing to put guys on the bench. They're willing to, swap out a veteran for an undrafted free agent, or for somebody that they believe is practicing better than the veteran. And so it's nothing that I think they'd be afraid to do if they thought it was the right move. It's just I don't know that they'd ever get to that point where they think, hey, this is what we need to do.
Bobby, injury updates with CeeDee Lamb and Jordan Lewis?
CeeDee Lamb has a cut on his foot that requires stitches, and apparently he told Clarence Hill yesterday when he was asked what he was doing, he didn't want to say, he just said clown stuff, which is a little concerning. That just sounds like he was doing something that he shouldn't,
and how he heard it was clown stuff.
Yes. Yes. And so, I know G-Bag was speculating yesterday. They were wondering, like, oh, what could it have been? Could it have been a scooter incident? Which would be really troubling, because that'd be 2 receivers joining Terrence Williams in the last 5 years that had scooter problems.
Pretty reckless speculation there.
It was.
Pretty reckless.
Would you speculate an electric scooter or a foot-controlled scooter?
I don't know. They didn't say. They were just wondering if it was scooter related.
Yeah.
But no, I think that everything I heard was that he'll be fine. It's not some sort of long-term concern or anything else. But he was apparently kind of smirking about it yesterday and just saying, I don't really want to say why, but it was clown stuff. And then Jordan Lewis was the big one. That's the hamstring injury. He is supposed to have an MRI today. I think the expectation right now, everybody feels like he's probably shut down for the rest of training camp, but that he should be ready when Tampa Bay rolls around. But again, they'll have to take that MRI today and see exactly where things stand with him.
Bobby Belt in the Diamond Factory Hotline every morning, talking about your Cowboys on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Your D-line got a lot of the headlines, a lot of the positive headlines yesterday. We had Simi Fehoko, Dennis Houston. What else jumped out to you against San Diego, Los Angeles?
Well, I like that what we're seeing when you mentioned the D-line there, that what we saw in practice against, this Cowboys offensive line that has admittedly struggled at times here in training camp. I like that we've seen that this isn't just a function of, it's the offensive line struggling. It's that the defensive line has been good, because they stepped up and played really well against Denver in the preseason and in those practices last week, and then they do it again yesterday, and hopefully that'll continue today. But that's a good sign for where the defensive line is right now, with their depth and their ability. And so that's a big thing for me. I was really stunned they did one-on-ones with another team, receiver corner one-on-ones. That's sometimes a little dicey to do in front of cameras, even when it's your own team, because it so heavily favors receivers in those drills. And it can cause some viral moments for your defensive backs. And it's tough to contextualize it for people and say, well, like, the quarter's really at a disadvantage here.
Yeah, did Trayvon sit out of those? Did he sit out of those drills yesterday?
No, and that was the thing that was encouraging. Was I was surprised they did it, but they performed well. They did pretty well. Trayvon Diggs had a couple pass breakups on Mike Williams. Israel Mukuamu had a couple good reps, and so surprised that they did it. Yeah. He also gave up a touchdown, but I mean that's to be expected a little bit with those drills. It's meant for the receiver to win. It's honestly a confidence builder for a receiver more than anything else. But I think that was interesting that they would have those drills against another team, and then not just have those drills, but like it was nice to see that the secondary was making plays. The secondary right now, I think, is really, really strong and really solid. And kind of tied it back to the Jordan Lewis thing. I'll be really interested to see, with Jordan Lewis down, who's the third corner. Because if it's, truly a meritocracy, it'll be Deron Bland. Deron Bland should be the third corner taking those snaps, the fifth-round pick out of Fresno State. If it's Kelvin Joseph, that would feel more to me like deference to his draft position rather than anything that he's totally earned in this training camp.
Because if you look at the depth chart online, it's got Bland as fourth on the depth chart. The one online does, at least. And obviously it's fluid and all, but that would be a pretty big leap for him.
He's been very, very good in training camp, and they're really impressed with him. And he's got a ton of flexibility. He can play the boundary, he can play the nickel, he can play the safety, he can do a lot of things for them. And it's translated onto the field in the game situation against Denver. He was arguably the best player against the Broncos that the Cowboys had. And so he's played with a lot of anticipation. He's somebody who's showing up as a high IQ player, a guy who is a really good athlete and knows how to use his length, knows how to, turn his hips, run, all that stuff. That's great. So I would feel like he should be up as the third, but you're talking about a rookie fifth rounder from Fresno, and that's different than, Kelvin Joseph, who they've really focused on as like, hey, this guy was supposed to be the heir apparent and he's had his struggles. But I mean, if we're being honest, if you include Israel Mukuamu, a safety who's gotten a lot of snaps at corner, if you include Mukuamu and his reps at corner, Kelvin Joseph has probably been the seventh best corner in camp. And so I think that if you were to give him the third team rep or give him the number 3 corner reps, that would say more to me about, hey, let's not crush his confidence. Let's, build up his confidence, give him this opportunity, see how he handles it, rather than just rewarding it based off of performance. Because I feel like if it was just about performance, it'd be Bland.
All right. Last question. Most serious question. Not a lot of time to answer it. Why didn't you tell us that you loved us all yesterday?
It's because I had lately gotten some folks on the fan text and stuff like that who said it sounds sarcastic when I say it.
Of course it sounds sarcastic. Nobody believes you actually believe it.
But I'm not being sarcastic when I say it. I mean it genuinely. And I'm trying not to be so sarcastic because I think sometimes people don't totally catch what I'm trying to say, or they think I don't want to be so aggressively sarcastic all the time. So I was trying to just throw it. I say I appreciate you guys. I didn't say
put it to a vote.
You guys.
Yeah, we put it to a vote. And that's what we'll do. Did you tell G-Bag you loved them at the end yesterday?
I didn't on Tuesday afternoon.
Wow.
So I didn't say to them first. I just said talk to y'all, and then you guys were freaking out, and G-Bag was like, hey, the fan text didn't like that you didn't say that. And so I was like, oh, okay, sorry. So then I said it yesterday afternoon.
Okay. 877-881-1053, and we will screenshot you the results or tweet it on whether we should go back to it or not. Thanks, Bobby.
I love you all.
There we go. Man, he is the, you know what he is? He's the Kevin Durant of the Fan.
How so?
As soon as the segment's done, he went to the fan text.
It doesn't look
He basically Googled. It's the equivalent of Googling your name. It's the guest equivalent of Googling your name.
Jared Sandler on the firing of John Daniels at 8. But next we play Name That Athlete.
Yeah, buddy.
With Sean and RJ. But do you need some guidance on how to navigate this difficult inflation environment?
Full service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
Who is the special guest host on KMC today? Corey Majors tease has me a little bit curious over that. Jared Sandler, Rangers insider, on John Daniels' departure at 8 o'clock. But first, we play the game.
It's time to play the hottest game in the Metroplex, not named high-low. Name that athlete. And here's your host, Troy Hughes.
Oh, thank you very much, random voice guy. As we get ready to play Name That Athlete on 105.3 The Fan on a glorious day here in the Metroplex, because, man, so glad the cooler temperatures are coming.
Today. Who got woken up by that thunder last night?
Not me.
You didn't?
We did not get it yet. I saw on the radar that it was hitting around your neck of the woods, but nothing for us as of yet. But yeah, the rain is coming, the temperatures are dropping, but the heat is staying up in the studio as we play Name That Athlete. Sean, you are the defending champion in Name That Athlete. If you don't know how the game works, Tolos, I basically give the guys categories. They choose a category, and then they will wager back and forth how many seconds it will take after I give them a clue to name that athlete. If you get it correct, you get 1 point. If you get it incorrect, your opponent gets 1 point. The first to 3 wins. Here are today's categories. Canton Bound, Baller, Welcome to the Show, Out to Pasture, and No Longer a Star.
Don't feel comfortable with these categories. Don't have a good feeling early on.
Quit making an excuse.
Yeah.
All right. So, Sean, you will start first and name that athlete. Which category?
Let's go with Canton Bound.
Ooh.
Canton
Trade days.
Bound. Man, I love Canton trade days. That's awesome stuff.
Is that what, next week? 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
I've got to check the calendar.
What's my clue?
Sooner or later, this player will find himself among the greats at the Hall of Fame simply because of his impressive numbers, many accolades, including membership into the 2010s All-Decade Team, and dominating a position he never once switched away.
What? Never once switched away? 2010 All-Decade? All right, so this is when I have to say I can answer this in.
Yeah.
I can answer this in.
Is the game called Answer This In? It's I can name that athlete.
I can name that athlete in 7 seconds.
I can name that athlete in 0 seconds.
Go ahead.
Adrian Peterson.
You tell me that you put a switch in there for the clue? Adrian Peterson switch?
I put sooner or later. He's a Sooner. He played Oklahoma.
Okay.
Is that 3 points?
That is 1 point.
1 point.
Do you guys have a need? What's going on? Is this CTE developing? What's going on in there? You have 1 point. You keep score for me over there. All right. So I pulled that audio clip for nothing. All right. So 1 point for RJ in Name That Athlete. RJ, it is your turn.
Let's go.
Baller, welcome to the show. Out to Pasture or No Longer a Star?
No longer a star.
No longer a star. Okay, thank you. After an 11-year career that began in 2010, he now spends his time in another state, lying around.
After an 11-year career that began in 2010, he now.
Let's go.
I can name that athlete in 4 seconds.
If he gets us, does he win?
No, it's only 2 points. What is going on with you guys?
Go ahead.
Okay, 4 seconds. RJ, I need you to go ahead and name that athlete.
I think I'm ready to go, full go, if I'm out there doing a drill.
That athlete is Sean Lee.
It is Sean Lee. Oh, man. We may just have a clean sweep.
Strangle hold, just like that overrated. Who is it? Who sings Stranglehold?
Ted Nugent.
Ted Nugent. Okay, maybe
He's definitely not over 80. He's just bat crazy.
2-0.
All right, 2-0 here as Sean is desperately going through the rundown sheet to find another topic to build his segment.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Right.
I want the baller category.
Oh, all right. Baller, here we go. A 2004 first rounder. He has stuck around like a sticker on a backboard and has collected many jersey and won championship ring.
I can name that athlete in 0 seconds.
I mean, I don't know that I can go negative half, so.
No, you cannot.
Why don't you go ahead and name that athlete?
That athlete is Dwight Howard. Come on, stop. You know it's right. You know it's right. You know it's right. You know it's right.
What was the clue again? I heard 2004.
Sticker on the backboard.
Remember the dunk contest?
Yeah,
that
jerseys.
Was great.
Never would have got that.
One championship ring. I was going to name his kids, but we would run out of time.
That was the next topic. Name Dwight's kids.
All right, so now, okay, Sean's back in the game. Here we go, feeling good, but you are still down 2-1 and name that athlete on 105.3 The Fan. That means RJ Choppy.
Feel an epic walk-off from me.
Oh, God, you know what? You go back and forth. You are so emotional. Because earlier it's like, and now it's like, yeah. Like you go back and forth. All right, RJ, where are we going? Welcome to the show or out to pasture?
Welcome to the show.
All right. From coast to coast to highs and lows, this guy has allowed, well, at least me to enjoy one thing. Watching Sean scream like a girl.
I can name that athlete in 5 seconds.
I can name that athlete in 2 seconds.
God, name that athlete.
This will tie the game. Sean, name that athlete.
I thought it was going to be cool playing third in the big.
Joey Gallo.
It is Joey Gallo.
Walk off! Wow!
Coming!
What was I didn't get did you know the clue?
Yeah.
From coast to coast, from New York to LA, highs and lows. And
it
watching
was the scream like a girl when we were at the Ranger game for the debut, and I was screaming when we were all in the box together. Were you there with us for Joey's game? Troy always references it.
Yeah, it was Joey Gallo's debut in Arlington, and he hit a home run, and we lost our minds that game. Wow, here we go, baby.
Here we go.
We are now down to the final one and name that athlete. It is out to pasture. We start with RJ. You get to wager.
Whoa. It's not my turn?
Oh, sorry. Wait.
RJ went first.
That's right. That's your turn. Okay, my bad. Here we go.
This is my problem. I don't know where this category is going with out to pasture. Someone text me if you know the answer.
After years and years of competing on the gridiron, which include entertaining fans and many kids, you definitely can't say this guy is wet behind the ears.
I can name this athlete in 6 seconds.
Oh, man.
Make it entertaining, Chop.
All right, let's go hard or go home, man. I can name this athlete in 5 seconds.
I can name this athlete in 4 seconds.
Holy cow, 4 seconds. I will do 3 seconds. I can name this athlete.
Gosh. All right. Do it.
All right.
This is for the win. RJ, you have 3 seconds.
Please.
To name that athlete.
I honestly thought it was pathetic. He's been out there 210.
Oh, this is tough. Oh, I'm going to win again. Back to back. Time clock. Countdown.
3, 2.
That's Dan Campbell.
Yeah! Can you play the voice one more time?
Yeah, I'll play the whole thing and tell me if you guys pick it up.
I honestly thought it was pathetic. He's been out there 210 straight games with no telling how many bumps and bruises and injuries for his team. Won 2 Super Bowls, MVPs. The respect he's had in the locker room over the years, really the respect he's gained throughout the league.
Give me the sport.
Football, right?
We are competing on the gridiron.
Oh, on the gridiron. Oh, that's Phillip Rivers.
Oh, it is Phillip Rivers.
Many kids.
Man, we never would have gotten that.
Wet behind the ear. Wet as in water, river.
That was tough.
That's a hard one, but
that's a bad
still.
clue. I got to go back clue.
Told you. I
Don't blame that.
I told you.
Wow, another one.
See, look. See the change? If you're listening on the Odyssey app, click on the rewind button to about 7 minutes ago. And now,
we got to find a new segment.
I never said it was over.
We got to find
I never said new topics. That was Troy.
We got to find new topics.
We got to find a new GM. Apparently not. Did Chris Young force John Daniels out? Why did they fire JD yesterday? Where do we go from here? And how much celebrating has there been on Jared Sandler's timeline with John Daniels fired by the Rangers? Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, what's going on, Tolo?
The MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour kicking off here on your home of the Rangers. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, where the news yesterday rocked everyone. The Rangers get rid of John Daniels. 6 weeks left. Why yesterday? Why not do it on the same day when you got rid of Chris Woodward? Was Chris Young behind it? All these questions and more for our Rangers insider Jared Sandler joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Where are you right now?
I'm in the ballpark.
Oh, did you live there?
It seems like it. I have an echo right now. Do you guys hear an echo?
No, we do not. But you want me to call you on the phone line? Is that better?
Sure, no, I can power through the echo.
He can power through it. He's a professional.
All right, then. Sorry.
This is really good. I mean, they do have a 12:30 pregame today. 1 o'clock first pitch. How stunning was this news for you and everyone else there yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, it was shocking that it went down yesterday, and I think, what would have surprised folks was just that it wasn't a mutual decision. This was the Rangers relieving John Daniels of his duties. I heard you guys earlier, and I think the station documented this yesterday as well, the various shows, that there was a growing thought that perhaps John Daniels would step aside at the end of the year. His contract was up. He was really the one behind bringing Chris Young to town. This was not something that was forced upon him. They have a great relationship, and the idea was that he was wanting to and going to transition the power to Chris Young. John Daniels didn't have kids when he took over this role. He now has 3 kids, 15 and younger. He's been doing it for 17 years. You guys know, in a lot of sports, being a general manager for 17 years is well beyond what is the average in the respective sports. It's a grind, especially in baseball. If you think about the length of the season, and it's a 365 job, and I think he was ready to take a step back. And because of all that, I think it was a surprise that it went down yesterday, but it's obviously the prerogative of Ray Davis, and he gave his reasons as to why, and now it's, I guess, officially Chris Young's department to run.
Are the second half reasons like they gave for Woody, does it apply the same to John Daniels and Chris Young? They explain why they wanted Woodward out for these final games. The same thing applied to the GM spot?
That's what they shared. I feel like the same things probably could be accomplished whether he was or wasn't there. They obviously felt highly enough of John Daniels to allow him to stay through the draft and the trade deadline, which are 2 significant opportunities for your team to build. And, oftentimes if you're going to make a switch in this role, you do it before those 2 periods of time, or, in another sport, whatever those, benchmark kind of dates are. And they clearly didn't feel the need to make the move before. John Daniels at this point, I don't want to say, he wasn't making decisions, but, it really was mostly about just mentoring and helping Chris Young transition in power. And maybe they felt like, that task had been completed, and they want to give Chris Young a runway, and the front office a runway leading into the offseason. They are going to have a lot of big decisions to make. They're going to have to hire a manager. They're going to have to, or, they intend to upgrade their starting rotation, which, is not an easy task to do. And, Chris Young's got to decide what he wants this baseball operations department to look like, too. So, they got a lot going on, and, that was what Ray Davis shared as to why he wanted to make the decision. Now, I don't think it's an apples-to-apples thing, though. I think, it makes more sense just in general if you're going to make a managerial switch to do it now, to, like I said with you guys the other day, if you feel like the car's in reverse, to get it back in neutral or moving forward going into the offseason. But Ray Davis even said yesterday that he likes the direction of this team from a baseball operations standpoint. So, I guess he just felt like it was time.
Makes me wonder, I'm not asking you, I'm just wondering out loud, something happened in the last 48 hours, 72 hours. Why not let a guy who has been there almost 20 years, spend his final 6 weeks and walk away on his own if indeed he was set to retire and take some time off. Because, that to me, that's petty. It's cheap. It's classless. It makes me think something more must have gone down over the past 48 or 72 hours. But, Jared, address the narrative or the tweets, the thoughts that Chris Young may have orchestrated all of this. This was a Chris Young coup to take over.
Yeah, that's silly. I just want to quickly address what you just said, though, and that's totally fair. I would also say, I'm not going to hide anything. I am a fan of John Daniels. I think he did a great job, and I know that there are people who fall on both sides of the fence. But, this ownership group did give him a long leash. And, you could make the argument that, and I know people tried to, that, this move should have been made a few years ago and whatnot. And, if that's your perspective, that's fair too. So just in fairness of playing both sides,
True.
They did give him a leash, but I also think he earned that. I think he earned it with the success he had, early on. I think he earned it with the way he carried himself as a leader and oversaw that department. As far as the Chris Young stuff, I'll reiterate what I said earlier. This was John Daniels' decision to bring Chris Young on with the idea that, they'd have a partnership for a couple years and maybe more, but that ultimately Chris Young would be the one taking over the lion's share of the responsibility. And, in the case now, all of the responsibility, with a team that will now exist underneath him. And that process was well into effect. So, I guess that argument could make sense if, the feeling was that Chris Young or John Daniels was getting in the way of Chris Young, but that just wasn't the case. And they have a great relationship. I can tell you with certainty and fact that relationship did not sour. And Chris Young was aware of John Daniels' intentions. And so it wouldn't make sense for Chris Young to have his hands bloodied by this when all it would have been was 6 weeks, and then John Daniels was likely going to step aside. But even if that wasn't the case, John Daniels has been giving Chris Young every day more and more and more responsibility and power. So it wasn't like they were having a tug-of-war power struggle as to who got to make which decisions.
Do you think people, the fans mainly who had wanted John out, are using, because I think that he's the most successful GM in team history.
Yeah, I mean, that's not really disputable.
Right. Like, do you think they're using the present to crap on the past way too much? Like, they're going overboard?
Yeah, and RJ, here's the thing, too. No one roots for suits, right? I mean, there are very few GMs in sports who get rousing ovations. Teams definitely like certain GMs, but it's also easy to sour on those guys. We used to hail Donnie Nelson, and, gosh, I don't think people had the same feeling the last several years. And it's very easy to sour on a suit, way more so than a player, because you also don't have that natural love affair with a player that you do with a suit. I mean, honestly, and the Nolan JD stuff was so ridiculous. They both should be celebrated, but that's a perfect example. Nolan was celebrated as a quote-unquote suit only because to the degree in which he was, because he first was someone who wore a jersey, and he was a hero for people. And again, both those guys should be celebrated. But yeah, I think so, RJ. I don't think executives just across sports in general, get the same leeway that players do. And I get it. No one's out there going to the team shop today buying a John Daniels, trademark vest. They're buying jerseys or whatever. And he rocked the vest hard.
Yeah,
I never understood. You don't get coverage on the arms. It's simply extra pockets. That was always his.
Keeps your core warm. The heart keeps your heart warm.
I guess so. But I do think so. And guys, I hope that Rangers fans will recognize the ones who maybe or were celebrating yesterday can at some point take a step back and recognize that man oversaw the best era of Rangers baseball and built the best teams in Rangers history. And again, I know some of the responses, well, Nolan built them.
What is the reality of that?
Yeah, John Daniels. Again, I want to lead with this. They both should be celebrated. They both brought stuff to the table that was incredibly important. Nolan Ryan brought his expertise and his guidance, but he brought an attitude. The morale that he helped establish was so important. He brought a sense of confidence, I think. John Daniels was running the baseball operations department before Nolan got here. The Mark Teixeira trade, the Josh Hamilton trade, those moves and others took place before Nolan got here. Nolan certainly advised on decisions when he did get here, but to take away the team-building credit from John Daniels would be just patently unfair. They coexisted. What was so great is that you had this Ivy League guy and this, no-nonsense, tough pitcher coming together, and before stuff got in the way of that, they had a tremendous partnership, and both guys should be celebrated. But as far as the team-building part goes, John Daniels was running this baseball operations department before Nolan, and when Nolan was here, everything on a day-to-day basis was going through John Daniels. So it's unfair to take the credit away from him, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't give Nolan credit as well.
Do you have any idea how the two feel about each other, and how aware JD was of the likability of him with the fan base?
JD was aware. I mean, the other day at the Rangers Hall of Fame induction ceremony when they announced him, he got booed. It's a smattering of boos. It's not like an overwhelming, like Jose Bautista's coming up. But
right.
he knew, and he always joked about it. I'm sure it bothered him to some degree. But, Sean, you've gotten a chance to speak to JD and RJU as well. I mean, he's got great perspective. I mean, read his statement yesterday. That was not something that someone else wrote. He wrote that, and even the message to the fans. He knew that there were fans who liked him, but he also knew he knew Nolan's place. He understands where Nolan fits amongst baseball fans and Rangers fans, and he's a Texan and all of that. He understood that, and I think earlier in his career when he was younger, it maybe bothered him more, but as he's gotten older, the last 10 years or so, I think he's aware of all that and developed an ability to not let it bother him. And I always really respected that because that's a lot easier said than done.
Nolan could have helped a lot of this as well by dispelling the myths and these legends.
I didn't do anything while I was there. I just kind of made some hot dogs.
That's why
I said y'all need to pitch deeper in games.
That's why I wonder how Nolan really feels about John. Which maybe I'll ask Bassick in crosstalk.
I wish that I feel like we have this with all of our teams, right? Like Mike Modano and the Stars have a weird fractured relationship, and now Mark Cuban and Donnie Nelson have this weird relationship, and Don Nelson as well. And on the Cowboys side, gosh, you can make a list, but Jimmy Johnson and Jerry and some of that. And with the Rangers, Juan Gonzalez has no connection to the organization, and the guy who had the 3 best seasons in franchise history is Alex Rodriguez, and that's probably a mutual lack of connection. And now the Nolan and JD, I wish that wasn't the case.
All right, Chris Young, the GM. The style, is he? Because he fits the mold of the analytics guy, Princeton dude, Ivy League, but he also is a player. What is his, philosophy?
Yeah, I think that will become more and more clear. But I know Bassick yesterday asked me a question that I think was representative of how a lot of fans feel, which is kind of the backwards, or the reality is kind of the opposite. And that is that JD was the big analytics guy, and Chris Young is I'm a player, and, we're going to just approach it like a player, and, just get outs and blah, blah, blah. John Daniels' background was not, big-time analytics guy. Right. Yeah, he's an Ivy League guy, and yes, he's very bright. But remember, the Rangers were not, the first team to adopt analytics or anything. And at one point, the conversation was that we were behind the 8 ball. John was a champion of scouts and champion of people, understanding people to make decisions. I'm not saying that that's not Chris Young at all, but Chris Young is someone who played a big role in this organization's development and advancement of analytics and research and development. It's been under Chris Young's tenure that the Rangers hired Darren Willman, who created the site Baseball Savant, which Major League Baseball has absorbed and was one of the hottest commodities for the R&D world within baseball. So I think that I think the process is going to be very important. I can tell you that Chris Young is incredibly fiery and competitive, and when he says that, he is anxious to put a championship caliber team on the field, I think his day-to-day actions, as best as I can gauge, back that up. So I think we'll start to get a better sense of, his style and how he really operates on a day-to-day basis. But, if someone thinks that this is now going to be an organization that goes away from analytics, I think you're very much mistaken.
John Daniels retiring or seeking employment?
Yeah, and I heard you guys discuss this earlier. I think Troy mentioned San Diego. I don't get the sense John Daniels wants to go and work for A.J. Preller, but I wouldn't rule retiring out. I think, I don't know this for sure, I think that, had this not gone down the way it had, he would have loved to have stayed on as a consultant because he's got 3 kids. He's kind of entrenched here. He's been here for over 20 years. I don't think he has a burning desire to leave. I do think he wants to spend some time being a dad, but he's 45. He's young. It's tough to take it to the house at 45. And so I don't know if that means getting involved in other things outside of baseball or if, that fire is, reignited in time. So I don't know that he's going to permanently step away, but he's an incredibly smart person, and he's someone who connects really well with people. And so whatever opportunities he wants to pursue, maybe he'll pursue. And, I asked him once jokingly, do you think in your role you have the skill set to do something similar in other sports? And I joked about the New York Giants. I know you've talked to him about it. He's a huge New York Giants fan, growing up there. And I'm not saying he will, but it'd be kind of funny if he ended up like climbing up the ladder in a different sport, in the front office. But I don't think he's done for good, but I think he's done for now.
Thank you, brother. Really appreciate it, and we'll hear you during the pregame today.
See you guys.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, on the Diamond Factory Hotline with John Daniels being fired by the Texas Rangers ownership. Another Ranger also lost his job yesterday, and we're finally getting rid of the most overrated part of the pizza. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Rich Eisen a lot. This guy's lost his mind after what he said about the NFC East. If you want to see what good old Richie said, go over to 1053thefan.com. Segment this morning brought to you by Frankel & Frankel, 214-333-3333, or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Part 2 of the Manti Te'o documentary at 8:40 this morning. Maybe we'll take some Ranger phone calls on public enemy number 1, John Daniels, getting fired at 9 here on Sean and RJ. Your home of the Cowboys and Rangers is 105.3 The Fan. It wasn't just John Daniels who lost his job yesterday. Elvis is gone. The Athletics released Elvis Andrus yesterday. He hit a home run in the 5-1 win against the Rangers on Tuesday night, but he has not been happy about playing time. Quote, "Everybody knows I'm an everyday player. So doing this, it's not fun for me," after he was not put in the starting lineup for the 4th time in 7 games. Of course I'm upset. I'm pissed about it. But like I said, the best I can do is stay positive and wait for my turn and be ready whatever happens. So Elvis, 33 years old, making $14 million this year, needed to reach 550 plate appearances to convert a $15 million team option into a player option. He needed 550 plate appearances. As of him being released, had 386. So Elvis on the year hitting 237, 8 home runs, and 30 runs batted in, released by the Oakland Athletics.
You know, you don't usually see someone with a positive wins above replacement, one that's nearly 2, get released, but it happened with Elvis. It did, and that's surprising. And where does he end up? He definitely ends up. He will be on a roster within the week.
Well, John Heyman, baseball guy, he's already thrown out the possibility of where Elvis will end up, and obviously he's going to end up somewhere where the manager knows what he's doing. The Chicago White Sox is right now the name being tossed out there.
Oh, so you think Elvis would be sought after?
I mean, sought after. He is. I mean, he's still considered. I guess I have to go look at his numbers. I think he's still considered at least a league average defender. And offensively, he's not a negative. I mean, look, you got a positive WAR. That's pretty good. Someone will pick him up. If it is the White Sox, I mean, that team is snake bit by injuries anyway. But no one's gonna. I don't think he's going to get enough at bats. I think we're too late. We're probably too late in the year for him to get enough at bats to hit that milestone. Maybe he can.
Around the rest of the NFL, Aaron Rodgers apparently met with his young receivers after publicly criticizing them the other day for dropping passes. Told them, you keep dropping the ball, you're not going to be out here. So Rodgers met with the wide receivers at 8:45 yesterday morning and trying to go ahead and give them some advice. Now, this did not apply to some of the vets, right? It did not apply to Randall Cobb, but he was trying to get the young guys going, apparently, who were not performing consistently at Packer camp. So Aaron Rodgers then met with them to try to smooth things out. Did you see the Christian McCaffrey Patriots fight that got a fan run over?
What?
Yeah. Baker Mayfield, not the only one in the spotlight for these scrimmages between the Panthers and the Patriots. It was a late hit on McCaffrey. He was out of bounds, knocked to the ground by a Patriots defensive lineman. The lineman landed on the fan during the ensuing scrum. McCaffrey responds by spiking the ball at this D lineman's feet, sparking the fight that carried into the stands. The D lineman and Chuba Hubbard ejected from practice, but you got a fan. They got knocked over.
Yep.
And the 6'5", 275-pound Dietrich Wise reached out to the fan to apologize. McCaffrey shook her hand as well. She suffered a swollen foot, but refused treatment from Patriots medical personnel, and the Patriots offered her tickets to a game this season.
Ooh, okay. Hey, those are hot. That's a hot ticket. It's expensive. It's one of the more expensive tickets in the NFL. At least it used to be. I don't know what it is now with Mac Jones, but it used to be expensive.
Yeah. So that's a little recap around the NFL with what happened. Police are now being told by eyewitnesses that Aqib Talib started the fray, started the fight, started the tussle that eventually led to the shooting of Coach Hickman, the youth football coach that led to the arrest of Aqib Talib's younger brother. So now we'll see, what is the charge for that, legal experts? What is the charge for that, and what is that going to do to Aqib Talib's television career with Fox and Amazon Prime?
I assume there's some inciting a riot, although this probably isn't a riot, but there's something I'm sure that's there. Yeah, this changes a lot for Talib. If Talib was just there, even if he was coming let's say he was just coming to the defense of his brother, he was in the melee, but didn't start anything, didn't really do much. Then obviously what actually transpired. To me, I'd be like, all right, okay, he didn't really do anything. Like, it's not his fault. He shouldn't be blamed for somebody else's actions. If he started the fight, like you can't justify him being on TV.
Yeah, the criminal charges against him that could possibly come out, I mean, that's kind of up to interpretation.
Sure.
A civil matter, that's different.
Oh, yeah.
That's totally different.
Absolutely.
If it becomes a civil matter, then his name will be tied in.
All right, yesterday a pizza chain was trending, and they got trolled. They got crushed as Papa John's came out and said, to get people excited about pizza again.
Who's not excited about pizza? Hang on a second.
That was the first response.
Who's not excited about pizza? Literally, I could eat pizza. Okay, I've developed this. I've aged a little lactose issue, I think. So when I have pizza,
yeah, we smell you.
When I have pizza, I have my tummy doesn't like me the next day.
Yeah, I see what they're saying. No, get people excited again. There's a lot of glutinous, and this is good for digestion.
Yeah,
and health conscious. Yeah, I get it. There's some backlash on the pizza front.
To get people excited about pizza again, Papa John's is offering a new spin on the classic with Papa Bowls that are all toppings, no crust.
Papa Bowls.
Papa Bowls. No crust. The most overrated part of the pizza, obviously.
You've never had good pizza. You just haven't. You haven't. I saw that. I saw the pizza you had the other day.
I don't want you to ever talk to me about anything food related.
Hang on. I'm sorry, sir.
Period.
I'm Italian.
I told you. I don't care. You're the horrible food taste. I told you the place in New York to go to. You agree with me. So that should give me pizza credibility. John's a Bleecker. Portnoy.
Dave Portnoy told me about that place.
I told you it was good.
It was fantastic.
Okay, go ahead. Go finish your rant.
There is nothing better than leaving the crust and about an inch of crust and about an inch or half inch of sauce together, and then dipping it in the marinara. There's nothing better than that.
You just proved my whole point.
Why?
You just talked about loving breadsticks. I love breadsticks. But you're setting up all these conditions for the crust.
Oh, I'm just saying that adds to it.
You gotta leave it in.
Of course you do.
You gotta have marinara to dip it in. No,
you can't have crunchy crust. It's gotta be soft crust.
But I'm talking about plain crust.
But nobody does that.
People love the crust. What are you talking about? Nobody does it.
You always leave a little bit. You always leave a little bit of sauce.
99.9% of people love just the crust.
Yeah,
they love it.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's cardboard.
Hey, crust on pizza is better than crust on meat. Way better. Way better.
Hold on.
Hold on. Are you talking about the actual crust, like when you're grilling?
Whatever that stupid stuff is that you people always talk about. You get the crust.
I give you credit for that insult. That was a good insult.
I don't even know if I'm talking about it right in the right form.
You are.
Okay, good.
You are. Crust on your steak.
Create the sear.
The sear. Yeah, the sear. There, the sear.
So what they're trying to do is just make like these bowls like this. It looks awful.
Oh, so it's like a deep dish kind of thing.
It's like like a lean cuisine with, I'm sure, the bread underneath and just the toppings, and there's no crust around it.
Doesn't look horrible. I mean, really, it's like if you go to Chipotle or Freebirds or a place like that. I don't want a burrito. I want a burrito bowl. Take off the tortilla. I don't need that. I mean, it's just. I mean, it doesn't look bad. You're just eating the toppings. You're eating the salad part of your pizza.
Yeah.
I could see how that would be. I mean, I could see a mood for that.
Here's Twitter. No one ever lost excitement about pizza, and if they did, it wasn't solved by a deconstructed crustless pizza in a bowl. It was solved by going anywhere other than Papa John's. Here's some crap. Papa John's new slogan. That's a little shot at. Isn't this Shaq? Doesn't Shaquille have his hands on this?
Shaquille has his own line of office chairs, and that is not a joke.
Papa John said, we want you to get excited about pizza again, and then made a salad. I don't know. I'm kind of tired of pizza. Can I interest you in a hot plastic tray of discarded toppings? So the internet was not a fan of this whatsoever. A hot plastic tray of discarded toppings is the best description of John Shatner I've yet heard. John Shatner is the original Papa John. So there you go.
Williams' brother.
Yes, Williams' brother. Yes, definitely.
So there's the. This wasn't just a crust argument. Papa John's was getting killed. Last time I had Papa John's was the draft show, and it was excellent.
Oh, it's great.
It was good. I felt like it's gone through some roller coaster. Like I feel like Domino's stock. I haven't had Domino's in a while, but Domino's stock up.
Fantastic.
Way
up.
Yeah,
Papa John's, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Domino's brought in the former CEO of Chipotle, and then he came in and totally revitalized that thing. And now Papa John's, they've had to face a lot of backlash. One with their former owner saying he ate pizza every day for a month, and then looking drunk as a skunk at Louisville football games. But yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. And this idea, I'm not gonna bash it as much as everyone else.
Do you
I'm not gonna bash the idea. I mean, I could see it. There's definitely a mood for a pizza like that.
Yeah, especially because when I grew up, before I technically learned how to eat pizza, I was that kid.
Technically learned?
Yeah, because I was the kid with the fork. Scrape the toppings off, put it on my plate, and eat the toppings. Then I eat the pizza.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So seeing this, I'm like, it's not bad.
Do you like crust?
I do now, depending on what it is. Not like as RJ mentioned earlier, the burned pizza you took a photo of in Boston. God, that thing was horrible looking. But yeah, I mean, I like the crust sometimes. It just depends.
All right, so there it is. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan, part 2 of the Manti Te'o documentary. One of the craziest sports stories of all time. Did you watch it? And what do you think of it? Next.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy, boys and girls.
I mean, I couldn't do it without them. I couldn't do it without the support of my family and my girlfriend's family. And I'm so grateful for, all the love and the support that all the fans, both Michigan State and Notre Dame, and, fans around the world for, just supporting me and my family and my girlfriend's family. And I miss them. But I know that I'll see them again one day.
Manti Te'o with the documentary on Netflix 10 years later, The Ultimate Catfish. This is Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We'll take your John Daniels Ranger phone calls at 9 o'clock this morning. Patrick Walker on Cowboys Chargers practice at 9:20. He was out there in Cali, impressed with some of the Cowboys receivers, including Simi Fehoko and Dennis Houston. So a very busy Thursday edition here on 105.3 The Fan. But yesterday, both of us watched the Manti Te'o documentary. Fantastic linebacker at Notre Dame. Went on to an NFL career where he was drafted by the Chargers, currently a free agent, but he got catfished. He got catfished by a man who has now become a woman. A transgender female decided to reach out and connect with Manti on Facebook. And they basically had a social media relationship for 3 years. I think there's a lot of stunning things, but one of the most stunning things was how this guy was able to disguise his voice. Like, Manti gave Netflix voicemails, and the voicemails that this guy left as a female fooled the FBI. Dr. Phil eventually sat down with, is it Renaya?
Renaya, yeah.
Renaya, and was like, the FBI says this is like 1 in 10 million that's your voice left on Manti's phone. And Dr. Phil, brilliant move, especially on camera. Renaya was like, no, I have to be like in a character. I have to like be in the dark, and I have to like snap into this phase. And Renaya goes behind this background setting and does the voice. Just like that. Flips into the female voice that fooled the FBI and fooled Manti Te'o as well. It was crazy. My jaw was on the ground over that one. And he went and just took a random girl's photos on social media.
Diane O'Mara, which I had never heard her name before or seen her name before.
Yeah.
And I would have lost the bet that was her name. I never would have guessed it was Diane. That's not a name that is as common anymore among young girls or younger. But the way Deadspin found her, my biggest fascination was how some people started to figure this out on Twitter before, like, this was even a thought. Like, what? How? How do you know who it was? How did you know that it was Tuiasosopo that was doing this?
Renaya Tuiasosopo.
How did anybody know? He seemed to be completely covert with this. How did anyone find this out?
And then Deadspin is the ones who broke this open. By the way, their total motivation, I mean, these Deadspin guys, I mean, they fit a characterization of what you may be thinking of, writers behind the scenes. They only cared about embarrassing ESPN and the mainstream media. They didn't give a rat's what.
About how it made Manti look?
About Manti or anything else, the relationship, whether he was gay, not gay, any of it. They wanted to embarrass and humiliate ESPN, who, like the rest of the world, fell in love with this story of a star football player at Notre Dame who had his grandmother and his girlfriend die on the same day. And then all of a sudden, this wacko, which is what Renaya is, he transitioning to a she, totally out of his or her mind. I guess nowadays it's her mind, decided, you know what? I'm going to call him. I'm back from the dead. I'm going to call him. I'm going to sit there and say, no, I'm actually alive. So he's sitting up there on the Heisman Trophy ceremony, getting ready to play in the national championship game, dealing with all this stuff. And Deadspin just wanted to embarrass ESPN, and they did the investigating on this. And eventually, Manti found out what catfishing was.
Yeah.
I remember the story broke like the first day. I had no idea what catfishing was. I eventually went down a rabbit hole of watching that show.
Oh, yeah, Neve.
With Neve.
Neve, man.
But Manti had no idea and no concept of it either.
None. No concept whatsoever. I don't remember. Okay, I was because they mentioned that the original tip came from a guy named Chris who called Manti a fraud. This is a guy from Hawaii, I guess.
Yes.
I don't remember them in this saying they found out who that guy was. Did they? I don't remember that. Did they say it?
No.
Again, how did he know? How did he find out? Or she? Unless that was Renaya that sent that.
Manti Te'o is what? What was your biggest takeaway from him in this story? For me, you have to watch it in order to believe how he was fooled, right? Because he was the joke of the entire world. The Manti memes, I had forgotten about them. Having your hand up like this around just air. Like, oh yeah, we're going on a date. The SNL impersonation was hilarious. Hi, Manti, this is your girlfriend. I'm dead. You know, like it was he was a laughing stock. But in watching it, you can see how he was fooled because seemed to be a great-natured, innocent guy, pure intentions. He wasn't going to say no to helping anybody, but extremely, extremely naive. And you could even take it to the point of maybe saying dumb. I mean, to fall for this, never seeing your girlfriend in 3 years, never trying. You know, the sickest part, well, there's a lot of sick parts. One of the sickest parts, right? Manti, when he kind of was getting skeptical, said to Lene, who he thought was the girlfriend, send me a photo with this symbol in it and the date.
Yep.
And the picture of the girl he thought he was dating actually got sent back to him. Renaya, the fake, got this girl, Diane, to actually pose in the photo to prove that it was a current one and that she was alive. That made my jaw drop right there.
Yeah.
I was like, how did she get the photo? How did she impersonate the voice? How did he impersonate as a female? And how did he get that photo from the fake girl he was pretending to be?
He texted her, got the photo.
Crazy.
And then, I didn't know this was a thing back in 2012. I know it's a thing now. I didn't know it was a thing back then. And I didn't hear about this until recently. That they use, I didn't know that back in 2012 you could do reverse image Google searches.
Yeah.
Like that's how they found all these photos.
Deadspin, yeah.
And you know, the only one that was unique to that Facebook page was the photo of her making the hand sign with the date.
And
the only one.
Renaya went and created family members. I mean, it was intricate. It was detailed. Sick. But I'm kind of surprised how Twitter is reacting to this documentary on Netflix. I'm just going to go down the top responses on Twitter. We all owe Manti Te'o an apology. Things I learned from the doc. The media owes him an apology. We as a society owe him one. The NFL owes him one. Let's see. Ian Rappaport, I was left with nothing but ultimate respect for Manti Te'o. Incredible how he handled himself in this documentary. Dan Wetzel, Yahoo, nearly a decade later, he gets the last word in final triumph. I'm a little surprised over this universal praise for Manti.
I'm not. I think he's generally seen as a victim here, right?
Yeah,
but what do we owe him an apology for?
Because
for making fun of him.
Making fun of him and go through. Manti Te'o, to me, he's Steve Barton. He's Steve Bartman.
As much of a victim. Wow, you feel the same amount of sorrow for him as Bartman? I feel less for Manti, man. It's kind of stupid to.
That's the thing.
I don't give him a total 100% pass. Like, if you were dating someone, hell, I would talk to RJ about previous relationships of people he did date and say, what are you doing? If you were dating someone and you had never met him for 3 years, I would call you a dummy. I'd be like, Chop, you got to get her on FaceTime. You got to see her. Now, he's innocent, but he's gullible as hell.
Right, and that's why I'm linking it to Steve Bartman, the fan from Wrigley Field.
Cubs.
Yeah, I'm linking to that because Manti Te'o, take away all the stuff. Take away the gullibility factor. Take away the fact that he got fooled. Take away the fact that he was second in the Heisman to Johnny Manziel. Take all that away. Now just focus on the part that this guy's entire life then, now, and forever will be viewed as a joke because of what happened in that one moment. Same as Steve Bartman. That one incident in foul territory has made him a joke forever. Now the Cubs, of course, brought him back. They gave him a World Series ring and tried to embrace him, but it's just like the way Manti Te'o is being embraced right now with this Netflix documentary.
Look, it's there. I understand what you're saying. Like, there's a total. He's very naive. There's no doubt about that.
And you have no doubt after this that I don't believe for 1 second he was in on it at all.
I don't think
covering up the accusations, that may be an apology for covering up his sexuality, being in on the hoax, scripting, because it was so hard to believe that he wouldn't check this out or figure this out within 3 years. He was accused of these things.
Right now, he would not be the first or the last, big time athlete to hide his sexuality. That is very common,
right?
Or as common as it can be. So he would not have been the first, but no, I don't think that's what this was. I think he was just naive. I mean, he grew up in a very religious household and literally on an island.
Yeah.
And he was just very, very naive. And we had fan texters here. There was a fan texter from who is in a sense like Manti. He's from Hawaii and was a Mormon. The fan texter said we were very naive. Like, we had, nobody, anything bad in the world we were shielded from.
Yeah.
And I dated a Mormon in high school, and it was exactly like that. Shielded from literally everything. So I get it. I get how he could fall for that. Plus, nobody knew anything about catfishing then.
You're right.
Nobody had any idea
but
in 2009,
you still have
2010.
to meet your girlfriend in 3 years
You
or see
would
her.
think so. FaceTime wasn't a thing in 2009.
There was something they were trying to do where the signal, I can't get you. It's not coming through right. So I think they were trying to use a version or something similar to FaceTime.
Or it was Skype, maybe? Maybe
Skype.
it was Skype.
Skype would have been around, yeah.
So there it is. Let us know what y'all think about the Manti Te'o documentary. It's Sean and RJ with a very busy Thursday here on DFW Sports Station. The number one story, it's not the Cowboys. Public enemy number one, John Daniels, fired by the Rangers. How are you going to remember JD's legacy? And is anyone going to defend him that he got a bad deal? Hit us up with the calls, 877-881-1053. Next. But did you get
MyFitnessStore.com studios. It's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam. Twitch, YouTube, maybe in your car, Odyssey app. Doesn't matter. Thank you for turning at your mom's house. Turning it on, leaving it on. Sean and RJ, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, is 105.3 The Fan. And the breaking news that stunned everybody yesterday had many of you celebrating. John Daniels fired as Rangers general manager. Wow. Here is the owner, Ray Davis, explaining why he got rid of JD.
This morning I informed John Daniels that I decided his contract would not be renewed and at the end of the season. And once I'd made that decision, it seemed logical to me that we needed a transition during 23. I felt it was best to relieve him of his duties effective immediately, and this was a very difficult decision for me. Following the meeting, I met with Chris Young and informed him that he would be taking over all the baseball operations effective immediately. John's accomplished a great deal for the 17 years he's been general manager. He put together two of our best ever baseball teams, including 2 World Series appearances, and I personally don't feel like he got enough credit for doing that. The bottom line is we're not good, and we haven't been good for 6 years.
So there's Ray Davis explaining why it happened yesterday, but you had 6 weeks left in the season. The feeling within the building was that John Daniels was going to retire anyway. So why not just let the guy leave with a little bit more grace without you firing and terminating him, causing some embarrassment to his name versus just walking away on his own? Why now?
There's a reason for that. To some degree, it's the same reason that we gave for Chris Woodward. But even more so in the general manager slot. As we prepare for the offseason, for re-signing coaches and players and free agents and arbitration, all the things that a GM has to do during the offseason, I felt Chris needed a running start on the season, and that's why we did it now.
Not buying it. I don't believe any of that. Chris Young, and I'm going to believe Sandler and others, Chris Young was in control already. There wasn't some type of power struggle that would have taken place down the stretch. I don't think, as you said, this is like college football recruiting where you got to let it be known that Chris Young is in charge and not John Daniels, and that's going to influence a free agent in the offseason. Something happened. Either something happened in the past 48 hours or Ray Davis wants to win over a little bit of the fan base because he knows how despised and disliked JD was. Those are the only two things that I can figure out. I don't believe Chris Young is happy with the way it went down. It sounded like, and this surprised me yesterday, I was told that more people were upset at the stadium yesterday over the JD news than over the Chris Woodward news. That surprised me a little bit because everyone publicly would look at Woody as a more likable figure than JD. Now, if you spent any time with JD, it would quickly change your mind with how genuine and how candid and how nice he is. But I was surprised when I heard that more people were upset over the way this went down versus the Woody news. Your calls, by the way, on John Daniels' legacy and how much did you celebrate yesterday at 877-881-1053. Chris in Arlington will get to you in just a second.
People that I think there's a perception about the Ivy League folk that, you just don't like Ivy League people. Like they think they're smarter than you. They know it.
Yep.
But the reality is they also are. They are. John is incredibly bright. But I understand how the perception is that, Ivy League people are more difficult to like than just your general everyday guy or girl. But that wasn't John. John was like very, very likable.
And Nolan Ryan's shadow was a curse for him. He was never going to escape it. Maybe with the ring, maybe with a title. But even then, Nolan would be getting credit. This is a beloved figure that people are just never going to change their minds about. No matter what the reality was in terms of how those teams were built, John Daniels was going to be seen by most as someone who pushed Nolan Ryan out. JD was Jerry, and Nolan was Tom Landry. And that narrative is just never going to change in many people's minds. Chris, go ahead, Troy.
I was about to say, you're absolutely right. But to go back to you pointing out that people seemed upset at the ballpark, well, the reason why is people love nostalgia. You love nostalgia. So when John Daniels leaves, you're like, man, 2010, 2011 was great. And John Daniels was part of that. Man, I'm going to miss that guy. It doesn't matter what he's done recently. It doesn't matter that he's given this guy this massive contract. What's his name again? Marcus? You know what, RJ, don't say it. You've already screwed up once this morning. Don't forget all that. Forget about kicking Nolan Ryan out the door. It's nostalgia. You reflect back to those good old days the Rangers had over a decade ago, and then you go, yeah, I'm going to miss him.
What is JD's legacy as GM? 877-881-1053. Chris in Arlington, start us off. You're live on Sean and RJ.
Hey, gang. Thanks for taking my call. Thanks for taking my call first, because I know there's going to be a lot of negativity spoken about JD from the fan base, and I'm going to preface that by saying I kind of agree that in leadership and in sports, you need to change things sometimes. Yeah. So I'm glad he's gone in that way. But his lasting legacy to me, I was a GM of a restaurant over by the ballpark for years and years.
Yeah. Fox and Hound.
Go over there for some Vietnamese food. But so I used to GM that place, and JD, even in the time Thad Levine was there, was coming in every once in a while. He probably made it a rotation. And I would see him every once in a while. I was the only baseball fan there, so he wasn't bothered. But there was an accident at the beginning of 2020, a car accident, cost the lives of two of my employees and damaged another one almost irreversibly. And John, unsolicited, unmotivated by anyone, just what happened, donated a lot of money. It's larger than any.
Hey, Chris, you got to fix your phone. I got to hear the end of this story. Move 2 steps to the left or right. Do something to fix it, because I got to hear this.
Do a handstand.
Do you got me now?
Yes. Car accident.
Okay, yes. Okay, car accident. Lost 2 of my employees. One was damaged irreversibly, almost. She actually got better. But John Daniels, without any type of solicitation from any employees or anything like that, me talking to him about it, donated and got, I think, the Do It for Dirt Foundation to donate a large sum of money to the employee that survived, and didn't have to do that. And that's the legacy I'm going to remember about John Daniels, is that he loved this community and he loved this area, and he entrenched himself in it and made himself a positive influence around. And no matter the negativity of his last few years as a GM, that's what I'm going to remember about John Daniels.
Thank you for the call, Chris. Great story. Thank you for sharing it with us.
Yeah, it really is, and just underscores what that John was a really good dude, and cared. He honestly cared about the local community. One thing I think that's going to be lost, we completely understate how crippling the loss of Thad Levine and AJ Preller were. Not and look, and the John Daniels haters, y'all could sit down for this. Like, the idea that they were only good because of AJ and Thad. Like, who discovered AJ and Thad? Who gave them their platform? That's the job. The idea that the job of the CEO or the manager or the boss is to do all the work. That isn't the job. The job is to delegate the responsibility to the right people. Okay? Only control freaks do all the work. You delegate the responsibility to other people. So it makes a great manager, makes a great boss, makes a great CEO. John gets the credit for those guys and the work they did. That's just the reality. And losing, I'm sorry, 2 of the best GMs in Major League Baseball that you had on your staff, and you had 3 heads all coming together, is crippling for an organization. And this is what makes Nick Saban so amazing. You know, he loses coordinator after coordinator, and Belichick did the same thing. Didn't matter what coordinator he lost. Now, they didn't turn out to be great, great at their craft either, doing what else they were doing. They were great position coaches, though. And it's very difficult when you lose elite talent to be able to replace it.
Fletch in Grand Prairie. Fletch, you're live on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ.
What's up, guys? I don't mean to be meathead Mike over here, but the ownership's got to go. These bums need to get run out of town. I told Troy a couple minutes ago, if this were Boston, if this was New York, even Houston or L.A., we would have pitchforks and torches getting these bums out of town, man. Yeah. I'm telling you, I had season tickets last year for about 6 years, and we got hoodwinked into this new ballpark. Oh, we're going to get pitchers. Show me the pitchers, Bob. Where are the pitchers? Where are the pitchers? And then at the end of a 100-loss season, we get an email saying, hey, thank you for your contributions to our fat pockets, but we're jacking up the prices on parking and season tickets. After a 100-loss season, I should get a refund. We can't even beat the Oakland A's.
Yeah.
It's an embarrassment. We can't beat the Rough Riders, man. The bad news bears. These guys are bums. And hey, get your money. Like that, get your money. Everybody get your money. But golly, if I were and they throw $500 million at 2 players, I like Seager and Simeon, but that's their way of showing, oh, we're going to invest? No, that's a bunch of phony baloney. If I were them, I would have poached the entire front office at Tampa and Oakland.
Fletch, great call.
God,
wow.
I love a phony baloney line. That is some good stuff. Listen, what do we always say about Jerry Jones and Mark Cuban? Quit being out in front of the cameras all the time. Focus on the team. Yeah. You're getting too loud. It ain't about you. It's about us getting championships and hanging banners and having parades. And then here come these guys.
Yep.
And they never want to talk. And then Ray Davis gets out there yesterday. He might as well have been the owner of the Broncos.
Thank Roger Goodell, Commissioner Goodell.
Because I'm like, Goodell. I never see this guy. This guy, by the way.
He sounded half asleep.
Hey, just because I know someone at D Magazine.
Oh!
Ray Davis has turned down interview after interview after interview. He's a recluse.
These are the things that I've written down and been told about Rangers ownership. Cheap. Emotional, petty. Well, I'm writing down petty because I need to hear a good reason why you didn't let John Daniels just retire after 6 weeks. I need to hear why you couldn't have been classy in that way. Inconsistent. They're the ones I think to blame. The biggest fan criticism of JD is you should have just stuck with the rebuild. Instead, you tried to, You tried to win us over briefly with a little spending here and there. I think that's ownership who gave that mandate. Okay, we're not going to sit here and do this for 5 years. Go and pull off a trade. Let's be buyers at a deadline. Let's go spend the $500 million. And then chicken. You don't want to explain things. You only want to show your face, and you only want to talk when you want your new little stadium and your roof and your AC. That speaks to Fletch and his last phone call here on your home of the Rangers. John Daniels is out. Nicer phone calls than I was anticipating. Not like Twitter, not like the texts for the last decade when it came to arguably the most disliked sports figure in town. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. What happened between the Cowboys and the Chargers? Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com takes us inside the practice yesterday in Cali, next on The Fan. for their abbreviated show before Rangers baseball. 9:40. Corey Majors with his S-eating grin walking around the corner in his Ranger hat. That's coming up at 9:40 here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. But Patrick Walker was live tweeting Cowboys versus the Chargers yesterday in California. And Patrick joins us as he does every Tuesday and Thursday from DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. Good morning, Patrick. How was practice yesterday?
It was great. This was much more crisp for the Cowboys than what we saw against the Denver Broncos. The physicality was there, but it was very measured. The tone was set early with Ezekiel Elliott knocking the helmet off of Nazir Adderley, and that's the tone that Ezekiel Elliott says that he wants to set every time he takes the field, every time the Cowboys take the field. And it just kind of built from there. I mean, was it perfect? No, it wasn't. I mean, both teams made mistakes. Couple of interceptions by Dak Prescott, but otherwise Dak Prescott was very accurate. Saw Kevontae Turpin kind of steal the show with a couple of headline catches. Defense looked great for the Cowboys. Neville Gallimore putting guys on their backside. Jamarcus Lawrence swimming around guys. The Cowboys really did look great yesterday in that scrimmage.
How did Herbert look up close? Watching the arm strength, all the hype surrounding him, and then the Cowboys corners trying to match up with him.
Herbert is a specimen. Herbert is a specimen, and I mean that in the most grandiose sense of the word. This is a guy who's by no means small, first of all, but his arm strength is impressive. His decisiveness, even though he's still a very young quarterback, his decisiveness in getting that ball out and going through his reads, very impressive. I mean, he's going to be one of the leaders in the league as far as the quarterbacks that take this league into the next decade or so. Justin Herbert, he's a problem. He was able to get the throws that he needed to make, but at the same time, the Cowboys, they were kind of disruptive. I mean, Israel Okwamu, the Cowboys' young safety, he was able to get an interception in one-on-one drills. Anthony Brown was able to get a couple breakups. Marquise Bell, the undrafted free agent that you keep hearing about in Cowboys camp, he was able to get a couple of PBUs. So it was a good battle out there, especially in those one-on-ones. I mean, Justin Herbert, he was getting his at times, but the Cowboys defensive backs, they were getting their hands on some balls as well.
Does he practice differently than Dak? Does he go downfield more? Does he go downfield less? What are the differences?
He likes to go downfield a lot. He'll take the underneath if he sees the underneath, but Justin Herbert, he's a guy that likes to push the issue. He likes to be aggressive with the ball. I mean, if you look at his receivers, Mike Williams, for example, I mean, these are guys who can stretch the field. So Herbert and his receivers, they're not afraid of that deep ball whatsoever. They really like to get after it.
Patrick Walker, voice of the Star, joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline, reporting on the Cowboys and the Chargers practicing yesterday and today. Now, the big headlines I saw dominate from the Cowboys' perspective was the D-line, that the D-line was nasty. You talked about Neville Gallimore. Was Micah just as disruptive against the Chargers as he was Denver?
He absolutely was. Micah Parsons is just next level inhuman. From one-on-one drills, individual drills to team drills, the guy's just unstoppable. He only has two gears, stop and go, and the stop gear is broken. Okay. He just really mauls guys. His speed, his quickness, his intensity, whether he's, rushing standing up or he's rushing with his hand in the dirt or he's, kind of dropping back in lateral coverage or kind of going backwards. Even when he's going backwards in coverage, he's still going forward. It's wild to watch. But the Chargers didn't have any, better luck in slowing him down than the Broncos did, than the Seahawks will, than anyone will. I mean, he won't be seen against the Seahawks because no scrimmage, that's a game, so Seahawks won't see him. But, Tampa Bay Buccaneers going forward, I mean, it seems like every time Micah Parsons takes the field, like he said, he's hunting. He is quite literally hunting. And I love what he said yesterday after practice. Sometimes you don't get the first gazelle. Sometimes it's not the second gazelle you get. Sometimes it's the third one. So you just got to keep going. And that's his mindset. And you see it every single time, every single snap, every single rep, be it team drills, individual drills, or when he's just in the weight room lifting. I mean, this guy gets after it, and it's showing. I mean, he's the best player on this team.
Patrick, who else impressed you up front on that D line? I keep arguing with Bobby Bell. Man, I think you're overhyping him a little bit. I saw Quentin Bohanna get some shine as well. Is the Cowboys' defense making you think whether they're going to be the better unit heading into this year?
Oh, absolutely. I had this conversation here recently with someone who was wondering, kind of pondering if the Cowboys defense has taken the step to the point where now they're the unit that carries this team. And the question was asked to me if that was the case, and absolutely that's the case. The offense is still figuring out some things on the interior offensive line. As far as the edge of the offensive line, Kenteron Smith remained healthy. Wide receiver core, you know how that's going. You know, no Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup is out for now. James Washington is out. They got some things to figure out behind CeeDee Lamb. There are question marks on the offensive side, but if you flip to the defensive side, where are the weaknesses? What's the weak point? Because the weak point used to be the interior defensive line, but Neville Gallimore is out here moving guys like they're toddlers. Osa Odigizua is just powering through guys as well. Quentin Bohanna is carrying the same energy. Toss in redwood of a guy like John Ridgeway, and so forth and so on. DeMarcus Lawrence is still very much DeMarcus Lawrence. Sam Williams looks the part. Durant Armstrong, we know that he can get after the quarterback, drop back to the second level. Linebackers, Anthony Barr made his appearance in individual drills yesterday for the Cowboys. Ready to come off pup here any day now. Leighton Vander Esch and Jabril Cox is back now. And, of course, Micah Parsons we talked about. Secondary, cornerbacks, Jordan Lewis, hopefully he'll be back here soon with that hamstring injury. But Anthony Brown having a phenomenal camp. Trevon Diggs coming off of 11 interceptions, still having a great camp. And the list goes on and on. The safety unit used to be a huge weakness for the Cowboys, fellas. I think we all can agree on that. No longer is that the case. Malik Hooker. We talk about Israel Mukwamu. Donovan Wilson is healthy again. Jaron Kearse is back there. Marquise Bell. I mean, at every level, Dan Quinn has stacked this defense to the point where it's just an absolute terror, and now the offense has to catch up with them. It's this beautiful thing to watch.
Will the defense finish higher in the points allowed ranking or the offense in the points scored?
I think the defense is going to clamp down a little bit more. I think that this is a defense where, it's no secret that they have often operated by the principle of bend, don't break. But they were pretty effective in that. Like I said, takeaways will always help that as well. But I think they're going to get a little bit more aggressive with the pass rush, and that's going to take away some of those chunk plays by virtue of creating pressure on the quarterback, and that quarterback's going to have to make quicker decisions, and that can lead to more mistakes, potentially more takeaways. So I think the defense is going to lessen the points allowed that they give. You would like to believe that the Cowboys offense is going to take a step forward in points scored. But again, question marks, who's going to step up? Jalen Tolbert did get his confidence back in the scrimmage against the Chargers yesterday. That's something that's key to point out. Did not have the best outing in his preseason debut against the Denver Broncos. Had a much better game on yesterday. But then there's another young guy that had a great day yesterday in practice by the name of Dontario Drummond. He was very solid. We talked about Turpin stepping up in a big way. Semi Fehoko, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that name again, because guess what? Yesterday, again, he continues to build. So the Cowboys have the potential there. All they need to do is kind of put it together on offense. The defense is ready. The offense has to catch up.
Patrick, what are the injury updates with Jordan Lewis and a little CeeDee Lamb scare yesterday?
Yeah, a little bit of a scare on CeeDee Lamb. It turns out that he suffered a small cut on his foot, but it was just deep enough that it required a couple of stitches. So you're not going to see him out there in the second scrimmage against the Chargers. You weren't going to see him against the Chargers in the preseason game anyway, nor were you going to see him against the Seahawks. We'll see if CeeDee Lamb can get back onto the practice field on next week ahead of the Seahawks, just to kind of get some more camp work in before Cowboys kind of shut it down in Dallas and start prepping for September 11th against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But I'm told nothing major when it comes to CeeDee Lamb. They're just waiting, either for the stitches to be removed or to see when he can play through the stitches. Just small cut on his foot. Jordan Lewis tweaked the hamstring yesterday against the Chargers. I'm told that the Cowboys aren't completely concerned about that. He did have an MRI. He's still on pace to be able to play against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on September 11th, as long as there are no setbacks. So you're probably not going to see him on the field for the scrimmage against the Chargers today. Was not going to play anyway on this coming Saturday. Was not going to play against the Seahawks. So he's kind of in the same boat as CeeDee Lamb, with with the difference being that Lamb has a possibility of returning next week. They'll probably be more deliberate with Jordan Lewis, kind of like what they're doing with Jerron Kearse, who's still nursing some back tightness. If this were in season, Kearse would be playing, but this is not in season, so they're kind of being cautious, which makes sense. And they're going to take the same approach with both Lamb and Jordan Lewis.
Anyone else who really jumped out to you on the Chargers with all the offseason hype they have and the big names? Derwin James got his new money. We saw Keenan Allen with a pretty nice highlight. You got Eckler, you got Rashawn Slater, Khalil Mack. Anyone else that you found yourself just kind of watching on the Chargers?
I keyed in on Khalil Mack, and not simply because it's Khalil Mack, but also because it's Khalil Mack. But of course, but also because this is his first go for the Chargers, in this uniform. And, you always want to know if the guy still has it. And it's not that we it's not that we saw him losing anything or any steps in Chicago. I think the Bears made a huge mistake in moving him out of there, but I'm sure he would disagree only because he wanted to be out of there. So, there you go. But if you look at Khalil Mack, his scrimmage on yesterday, he looked every bit as much of Khalil Mack as he ever has. And that created some disruptions for the Cowboys, an offense that kind of set the tone, like I said, with Ezekiel Elliott, and they held that tone for quite a while for the majority of scrimmage, the Cowboys offense did. But then Khalil Mack, he kind of helped Joey Bosa kind of become more crisp in what they were doing because, again, they're learning each other, right? And it seems like once that chemistry kind of started getting going, then you saw the disruption. You saw them be able to get into the Cowboys' backfield a lot easier than they were able to do so earlier in the scrimmage. That pass rush for the Los Angeles Chargers is going to be a problem. Credit to Terrence Steele and obviously Tyron Smith as well. They were actually able to weather that storm very well yesterday. They didn't win every battle, but they won enough battles to make you wonder if, Terrence Steele actually is ready to be that definitive starting right tackle. I mean, he was not getting washed out of plays by guys like Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack. And keep in mind, Terrence Steele had kind of his coming out party last season against the Los Angeles Chargers when he held Joey Bosa at bay. Going into that game, everybody thought Joey Bosa was just going to, blow right past and blow right through Terrence Steele, and Bosa had 0 sacks. So it bodes well for the Cowboys offensive line that they were able to play as well as they did in yesterday's scrimmage against guys like Khalil Mack and Rashawn Slater and Joey Bosa. I mean, this is one of the more fearsome defensive lines and defensive secondaries in the NFL, and the Cowboys fared well.
Same schedule today, Patrick?
Exact same schedule, down to the letter. The scrimmage will start at around 11:15 Pacific time. We're going to leave the hotel at around 10:30. And then, again, everything today is just as it was yesterday. Excited to get out there and see if the Cowboys can mirror the energy, efficiency, and aggressiveness that they had on yesterday, because if so, then things are definitely looking up as far as ramping up for September 11th.
Thank you, brother. Great report. Enjoy today. We'll be following on Twitter.
Fun as always, guys. Talk to you soon.
There he is, Patrick Walker, at Voice of the Star. Every Tuesday and Thursday with Sean and RJ. The surprise guest hosts just walked in for the KMC Masterpiece. Let's crosstalk with the fellas with a little surprise next.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy Hughes. You're going to be surprised if you ever have the chance to go to Platinum Ford. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
All right, I just tweeted it at 1053SS. Can anybody guess, based upon what he brought in, who is the special guest co-host on the KMC Masterpiece? We have pressed roots juice. We have what looks to be Choppy, the coffee expert. What would you say that is? It's definitely an iced coffee.
It doesn't look like it looks a little too thin to be coffee. No.
Okay. We have.
Hand me that. I don't need. I don't want to see the sticker.
We have strawberry banana body armor. So we have 3 drinks.
All right.
And we have toothpaste and a toothbrush for the special. Which one does not?
See that hand that Choppy's holding that on, brother? I won't say your name yet.
He touches his junk with that.
That's
hand.
all he does is play with his privates and
That's
put
okay.
it. That hand goes on his privates and mouth.
See,
all day long.
Unlike you, Derek's still an athlete.
RJ! You blew the surprise!
He's not listening.
RJ.
He's just thinking about coffee.
I was looking at the coffee. I wasn't paying attention to the word you said.
Derek Holland, guest host on the KMC Masterpiece. What a surprise. Good morning, brother. How are you?
My thing's muted.
Good.
You're what?
Am I not muted? You can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mess with your.
Turn the volume up.
Yeah, turn the volume thing.
Yeah, never
we got
mind.
to teach him. He spent hundreds of dollars on the equipment here.
This is Sodacy.
Sorry.
Sodacy.
Yeah. How are you?
I'm fantastic, man. How are you guys?
All right, let's check out the headphones. Are those Rugrats headphones?
No, they're not Rugrats.
Oh my God!
What's on that side?
Mario
We
Brothers.
got Rick and Morty on one side, and we got Super Mario on the other.
Oh, sorry, I messed up Rick and Morty.
And I like the turf orange J's you're wearing today. Those are nice.
The Browns edition right here.
God.
Got his computer out and
iPad for my own streaming.
iPad
so
for
I can do my own Twitch because you guys have yours. I want mine.
Very nice. Corey, what's coming up?
We're going to talk with Derek Holland today as he's on the show with us today. My buddy's an idiot at 10:40 today, and I love this. This is great. Umpires, are they idiots? And I got 2 guys here that have had a lot of dealings with umpires in their time. And then we're finishing up early today, 12:30. We'll talk with Jared Sandler at 12:15 and turn it over to the Rangers.
You 3 on the golf course. How does it turn out? Bassick, Choppy, Holland. Let me let RJ answer it first. Have you played with Mike ever?
Maybe once.
Top
Maybe.
golf.
Must
I
have
don't
been
believe we
memorable.
played a round of golf together.
Yeah, I don't think we have either. Today we'll play 9.
All right, Chop. How does the scoreboard look at the end?
I have no idea.
Oh, you're soft.
I don't know. I don't know how Mike is. I have no idea how good
I
he is.
shot a 94 last week at TPC.
Okay.
Holland, how does it end up?
He should be a pushover.
So, no, see, that's where it's wrong. Mike and I had a bad day. It was actually fun golfing with him. He's very entertaining.
Today?
No. The last time
week.
we played last week.
Mike, I don't know your full schedule, just so you know. You
Every time, I will say this.
All right.
I will say,
hey, idiot.
75% of the time when the Rangers have a day game that I'm not working during the weekday, I'm going to play golf that day.
Okay. So you've only played once?
Once so far.
Okay, go ahead.
And then I played with Choppy before. Choppy was pretty good. He did very well.
Did he destroy you?
I wouldn't say he destroyed me. No, he did beat me. I will give him that. I think going into this, though, I'm going to beat both of them. I've been playing quite a bit now since this last time that me and Mike played. But I think that Mike is going to really piss off Choppy because of how he talks on the course, which is absolutely amazing.
Garbage, trash?
Yes, he talks trash, which is great. And it's good because I
don't root for the guy I'm playing against.
He will literally, before you even make the putt, he will tell you, like, don't mess this up.
Okay.
You know, he goes after everybody. It was funny the first time he did it, my buddy Rance and my brother were playing, Greg, and he literally was, like, talking crap, and then he sat down in the cart with me. He was like, is it okay if I do that? Because I don't want to make them mad. And I'm like, I think you're past that part already. But no, they don't get mad, and it's fun.
Bassick's in for a rude awakening, though. You can't shake me off my game.
Guaranteed he will.
You can't. You can't get me angry. You can't pull me off sides. You can't do that. You won't be able to.
Whoa!
I'm not. You can do that to a PGA Tour golfer. You can look into the eyes of any PGA Tour golfer and take their soul because they're not real athletes. I'm a real athlete. So you can't do that to me. I will look right back at you. I haven't touched a golf club since April.
Really?
No,
not since. Well,
there we go. The excuses. Aren't you going to Gaylord next week?
You've been watching so much football, right?
I watch so much football. I've gone to Top Golf a few times. I've maybe gone to the range a couple times. And I'll be out there and it'll be like
steaks.
I'm like Tony Gwynn.
Yeah,
I will roll out of bed I will roll out of bed and hit 310. That's not 310 yards. I don't really hit that far anymore. But it'll be interesting.
310? That's not good if your score is 310.
No, I have lost mobility though because I've gotten huge. I don't know if you guys can tell. So I don't know what my swing's gonna be like.
For Sarah, right?
You lost mobility, but you gained weight.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm putting on all kinds of pounds, baby.
Don't you think this is easy money to take from both of them, especially Derek?
Here's the thing with Derek. Derek hits like 420, dude.
420?
I don't hit that far.
Not that far. He mashes the golf ball.
So you wouldn't bet him?
I would not bet him in a long drive contest. But after that,
18.
You hit it 300 distance wise, and you hit it about 250 up in the air too.
Yeah, I do sky some balls.
Okay. I'm going to steal this question before you guys lead the show with it because I'm selfish for crosstalk. Your John Daniels reaction with the news that happened yesterday since you played under him.
Well, I know we're going to talk about it too, but I think the big thing, it definitely surprised me seeing that. I figured just like you had talked about earlier in the show today.
Oh, Tolo.
He was, yeah, that's right. He was let go a little too soon. Just like you said, he was going to retire probably at the end of the year. Why not wait? I get it. The frustration's there. They haven't won 6 seasons. Their expectations are high. The one thing I did like that you were bringing up is, the owners haven't really said too much.
Probably just say me.
I'm just going to say, yeah, because the show Chop was probably fondling with his grundle the whole time.
Oh, Lord. Can you say that?
Can I? Yeah, that's okay.
I mean, look, this is going to be
That's not a
interesting
bad word.
because I don't know that he can get through a show without the dump.
I promise you I will. I'll make a bet on that, too.
Look, Alec.
Yeah.
But with that, like, the owners didn't really speak up too much until now. Like somebody said, when they got the new stadium, they talked about that. They haven't really said too much when it comes to their success or their failure. And I think as a owner, if you guys are really passionate about wanting to win and everything, you guys should get out there and be a little more vocal. Going forward with the process of who you guys want to hire and stuff, I think that's going to come down to the players too, with Seager, Simeon. Those guys should have an opinion on it since they've invested so much into them. I think that's something that they did when Michael Young, Kinsler, those guys were here. When that process was coming through, they got to have a say. I feel like that should be something that the players should have a say in. If you're going to bring somebody new in, get somebody that the guys want.
Did you guys get caught up in the whole JD versus Nolan narrative?
Yeah, we heard about it, and nobody was really, I'm Nolan or I'm Team JD. It was more of a, I wish we could have kept them both because they both played an important part of the dynasty that we had here at that time. We were making the playoffs every year I was here except for 2009.
I wouldn't say dynasty. That's
for us, it was making the playoffs every year. That's something that the fans want.
Yeah.
Now, granted, yes, we want to win the whole thing, and we should have in one of those years, but that's part of it. But I think, for JD, I think he did a good job. We shouldn't bash him too much. I get it. People are upset with the way things have gone the past 6 years, but also remember what he did before that.
I am really interested. Maybe we can do that in our segment. Is like, what did Nolan do? Because a lot of people are like, "Oh, he didn't do it. He was just a figurehead."
Well, he changed a lot of the conditioning program. He got a lot of the, I guess you could say the cardio side of it towards our condition or our strength and conditioning. I guess he mentioned a lot of how old school baseball was with changing. We want guys to go the distance, and if you notice, a lot of guys, which that's I'm going to talk about this with our segments too, is we need guys that are going 7 innings. This quality start of 5 innings is crap.
Mm-hmm.
You're not doing too much. You're burning the bullpens. I watched the Rangers game last night for the most part. They're burning the bullpen after 5 innings. You can't have that. If you guys want to be successful, you need starters to be starters. They need to go longer than 5 innings. That's the big thing, and I think that's what Nolan's pride was getting pitchers to be able to go the distance. And as a starter, when I played here too, the whole goal and objective of every one of those guys that was in that rotation was, we're going 9 innings. Our goal is to be the starter and the closer. Does it work out that way? No, not always. But the mindset is, I'm going to start this game and I'm going to close this game.
That's the thing that analytics can't get right, is they don't want starting pitchers. It's impossible. Even today, where analytics are gaining more and more ground, the analytic people actually want 3-inning starters. Well, it's impossible because when you go through a 5-man rotation, and we watch this in baseball today, this is why so many position players are pitching in baseball today, is starter 1 goes 5 innings, starter 2 goes 3 innings, starter 3 goes 4 innings, starter 4 goes 4 innings, starter 5, now you have to go 6 innings. You literally have to go, and then when that dude goes 4 innings, you're effed for a whole week. You've screwed over your bullpen, and that's more innings than the analytic people actually want their starters to go.
That's why I think, too, when we talk about this is going to be a perfect segment. Are analytics that important to the game of baseball? Are we missing the old school baseball of teaching pitching?
Chop, you may need to stick around for this. Chop, if you want to,
I don't do overtime. You know that.
Chop, if you want to get in their heads today, just come up with some.
I've got
analytic terms.
I'm gonna bring all the stroke gain, putting stats to Bassett today.
No,
all that stuff.
No, F-whip or
FIP.
FIP.
You can throw this out
while they're putting.
You saw
but
Derek's
real quick,
face.
you need position players pitching is a great thing. It's better for the arms, because when you're up 7 in the 8th inning, 9th, or let's just say it's a blowout. Let's just not use 7.
Okay.
There's no point in burning somebody. Now, I get it.
No.
From a bullpen guy standpoint, there's a confidence that you could gain from getting 3 outs. If you're struggling.
You're trying to get that confidence booster to those guys. So yeah. I don't like where you're going.
I know. But like from a managerial long-term perspective, like, let's save the bullet for another day.
Correct. Okay, let's say you're the guy that's struggling. You see a position player go in when it could be you that could be working yourself back out. How do you feel?
I get it, but it's about you're trying to win 162 here.
I know you are, but I got to get you to help me get to 162. I need you down the road.
You shouldn't be so mentally weak that you can't get up for the game.
Corey, I'm jealous of you today.
It's gonna be a fun day.
Not gonna have to say a whole lot with the baseball knowledge, maybe a little college football as well, and Cleveland Brown talk. Derek Holland, the special co-host, surprising us all in studio. It's the KMC Masterpiece, next on The Fan.
Blasting out From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Myself, Corey Majors. You got Mike Bassick, former pitcher for the Texas Rangers, the Nationals, the Mets, and the Indians, which are now the Guardians.
Yeah.
And then joining us today, special surprise guest host, Derek Holland.
Let's name all the teams for Derek now.
Derek, can you name all the teams?
No, don't name. Let's see.
I want to see if
All right,
you can
Texas
do it.
Rangers.
You got that one right.
He was in the Blue Jays system. Did you pitch for the Blue Jays? Or nope, you were in the system. Boston Red Sox system. Did you get there?
That's
Detroit
this year.
Tigers.
Yep, you got that one.
Oh, man.
One that I thought he was playing for when I went to Chicago last year, and then I forgot he wasn't with them anymore. The Pittsburgh Pirates.
Pittsburgh Pirates. Did you play on the West Coast, too?
San Francisco.
San Francisco, that's right.
Wait,
Chicago
how do you
White
tell
Sox.
him to guess and then you name all of them?
I'm trying to help him out. He's out of teams.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I've run out of teams.
Did we
there.
name them all? I think that's it. White Sox, Giants.
White Sox, you forgot.
White Sox, Giants.
Cubs.
Cubs, Pirates, Rangers. Is there another one we're missing?
Did you say Tigers again? Just to make sure.
Tigers.
Because you recounted, so I didn't know.
All right. Do you six
That's good.
teams? Six
All right,
Major League teams?
All right, we're all right. Anyway, he
You're
was
like
a
the
pitcher
Josh
too,
Johnson
and
baseball.
very beloved here in the DFW area as well. Always helps us out with Peace-a-thon. We always appreciate that as well too. I guess we kind of talked a little bit about JD. What was your experience though with him whenever you were a Ranger, and any other times that you reached back out to them a couple different times and wanted to come back to Texas? What was always your experience of what JD did here, and is it deserved the way people are kind of dancing on him getting fired?
I don't think it's deserved. You know, it sucks is everybody kind of remembers him now of what's happened as of late. But the people got to understand too, he did a lot. He was also my first general manager. He's the one who brought me up. I've had a good relationship with him. The conversations we've had on the phone, even when I got called up, you know, we had a good experience there. That's, you know, it was a memorable moment. You know, I thought it was a joke when he called me up. I don't know if we've talked about that before, but that was the one thing. I think he did a lot of great things for this organization too. You know, he went out and got guys for us when that time came during the playoff runs. You know, he made the point to show that he cared about this team and he wanted to win, and he did. He tried everything he could to get us a ring, and unfortunately, you know, things didn't go our way twice with those opportunities, but we were still there. He still put us out there and put us in the best position to win, and unfortunately it didn't go that way. It does suck the way that things have been handled for him, and you know, as Sean was saying earlier, you know, we talked about this too, is it would have been nice to see him go until the end of the season and then let him go, since he was, according to what they were saying, is it was possibly going to retire or leave to begin with. But the way it was kind of handled, I guess that's just, you know, as Wash would say, that's the way baseball go. But it does suck for him. You know, you don't want to have him be remembered as something that, you know, of what happened now as of late.
Did y'all, when y'all were in those World Series, when y'all were in the playoffs doing that thing, did y'all like recognize the moves he'd made? Like the Cliff Lee move, I think is just, it's such a spectacular thing. And I was asking Mike about this. What was it like when he was getting ready to pitch against the Yankees that day, and he lets three batters on base?
Game 3.
Yeah, Game 3. Was he in a focus? Was he walking around crotch first, everything? Like, I got this, guys. Like, what was that day like?
I mean, for Cliff, right?
Yeah,
okay.
for Cliff.
I was going to say, JD didn't walk around the club. I was like, I got this. Don't worry. It was, you know, knowing that we had Cliff, we knew what kind of a pitcher he was.
Mm-hmm.
He was a big game guy. He's somebody that you've always wanted to have. You always hated facing him because you knew he was going to do his job. But he came in and he did what he was expected to do. He put us on his back and carried us. I mean, you think about the whole playoff run. Look at, first of all, before we even get to New York, look at what he did in Tampa.
Yeah.
You know, he won us some very important games there. Obviously, the offense helped out and everything too, but it was just huge. Like, again, you got to give the credit to JD for going out and getting Cliff, and getting those guys to help us. You know, in 10, he got us Vladimir Guerrero. You know, we got multiple guys to come and help us to be successful, to win and get us to the World Series. That's what stands out. And you know, back to what you said about Cliff, you knew going in, Cliff was the guy. This was going to be the guy to carry us. And what was great about Cliff is it motivated the rest of that rotation too, to be out there and be a part of this. You know, we see Cliff being successful. Now we want to do it. We were feeding off of him. That was huge.
I think, Corey, you need to understand, and the listeners need to understand, being former Major League Baseball players here, Derek, is general managers aren't in the clubhouse a lot.
Well,
so
He came in though. He would come into the club. That's the one thing that kind of stands out. That again, like you said,
more
people
than
don't get
more
to
than
see
kind of the other 5 guys you were with.
Ever out of all the other organizations I've been with, he was probably the one that came in the most to the clubhouse. He would interact with the guys. Now, granted, I don't know how it was these past 6 years, but I can say that when I was there, I got to see him quite a bit. I would see him whether it was in the kitchen, it was in the locker room, it was down the halls. I got to see him, so it's not like he wasn't accessible or approachable or anything like that. He was there, and he cared about his guys. He would talk to everybody, see how everybody's doing. He cared about the team, so it's not like he was just walking by and would, as we like to call it, big league you and not say anything. He actually interacted with everybody.
I think around here, your most famous moment is Wash, the World Series. Like that's everybody remembers. We were watching it live. We saw you, get the little slap across the face.
Oh yeah.
We asked Wash, I think 2 years ago what he said. He was like, "Well, I can't say all the words." We've asked
Correct.
you, and you were like, "Well, I can't say all the words." But the manager search now, Mike and I've kind of gone through a number of different guys that we're like anticipating could be on this list for Chris Young, as Chris Young is now moving forward for this team. They're a relatively young team in a lot of different ways, but they also have some senior leadership there as well. Who's a good manager? You've been around, you've seen a lot of different guys. Who's a good manager that fits this team?
Well, the big thing that stands out, I know you guys have talked about this, was having Wash, get in and come back, but I don't see that happening. I love Wash. I hope he does. I mean, that would be fantastic if he gets the opportunity to come back, but I'm curious. I think you talked about this yesterday, Mike, are we going to become an analytical team? Is this the way that Chris wants to go? Is he wants to go get this stuff like the Dodgers, the Rays, and all that? If that's the case, then I don't know how it's going to be. And to me, after being around the game of baseball, the analytics side becomes the puppet show where all the stuff is coming from up above, and the general or the manager doesn't have as much control as people think he does, setting the lineups and everything like that.
You've been in the game from 2009 to 2021 at the major league level and this year at the AAA level. Give me an idea on what the manager, I know you just had Wash and you had Banny here. How different is the role of the manager from 2009 to 2000, let's say 14, 15 in the major leagues versus what the manager's role is now, because more and more teams are using more paperwork. According to when I talk to coaches now, it's more paperwork coaching than it is actual that, hey, I want to work with you on your mechanics. I want to work with you on your ground ball technique. I want to work with you on your path to the ball type of situation from a batting coach.
Well, so the hitting side of it's going to be a little bit harder for me to sit and kind of say, because I don't, I didn't really get to do too much. But I can say that like you talked about too, there's a lot of paperwork that goes into it. The analytics side is huge into the game of baseball. And it's kind of, the thing is, like, I'm going to go more for the pitching side of it. Is what sucks about it is it gets taken away. We're not teaching kids how to pitch anymore. And that's why I was very excited to talk with you about this, because, you being a former pitcher, exactly what I'm talking about is when you throw your bullpens, you would work on location, in, out, up, down, changing speeds, everything. They don't do that as much now. With the two organizations I was with, I literally was watching guys throw bullpens, and I've seen this with other organizations. It's not like this just happened recently. This has been going on for a little bit. Is guys will throw a pitch, and then they look and see what their spin rate is. Who cares what your spin rate is?
What?
Yeah, that's where we're at now. It's not. This is why I like the analytics, but at the same time, we're not improving our pitching. We're not learning how to pitch. We're learning how to just spin and throw. Yeah. And I remember I got yelled at by Danny Clark, one of my old pitching coaches in Iowa, when I was down in the minor leagues. I went out and threw a bullpen, and he came up to me. He was like, "What are you doing?" I said, I'm throwing. He walked away. Now, old school baseball, those guys don't like that. They don't put up with that. Left me and everything. I stayed out there. I threw my bullpen, whatever, and came back in. And he called me into his office, and he was like, "Hey, when we go out there to work, and we work on pitching. We don't go out there just to throw." And that's what we're kind of seeing now is guys are getting called up now because they have good spin rather than the success or the way that they've been locating the ball. That's what's getting missed in pitching side. And I think if we're going to continue to go forward, we got to start. We can combine the two. Let's put it that way. Use the analytics, get the spin rate, but let's also focus on location. For instance, the Rapsodo is one of the things that I throw with up at TMI and also in APEC in Fort Worth. Literally, I use that so I can see my location. It gives you the strike zone. You throw, and it tells you exactly where the pitch is as if the strike zone was right there. That's how I improved my game.
Right.
Now, granted, yeah, I definitely catch a lot of barrels, but you can't also be afraid to pitch to contact. So sometimes you watch some of these games, they don't pitch to contact.
I'll give an example. The other day, Taylor Hearn gives up a home run to Elvis Andrus. And a lot of people told me, well, that was a good pitch. It was letter high. I mean, Elvis usually doesn't get to letter high fastballs and hit them out of the ballpark. But let's go over your sequence of pitching. Somehow, Elvis got to that. It's not a good pitch if it's hit 375 feet out of the ballpark. It could be, well, I executed what I wanted to execute. Okay, well, let's go over the sequence of pitching. How did he get to that pitch, get to it so well, and hit it out of the ballpark? Because there's something that went wrong. Elvis figured out that you were going up there, and he got the barrel to the ball, and he hit it out of the ballpark. So there is somewhere in this is a breakdown of how we set up that pitch, or that pitch doesn't have enough movement to fool guys in the major leagues. The hitters, I mean, this is as basic as it gets, which I think that a lot of times computers can't figure out, is how did that human being with the human being's brain, how did he figure out that you were going to do that? Mm-hmm. Because the computer won't be able to figure that out for you. We have humans throwing the ball and we have humans hitting the ball with their own human brain that's not a computer. And so we need to figure out your sequence there that allowed Elvis Andrus to get to that pitch and hit it out of the ballpark.
I know, Mike, it's like it's not the same, but one of my favorite movies is For Love of the Game. And
great movie.
Kevin Costner's on the mound, and he's talking to himself about, I'm about to pitch this, I'm about to throw this pitch, so I'm going to have to throw this other pitch instead because this guy knows him so well. Like, they're good friends. He's like, he knows I'm about to throw it. It's going to hurt a little bit. I have to throw this pitch in order, because he knows that guy's thinking, man. Now Beltre, I don't know if Beltre was one of those guys that kind of thought that way, or if he was just like, I'm just going to hit baseball. But there are lots of very intelligent batters out there.
There's 100%, and that's where the analytics side plays into this too. Is you got your scouting report. If I'm facing, for instance, Beltre, we know that Beltre can hit a ball. If you throw, I'll put it this way: if you throw high, it has to be helmet high. He can hit balls that are letter high. We've seen that. We've seen it in real life. So you have your scouting report going in, and that's where the analytics side is good. You have your sequence, just like he was just talking about with Elvis. You know what pitches he can hit. You go with your strengths versus his weakness. You put them both together. You kind of figure how you want to approach the guy, and you also got to look at how you faced him previously too. So all these things have to play a factor, and it gets lost with all that because of analytics, where you either have to do it this way or that's it. That's how a lot of things get taken over.
Got about a minute and a half here before we break. I did want to. Chris Young, what's your experience with him? What do you know about him, and what's he going to do for this club now?
I've talked to him quite a bit, obviously playing against him. Great guy. I think he's perfect fit for what the Rangers have got going on right now. I just don't know, like listening to you guys in the shows before and throughout the day, I don't know which way he's going when it comes to going forward with the GM. What's he want? Does he want to go pure analytics, or does he want to kind of get old school baseball? What's he want to do?
And I think to me, and I don't want to sound like my buddy Jeff Fry, right? I love Jeff, but Jeff is pretty much like anti-analytics. I'm not anti-analytics. I think that they have a very big place in the game, but they can't override humans.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, now maybe we can figure out how to get MLB The Show to actually get 40,000 people there, and we can just put MLB The Show, because that's computer baseball. But it's not going to be computer baseball. It's going to be humans facing humans. And so analytics have a place in it. And I know analytics is pretty much based off percentages. We're gambling on the percentage that 60% of the time this is going to happen. So we're going to just do this 100% of the time, protecting that 60% of the time. But unfortunately, humans can make adjustments that the then computer goes, oh, damn. I don't know how to do that because I'm going to play against you a different way. And so I would say this, they have a place. Analytics have a place. But it's interesting to me is that Buck Showalter, who I know is an analytic guy, very smart guy, this old guy who's been around the game for 50 years is all of a sudden taking this New York Mets team who struggled and struggled and struggled. I know they have a lot of talent and they've spent a lot of money, but now he's also put the human into the analytics, and they are one of the better teams in baseball.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, we got Derek Holland sticking around with us. We will talk with Mickey Spagnola live from California. Next on The Fan. Listen.
Is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices, think again. Those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. That's Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. Truckwreck.com.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and we do have Derek Holland joining us on the show today. Get your questions in. You can do it on the Twitch at twitch.tv/DallasFanCam, or you can hit him up on the fan text. He is also checking that out as well. Mike is also reading every fan text as usual.
I never will.
Okay, all right, there you go.
There's people on there that I literally hate. I don't even know who they are.
Mike, don't say that. It's time to talk with Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, how you doing today, man?
I'm fine. How's it going?
I'm doing very well. I am very interested in how things went yesterday and how the defense looked effectively. What was that like?
Yeah, I thought the Cowboys did a better job in this practice against the Chargers than they did against the Broncos. I think they came in with a little more intensity, a little bit more emotion than they did against the Broncos. So they were sort of ready for, how teams would practice in front of their own fans. So I thought that was a step up. I unfortunately watched mostly the offense. Defense was on the other field. I tried to stand kind of in between both fields and alternate watching snaps, and that's pretty difficult. But the defense, from what I saw, I thought had a really good day against the Chargers offense. They were making plays, stopping the run, and that's something we saw against the Broncos in that preseason game. As for the Cowboys offense, it was somewhat hit and miss. They had some really nice plays. They had a couple of interceptions, balls bouncing off guys' hands for picks. But I thought two of the things that I thought were significant with the offense is, number one, that was the best day of practice Cavante Turpin has had, I think, since training camp began. I think we all know he's a returner, but I thought given the opportunities in this practice, he showed he's a capable receiver, had a couple really nice catches, one across the middle, the ball was thrown behind him, and it was a pretty acrobatic catch to reach back and grab the ball. He won on a deep ball in double coverage, he's pretty funny. You talk to a guy, which, by the way, I can look him eye to eye, okay? And I asked him a question. I go, how does a guy my size in the NFL excel? And he said, speed kills. So it was a good day for him. And I thought Zeke, if you remember back to the Broncos practice when he got punked from the side by Bradley Chubb, this time he was getting ready to get hit by Adderley, and he lowered his shoulder and knocked the daylights out of him and knocked his helmet off, too, running right past him. So I thought all in all it was a good day, no skirmishes. We'll see what happens the second day.
Mickey, one of my favorite quarterbacks to watch last year was Justin Herbert. When you watch Justin Herbert in kind of a scrimmage setting, does he remind you of any quarterback you've seen before? Does he look like a guy that can be an MVP type of candidate this year? And maybe give the positive that when you watch Dak, something that you say, well, Dak does this better than Herbert, even though maybe Herbert's considered a more overall talented quarterback.
Yeah, I think when you watch him throw the ball, his technique, his form is so pure. We were watching him throw the ball when he was warming up, and his follow-through, a lot of quarterbacks throw the ball and the follow-through comes across their body. His follows through right where he's throwing the ball. And on TV, it's kind of hard to judge how tall he is. I mean, the guy's like 6'5". He's big out there. I think he's awfully good, and I think you're right. I think he is capable of being that type of quarterback, and it was good work for the Cowboys defense, which I thought stood up to him and stood up to their running game too. We've seen this from the defense all training camp long. Even the kind of, with the exception of a couple long passes against the seconds and third in that preseason game, they did a nice job against the run, and they continued to do a nice job, I thought, in this practice. Although you're not tackling, you're kind of thumping up. But from what I saw, it was a pretty good performance by the Cowboy defense.
I think it was I saw Clarence Hill say something about what Bosa's doing to Terrence Steele is unfair, and I didn't know because I didn't get to see it. I didn't know if you kind of got to observe that a little bit and how Terrence Steele looked with that guy against him.
Yeah, and I thought he held his own at times, and at times, Bosa got around him, but I don't think it was like a total knockout.
Okay.
I saw several plays where he stood him up and did a nice job. I think, and even on the other side with Khalil Mack, he had to deal with Tyron Smith, and that's a little bit different than having to deal with Josh Ball, right? And Tyron looked awfully good against Mack, and even Ball had some good pass blocks against Mack. So yeah, I thought they did right. There was a little bit of pressure on Dak, and this offensive line is still a work in progress, and they need to get going. They keep switching who's with the first team at left guard, and so we'll see how that one turns out. I got a feeling at some point, maybe next week, they got to basically commit to who's that left guard and let that guy get the snaps instead of continuing with Tyler Smith and Connor McGovern rotating snaps on that side. But I thought Steele did okay. And again, these things are hard to judge when you're not running the ball and tackling, right?
Right.
And they kind of know what's coming a lot of times when it's a pass play. It's almost like, okay, now we're practicing the run, now we're practicing the pass. So let's see what happens in the preseason game. But unfortunately, they're not going to play, right? It's going to be the backups, and I think both teams are working on doing the exact same thing, seconds and thirds in the preseason game, but continuing with first and seconds in this practice coming up.
And I saw CD in sweats. He didn't practice, right?
He did not. He suffered a cut on his foot, his toes, I believe it was, and I think he needed stitches. It's from what I understand, it's like a warning sign. Don't be walking around with your flip-flops on, right?
Did he step on a pop-top?
Wear a pair of shoes, right? Yeah. And so, that was unfortunate. So I would imagine, and, he wasn't going to play Saturday anyway. So the next time after today, the next time they practice, I think as in those night practices on the Star next week, I think it's Tuesday, Wednesday, if I remember correctly. And that would be, he might be ready for that. So, so it's sobering when you see CD not out there with the offense and what they have, and then Gallup's out and Washington out. That's like what you projected as your top three receivers, and none of them out there on the field. But it made opportunities for other guys, and like I said, Turpin certainly took advantage of his opportunity.
So I know this is maybe more of a tomorrow question, Mickey, leading into preseason game number 2, but give me one thing that after this practice is over, you're like, I want to see this on Saturday on the defense. I want to see this on Saturday, if it's Saturday, right, on the offense. It's Saturday,
It
right?
is Saturday, yes.
Yeah, defensively, I want to see these second-line cornerbacks play better than they did against the Broncos. No secret, they gave up some big plays. I think they had like 77 catches for almost 160 yards. It was half their offense on 7 plays. So I think those guys have got to be better. Kelvin Joseph, time to step up. And Nashawn Wright, time to step up. But the thing about those guys is, they hardly got any snaps last year. in game situations. So the most they ever played was in that last game against Philadelphia. I think if I remember correctly, the defense ended up playing 70 some snaps in that game. And so that was, for both of those guys, that was almost half the snaps that they had all season long. So that preseason game really was the first time they had played that much in a somewhat real game, right? So I want to see what that did for them, getting those snaps and coming back the second preseason game. As for the offense, and I don't know if we're going to get to see this, Will Grier got to get into some of the individual drills, the 7-on-7 drills. He's been nursing that strained groin muscle. We'll see today if he gets any more snaps, maybe in team. I just love to see him get in the game and see what he can do. I thought Cooper Rush, by the way, might have had one of his best days of camp yesterday against the Chargers. But there was a competition brewing there, and you can't have competition if you're not on the field. So if he's healthy, it'd be interesting to see how they use him, how much they use him, and if he rises to the occasion. We forget this guy was a third-round draft choice, and I know the Panthers gave up on him. And when he got to the Cowboys, basically training camp was over. So he really never had an opportunity to integrate himself in the offense. But he missed a great opportunity last week because he would have played a lot. I'd like to see if he can get out there and exactly what he can do in a preseason game.
And Mickey, Jordan Lewis limped off with a hamstring. What are we doing there?
He strained his hamstring, so I'm sure he's done for this week and maybe even next week, because the third preseason game's on a Friday night, so it's kind of a short week. I would imagine their projection for him is just get him ready for the start of the season. Normally when you limp off with a hammy like that, it's at least a week or two. And that's unfortunate because they had remained and I'm sure no one wants to hear on the team hear me say this, relatively healthy on defense. So, that was, but they can move things around. I saw initially they used rookie Deron Bland.
I like it.
Out there, and like him, he's really had a nice camp. And then the other thing they can do, they can move Anthony Brown into the slot and put Kelvin Joseph on the other side. But Kelvin Joseph needs to pick up his game. He gets too handsy, and they're going to call that all the time. And the good thing is they had two sets of officiating crews out here doing the game, practice, one on each field. And I think that really helps out, which, by the way, we got to see former Cowboys defensive back Nate Jones. He's now in his third year as a full-time field judge on one of the crews. It's pretty good to see a former player end up as an official.
Man, Mickey, that's one of my favorite stories is that I was supposed to write a story on Jock Reeves, and I walked up and I accidentally called him Nate because they were drafted at the same time, and Jock wouldn't answer any of my questions.
They were kind of the same, though, weren't they? You kind of get those guys confused.
Yeah.
I think one of Nate's biggest moments as a player for the Cowboys, he's the one on a blitz against, it would have been Minnesota that time. It was against Green Bay. He knocked Brett Favre out of the game. And Aaron Rodgers had to come in for his first extended appearance in the NFL, and he did a heck of a job the second half, although the Cowboys won the game. But I always remember Nate Jones on a blitz knocking Brett Favre out of the game.
Mickey, really appreciate your time. We will catch up with you tomorrow, man.
Okay, sounds good. See you guys.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnuolo. Did you have a question did you want to ask him something?
Well, I mean, the big thing is
he's gone already.
Yeah, he's gone, but it was just going to be, I saw, we're talking about penalties and having troubles with the guy with his hands grabbing, holding. I've seen teams using boxing gloves.
Let's get some boxing gloves on these guys.
It keeps
no
them
more
from
holding.
It keeps them from holding, so why not try it? I mean, I don't know enough. But my thing is I want to know if the Cowboys hype is real. We hear the same thing every single year. I'm not a diehard Cowboys fan, but I'm just curious. We always
It's
hear the
real,
same
Derek.
guy.
Michael Irvin said we're going 17-0. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
All we have to do is clean up the penalties, and we're the 72 Dolphins.
Coming up next on the KNC.
Yeah, Derek.
My buddy's an idiot. Next on the Fan.
Oh, that's perfect.
Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford, and Derek Holland joining us today as well. And let's see if Alec can produce as it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Hit the music, Alec. You did it. That's awesome.
My buddy's an idiot. He thought this was baseball nuggets.
Well, I moved baseball nuggets, Mike. I moved it to
I was
noon.
ready to tease it and everything. I mean, 50% of the time I have a tease ready.
That's true. We have it at noon today, so get ready for that one. My buddy's an idiot. If your friend has a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, go ahead and text it in 877-881-1053, or you can hit it up on the twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. And Mike is all over the Twitch, making sure he gets those My Buddy's an Idiot references rolling right now. And I wanted to start off with this. Are the Bills idiots? They've done a very good job of building that football team. They are starting Josh Allen this weekend, and I wouldn't put that guy on the field. I'm sorry. I'm just going to be like, you know what? You got an MVP season in front of you. Not putting you on the field.
It's a great question. I just wonder this. If you ask Josh Allen, hey, Josh, do you want to play it all in the preseason? And he says, yeah, I want to play in one game in the preseason. Not the whole game, but hey, I want to get a series. I want to go out there and run 5 to 10 plays in a what you'd consider a real game. I know preseason isn't real, but if he's like, I need this to get ready for the season, then I'd say, okay, you got it, brother. But if he's like, it's up to you. To your point, Corey, if he said, it's up to you, coach, if you want to play me, play me. If you don't. I'd be like, well, then we're not playing you.
Derek?
I think from his perspective, you want to get at least one series in. I think that's the thing is you guys were talking about too. How long is he going to be in there for? I get your side of it, wanting to be, this is our guy. We can't risk him getting hurt. But at the same time, he does need to get some reps. I think as a professional athlete too, getting those actual reps in a real live situation helps you to prepare. You don't want to come into the regular season and not have seen a regular snap or anything out there and seen the defense live besides just your practice stuff.
If they run a quarterback draw, though, I'm going to call them idiots. All right, I understand reps, but if they run a quarterback sneak, I'm going to be like, come on, guys, what are we doing here trying to ruin our season?
Man, Triflin Bro 05 here on the Twitch says, my buddy's an idiot. He told me that Dalton Schultz would put himself in the same conversation as Kelsey, Kittle, and Andrews this year.
Man, I think Dalton Schultz, we talked a little bit about him with Will McClay. And I do think he benefits from the system a lot, that it's not always designed for Dalton Schultz, but he's open because of the routes that are run around him. But Dalton Schultz, I don't know if he's going to be in the Kelsey category. He might have the receptions. I just don't know that he's going to be the focal point of this offense.
My hope is this, and it's just because I don't think he's special. I think he's a solid, good starting tight end in the NFL. Is that Ferguson, your 4th-round pick, shows enough this year as a backup tight end that by the time you get to week, let's just say around Thanksgiving time, you go, hey, we can let Dalton Schultz go. We have a lot of people to pay on this team. Dalton Schultz is nice. We like him. But we found our next Dalton Schultz. It's going to be Ferguson. He might not be as good in year 2 as Schultz was in year 5. But by the time we get to year 3, 4, and 5 with this Ferguson guy, he's going to be exactly what we had in Dalton Schultz the last few years.
I feel like Dalton Schultz could actually make a big impact this year with the Cowboys, being able to spread the ball around, open up more for those other wide receivers. So I think that's huge. I think he can take a big stride. Do I say he's as good as those other guys? Probably not. But
better than Njoku?
No.
Oh, come on!
No, I don't think so. I'm sorry. But Njoku's hurt, though. That's the thing. He stays on the Schultz stays on the field. Njoku does not. So, but I just think if they do, like, okay, if you want to do that, like the Browns did, they spread the ball around. It makes those wide receivers become more open because now you have to cover the middle of the field because of, for example, Schultz.
And how powerful their run game is, too.
Changes
everything for them.
Three-headed beast over there. Just saying.
From the 254, my buddy's an idiot because I told him the Dutch oven is cooking today, and he said, what? We can't be friends anymore. Tolo, miss you, Dutch, from the 254. And then there was another one. Oh, yeah, from the 682, my buddy's an idiot. He thinks that in 10 years from now, Major League Baseball will do away with human pitchers and will have pitching machines instead to speed the game up. If Rob Manfred has his say, that would probably happen.
Yeah, but why are we trying to speed the game up to begin with? It's a game of strategy. Stop with this whole speeding the game up. It's perfectly fine how it was. You paid money to come watch a game. You didn't pay money for a race. If you want to race, go to NASCAR.
Oh,
I know that I will say this, Derek, as an analyst and sitting there sometimes and the game's 3 hours, 45 minutes long, and you're kind of waiting for the game to end to get to the post game. There's times where I'm like, let's go, guys. I do sometimes time guys that I get really mad at. There's a dude for the Mariners, big, heavy set. I think Castillo was his last name. And I started timing him, and he was taking 30 seconds in between each pitch. And I was like, come on. Like, what are you thinking about for that long?
Yeah, and I mean, I've always been a guy, get the ball, go. Get the ball, go. I'm trying to upset
your defense
or mess
likes
up
it
your
better.
timing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You want your defense on their toes. But at the same time, though, you don't rush it. You know, I'd rather have a quality pitch than a rush pitch. You know that as a pitcher.
Yes, there are times to slow the game down, but
Correct.
not all the time, David Price.
Not that slow, though.
From the Natty Daddy on the Twitch, my buddy's an idiot for thinking his baby was going to come and missed a super awesome trip to California. Kevin did actually have a baby, Mike. I don't know if you heard about that.
I know a lot about
Congrats.
baby Noah because my wife is the pediatrician. So last night when we're sitting on the couch watching the show Alone that's on Hulu, we kind of like watch. I like watching it a lot where these people try to survive alone. But she's getting all the updates on Noah and his sugar levels and all kinds of stuff like that.
Oh,
So
wow.
I know a lot about Noah.
So, but that's like doctor-patient, like you're not supposed to. It's HIPAA violation, bro.
I guess it is, but I don't know what to do when you're a husband sitting on the couch and she's looking through the notes and you care about that baby. I mean, nothing against all the other babies that were born this last week that Sue's also looking at too, but I do care about Noah because I know who the parents are.
That's so awesome, you Mike. See, that's why working with Mike's so much fun. He
It
cares.
is amazing,
He
isn't
puts
it?
so much care into life.
You can tell.
Are umpires idiots? This is a loaded question to two baseball pitchers.
They're the greatest.
The Austin Hedges he had some great stuff yesterday. I had G-Bag of the Day. It was on there yesterday. He goes off because they said he blocked the plate, and this is more and more happening where you're seeing lots of bad calls this season. But y'all have experienced it. That's a tough job being an umpire. But are they idiots, or is the game getting bogged down by somebody else up higher? Like y'all like the when they say let's go to New York and find out.
I'm okay with the reviews, but at the same time, let's be accountable. You know, if you make the call, after, for example, the Austin Hedges thing, after the game's over, let's talk about it. Let's go over that. You make bad calls in the game. There's got to be some kind of punishments. You know, if I go out there and I get my teeth kicked in, I get sent down or I get released, whatever the case may be. These guys don't have that. I've been around the game for a while. Mike, you have too. Being up there and being part of the union, you see it. They don't get punished. They don't get any of the things that we do. You don't see the fine. You don't hear about it. And they're going to sit here and, you know, I've had an incident already and they don't get punished. There's nothing that gets seen. So they need to be held accountable for the actions that they do. They cause to mess up some people's careers. There's nothing behind them. I mean, they're an idiot.
Oh, there you go.
I'll say this. I think they try really hard and a lot of them are great at their
Facts.
job.
Yes.
But
Angel Hernandez.
you can't not him.
Okay.
But you can't play God for 3 to 4 hours. And that's just not right because what Derek's talking about, you make and break careers at times with your calls.
Yep.
And when you are a bad ball and strike caller, it can really affect whether it's the pitcher, whether it's the hitter. If you make a boneheaded call and you're out of challenges or that thing isn't challengeable, you can give a team a World Series or you can take away a World Series based on it. And I know that most of them are great, but there are some that are bad communicators and bad umpires, and it just seems like it doesn't matter. They're so protected. Could you imagine being so protected? I know, Derek, you're out of the game right now. Can you imagine being so protected? It doesn't matter if you have a 12 ERA, that you just get to stay in the majors and get to keep pitching, and you almost get to dictate to your pitching coach and manager, like, I don't want to come out of the game yet.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, I guess he doesn't get to come out of the game yet. He's protected by the Umpires Association.
Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing. It's again, like you said, it sucks. Like, they can get away with so much stuff. Now, get it. I do want to say it's like having the robotic strike zone. You don't want that. You'd rather have the authentic umpire for the obvious reasons. You know, you adapt to their strike zone and everything like that. But at the same time, they need to be held accountable just like us as players. I have to do an interview after I get done with the game, whether I do good, bad, whatever it is. I still have to stand in front of my locker, talk to the media, and answer all the questions about how my performance was. Why can't they?
Yeah, all those questions from the media are really solid questions.
Yeah,
every time.
A lot of respect to you, media guys. You guys do such a good job. But I do want to say though, umpires there's a lot of great umpires. I don't want to seem like I'm here to bash these umpires because I'm not. There's a lot of guys I have a lot of respect for and love and talk to. There's just some that it's just like, can we do something about it? Can we hold them accountable?
So some umpires are idiots. We can say that.
I will say.
Right.
And the thing is too, you hear like, oh, we get to go to the playoffs. They lose their chance of going. That doesn't do anything. That you need to punish them during the season, just like I get punished or any other player gets punished.
All right, coming up here next on the KNC Masterpiece. Do you think Dak would ever do this, and when is it helpful to be this type of critical? Next on the Fan.
Well, parents know it's back.
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Mike didn't make it. He said he was going to. We'll see how long it takes before he gets back in here. We have a McDonald's right next to us, all right? And he will frequently run down to McDonald's, grab some food, and get back before the segment starts. Today, elevators are running a little slow, I'm guessing. But there is some breaking news happening, and breaking news on 105.3 The Fan is presented by Beat the Streak for tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. And the news is that Deshaun Watson and the NFL have struck a deal, and the disciplinary settlement is 11 games, and he has to pay $5 million. So 11 games. He is slated to return Week 13 against the Texans. So that'll be, wow, that is interesting. He returns Week 13 against his old team. That is wild that he will be coming back to play against his old team that traded him to the Browns. But Derek, you're a big Cleveland Browns fan. Is this I couldn't remember the team. Is like you guys are y'all real amped up about him being there? And what do you think about this 11-game suspension?
Talking about it with my friends back home, we knew something was going to happen. It was just given. You knew what the case would be. Having Jacoby in there too is going to help. I think I get it. He was a starter Indianapolis, and he didn't have the success that everybody wishes he had, but he has a different offensive line now. You have 3 strong running backs behind you. You have a good receiving core. You got a good defense that's going to keep you in the game. So I definitely expect to see some great things. The prediction for that too, before when it was what was it? What was the first suspension? I forget.
Was it last year?
No, this year. They started before they did the appeal. Goodell.
I think it was like 2. Yeah, they won
5 games.
Yeah,
5 games. Okay, so we had predicted then with the guys back home, Browns would go 3-2, bring in Deshaun, go from there. Now looking at it, I know talking with my buddies, we're going to say the same thing. I think we're going to see we need to see a 6-5. That's what we have to see for them to be successful. The hardest part, though, is the Bengals is the scary team in that division. Ravens are still going to be pretty good. Steelers, I think, are just they're not going to be good. I hate to say it. You want to see them be good just because it helps with the division, but I don't see them being good. But to come back against the Texans. Is that part of soda, by the way?
Mike, he's doing fine.
To come back against the Texans, I think that's huge. That could be a statement game for them. It's just like Baker gets to start if he gets the starting job, his first game is against the Browns. So you get to see this twice of 2 teams that do this, and I think this would be a big thing for Deshaun to come back and be able to make a statement against the Texans.
There it is, Mike Bassick, 11-game suspension for Deshaun Watson. He will come back first game. I think the NFL is definitely doing this on purpose against the Texans. That'll be his first game in Week 13. That's wild. So,
all right.
Yeah, so there it is. That's what's going on there. And hey, also don't forget, we're giving away a 4-pack. Actually, you know what? I want to give away 2 4-packs to the Rangers today. So that's what I'm going to do today. I'll be giving away 2 4-packs to the Rangers 2 different times. One probably here at the end of this segment, and then another one before the end of the show. So get ready. Be ready to call in for sure. All right, so this story popped up yesterday, Mike, and I wanted to get into it. By the way, we do have Derek Holland hanging out in the studio with us today as well. I wanted to get into this because it's really interesting when it comes to Dak's leadership. And, Mike, you talk about Jason Kidd and how he called out his team and how he was critical of them and how it worked. Aaron Rodgers said the young guys, especially young receivers, we've got to be way more consistent. A lot of drops, a lot of bad route decisions, running the wrong route. We've got to be better in that area.
Okay.
And he does have he has Alan Lazard, Randall Cobb, and Sammy Watkins, but he also has a whole handful of young receivers that definitely need to get up to speed quickly. Aaron Rodgers understands how fast they have to go, considering he doesn't have Devontae Adams anymore. So he called him out in practice, and then Romeo Dobbs, he said, Aaron spoke to us about what he likes or what not just based on concepts or what he sees. He just wants us to see what he sees. So then that way we have to be able to react faster, play faster, and just be able to dominate and continue to be who we are. I don't know that I've ever heard Dak be critical of a teammate. and critical in that manner where it's also constructive at the same time. But in public, I've never heard Dak Prescott call somebody out and say that this group has to be better. And that's interesting to me because I feel like it can be used at the right time. And you can do it in a certain way that your teammates can respond effectively to you.
I wonder if that's why the players really like Dak.
He protects them?
Yeah.
Man.
Is that he's not. I can remember it was early in Peyton Manning's career. He took a little bit of criticism for this. They were a 13-3 team, supposed to go to the Super Bowl, and I believe they lose to the Steelers in the first round of the playoffs after they got a bye. And he was like, my offensive line stunk.
Yeah.
Like, we were horrible. We're not going to win in the playoffs if that's how you're going to play. And that's tough, right? Because that's part of your team. It's sometimes people say, well, you're not taking responsibility for your actions because you could have done this or you could have done that. And that's true. You can always do more. Nobody's perfect. I know in, reading books and stuff, that was one of the things that psychologists had to really get through to Kevin Brown, former Texas Ranger, LA Dodger, is like, look, you're not going to have a perfect game. I know that you want, and what I mean by that is every pitch is perfectly placed.
Yeah.
Like when people say, I only made 2 mistakes. My ass, you only made 2 mistakes. You made 2 mistakes that they hit hard. It's impossible to only make 2 mistakes in a baseball game. Is that there's a way to do it. And then there's that, I still love you. You're still my guy. I need you. What I'm saying is I need you to be better, which I believe you can be. I think smart leaders, no, I can't pick on nothing against like Dwight Powell. He's a guy I pick on. I can't ask Dwight Powell to start making jumpers or dribble a basketball or make a good pass off the move. He can't do it. So I'm not going to get mad at him for not being able to do that. That's who he is. He physically cannot do that. But I will get mad at you if you start setting bad picks. Mm-hmm. If you're letting your defensive guy roll on pick and rolls and you're not either hedging, you're not picking up, you're not switching right. I know that you are good at that. So I think that there's ways that you can do that. But from what I don't think Dak's ever going to do that. Dak's personality is more of he's going to do what he told the G-Bag Nation. I'm just going to say everything's great. Maybe behind the scenes I don't say it. But in front of everybody in public, no matter if we win, we lose, we got to be better. We're going to be good. We're going to be fine. I'm not going to say anything negative about my team.
Yeah, and that's weird because, like I said, Jason Kidd's approach to that was, hey, we're not a good defense if we're not making, or we're not a good team if we're not making our shots. And the team said, well, we'll show you. We're going to go out there and be a better defense for you. And then it turned out to a Western Conference final kind of thing. Derek, when you were playing, did you have leaders in clubhouses that protected? Did they ever call you out? Did they ever come in and say, "Hey, man, this has to be better"? Clubhouse is a little. I've always felt is a little bit different.
Yeah, you're not going to see that on the field too much. I mean, you'll see it in the dugouts. There's a lot of stuff that the media doesn't get to see. I got to play with a lot of great guys that were going to lead. I think one of the best ones that I've ever got to be a part of and led the organization so well while he was here was Michael Young. Ian Kinsler did the same thing. Once Mike was gone, Kinsler stepped up. Each guy stepped up every time. Beltre was another one too. So you're going to have that. That's the thing you got to have is people got to be called out. We can't have this soft stuff like Mike was saying. Like you can't get your feelings hurt because somebody called you out. You got to be able to handle it and understand that this is a job. This is what you got to do. When somebody calls you out, you need to take it and run with it. You can't let your feelings or emotions get involved. I'm interested in Michael Young because Michael Young was politically correct on every answer. Every time we interviewed him after a game, it was he never gave you anything hot. It was just always like exactly like very Dak. Like he had all the right answers, and I was like, dang, he's really good at this. But I was always kind of curious behind the scenes. Was he a little more fiery, or was he just? Did he ever like get into, or was he one of those guys that would walk up to you and whisper the way Mike Maddox would? He'd touch you on the shoulder and start whispering, and then you're like, oh crap, he's gonna kill me. No, there's times, guys come up to you, they're going to tell you how it is. And if it continues to get out of hand, then it becomes, we're going to let everybody know what's going on. We're going to do it in front of the team. If you want to continue to keep blowing it up, making it worse than what it is, and not respecting me coming to you privately and doing it, yeah, they're going to get called out. As for the answers with the media, here's what happens too sometimes that you got to understand as a media member is I could tell you and call somebody out, but then you could go and turn this into something else, and then it becomes a bigger issue than what it is. That's the thing that sucks when you're an athlete is you might call somebody out like, man, I really wish, Corey would start playing a little bit better. And then Mike comes up and is like, hey, well, Holland said that you haven't been playing good at all. and he's saying that you're pretty bad. How do you feel about that? Then it becomes more than what it is, whereas that's why these guys give the answers that they do, because they want to keep this in-house rather than let this become something bigger than what it is.
Man, what's really funny about that is Mike said up in New York, it's like they'll come say that to you while your guy's sitting next to you, and they'll be like, hey, do you think your teammate that's sitting next to you right now deserves to be in Major League Baseball? And you're like, I don't want to answer this question right now.
Because they don't care. They want to stir the pot. They want to create the distraction inside the clubhouse to make it to where you can't succeed.
But did it feel like that way in Texas?
No, absolutely not.
Texas has a soft
We
media.
have a great media here. I mean, to be honest, every organization I've been with has had great media. There hasn't been any issues that I've been around.
You feel like, I'm just naming names when I played, and I think same guys, T.R. Sullivan, Jeff Wilson, Evan Grant. Emily Jones wasn't there when I was there. I don't know who was doing that job when I was here for just a second, but you almost feel like they're rooting for you.
Yeah, 100%.
And we're for you, where when you're playing for the Mets, it's like, no, we're not really for
yeah,
you.
they want to see you fail up in New York, I feel like. I mean, prime example, you saw how they treated Gallo.
Yeah.
But it's, here, obviously I've had, arguments and stuff. I can use Evan Grant. Like, I've talked to him. We're friends. That's the thing. And they always tell you to don't be friends with the media. It's true. Don't, because they can easily turn on you quicker than you can turn on them. But they also, at the same time, they always did have your back. Like, each one of those guys, if you give them a true answer, honest, and respect them, they're going to do the same thing back to you. It's when you start being a jerk to them and kind of disrespecting them, then they're going to kind of disrespect you too. But I was blessed here with the media that we've had and everywhere else I've been. Also with Emily Jones, she's never going to do that. She's like the mom of the team. She was amazing. She did great for me too.
Yeah, I will say that it is a little like, as a radio host, sometimes there are moments when I'm like, oh man, I got to call Derek out on this. Like something happened. I have to say it, be honest about it. I can't just, because he's my friend, sugarcoat it. But you always have taken like a pro or didn't hear it. So that was always a kind of a lucky thing too, just in case you didn't hear it that one. You're a good Tolo.
But that's the thing is, like, as an athlete, you have to understand that your job is to criticize me, whether it's good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
I have to accept that. You're not going to lose some friendships because somebody tells you suck that day.
Yeah.
I have my own friends that call me out and say, man, you were god awful that day. What were you thinking? That's how it is. That's how this. If you can't handle that, then you're not going to be able to handle when you go play in these other major markets where they really destroy you and make you want to crawl to a little safe space.
From the 214, some cultures grew up to not expose in public, but behind the scenes. From the 361, can you call someone out if you're not the best at your position? Dak is good, but misses on some throws. Aaron Rodgers is like, he's that guy. He's not going anywhere in Green Bay. I think he feels like he has the power and he has to be the guy that collects, gets everybody in line. And that is on, for a quarterback, you do have to know and be good, because if you call somebody out and you're missing your stuff too, yeah, your team's gonna lose. They're gonna be out on you, man.
Well, that's what happened with Aaron Rodgers too. Didn't he call out the wide receiving core, and then they had a meeting about it? Then obviously it became a unity of them calling each other out, which is perfect. And that's the thing too. Like you just said, I'm not going to use Dak as an example. I'm going to use myself. If I go out there and I'm constantly criticizing somebody else, and then I go out and do the exact same thing that I just criticized them for, they better call me back out too. You need to be held accountable for those actions as well. Be expected of, if I'm going to criticize you, you're going to do it back to me. That's how you make each other better.
Yeah. From the 817, please ask Derek, what kind of teammate was Josh Hamilton behind the scenes?
He was a great teammate. He was there for us. He worked hard for us. He did everything he could, and he was not afraid to call people out too.
Really?
But he's more of the guy. If he called me out, I'm not saying anything to him. That dude was an absolute animal. I will not say anything. That was a battle I was not going to win.
Yeah, and when Mike always uses the story of like, he was hurt.
He was hurt. He came into the clubhouse. Derek might be able to confirm this story. And he just like grabs like an 80-pound dumbbell, and he just does a couple
100.
curls with it. It might have been 100, right?
Wasn't curls though. He just jumped. So I remember this picture perfect.
Okay, cool.
Jumps straight onto the bench. Like he's in there and we're all like, oh, hey, good to see you, Josh. And then he's like, hey, good to see you. And then he goes and does his thing. And it's like, the dude didn't even stretch, just walked in and was like, boom, hundreds. And I was like, all right, that's cool. I'm done working out for today. You just killed my confidence. He was a freak, by far the most freakish athlete I've ever played sports with.
Wow.
Period.
And we had him for a period of time. And
like, think about this.
Should have won that World Series.
If we could have, you love to bring that up. Think about this, though. If we could have got him, and obviously his story is unbelievable, but let's say he didn't get into that drug issue. That guy could have been a absolute animal throughout his time.
Dadgum, man. All right, Derek Holland joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. And let's give something away! That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on Detroit August 26th. Get tickets now at rangers.com/tickets. And, it is promotion night, 2010 baseball cards right there on Friday. And that is get a pack of custom Rangers baseball cards at the ballpark. Go right now, 877-881-1053, be caller number 10, and get a 4-pack. We got one more of these to give away today as well. Coming up next here on The Fan, how terrible is this ranking, and how is Luka looking? Next on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation, starting at 2 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
Hi, I'm Emmitt Smith, Pro Football Hall of Famer and 3-time champion. Trust me, I know about joint pain.
Pro Football's all-time leading rusher Emmitt Smith talks about chronic joint pain and exciting new regenerative treatments from QC Kinetics.
I know what it's like to fight through pain, but now, you and I, we have help. QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced, all-natural regenerative medicine that can give you lasting relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery. Do you suffer with constant pain from arthritis or injury? Pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or lower back? Don't assume steroids, pain meds, and surgery are your only options. Regenerative, restorative, natural solutions are now available.
Don't let your joint pain keep you from doing the things you love.
Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn how regenerative medicine can repair and restore damaged joint tissue.
Make the call to QC Kinetics. Tell them Emmitt Smith sent you.
Call QC Kinetics, 972-972-8610. That's 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
Step up your lunch game at Twin Peaks. We have light yet hearty combos put together for you starting at just $7.99, featuring savory soups, crisp salads, and a variety of sandwiches to satisfy your every craving. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
When you think mortgage, think TexasLending.com.
Hi, I'm Kevin Miller of TexasSunny.com, and people come up to me and ask, is now a good time to get a home loan when Federal Reserve raised rates? The Federal Reserve is raising short-term rates to stabilize long-term rates like mortgages. Mortgage rates have stabilized. Call TexasSunny.com for your refinance, your home purchase, or your home equity loan today. 972-387-4600, TexasLending.com.
4100 Alpha Road, Suite 300, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 137773. Equal housing lender.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
This is a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup sound experiment. We're looking to find the perfect way to hear Reese's so you'll buy more of them. Here we go. Reese's.
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 Reese's. Hey, get out of here, you little stinker. Reese's.
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 Peanut Butter Cups.
That breathy one sounded very creepy, am I right?
You can expect mostly cloudy skies with a high of 89.
Weather brought to you by the Odyssey app.
Did you know you can get your local news, traffic, and weather for free on the Odyssey app?
Download the Odyssey app so you're always a tap away from the news you need to keep you moving throughout your day.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. When part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them. That way, you can get the parts you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Hi, Tom Bodette here. Just back from the Bodette family reunion, and honestly, I'm a little baffled by my nephew. Last reunion, he was still bouncing on my knee. Now he's hitting his head on ceiling fans. Good thing they stayed at Motel 6, where there's comfy beds with plenty of room to stretch out on. And great low rates, because, teenagers eating a week's worth of groceries for lunch. I'm Tom Bodette for Motel 6, and we'll leave the light on. For you.
Listen to the Texas Lending Mortgage Show each Saturday morning at 8 to get the latest on buying, selling, or refinancing your home. You can also listen to the show on the Odyssey app. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Aspire Financial Inc.
Cowboys fans, join us in celebrating the kickoff of football season with not one, but 2 exciting new events happening at the Star in Frisco on Thursday, August 25th. Stephen A. Smith and First Take are live from the Star starting at 9 a.m. Be there to show up and show out. Then stay afterwards for the inaugural season kickoff event presented by Blockchain.com as Cowboys players and legends arrive on the blue carpet at 4 p.m. Cowboys Nation, you don't want to miss this. Visit thestarinfrisco.com.
It's the KNC Masterpiece brought to you by Sewell Automotive.
A Sewell emblem on the back makes every Lexus better. Test drive a new or L-certified Lexus and experience our unparalleled customer service at Sewell Lexus of Dallas or Sewell Lexus of Fort Worth.
Segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices, think again. Those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. That's Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com, truckwreck.com.
Don't forget, we have another giveaway coming up in the next maybe 30 minutes for Texas Rangers tickets against Detroit, August 26th. We'll be doing that. You got to solo. That's all I can say is you just got to listen, and at some point you'll hear me scream, let's give something away. But right now, Mike, I saw this last night, and it was from NBCSports.com. They have their top 10 players in the NBA right now. And they have Luka at 7. And I am trying to decide, A, is this a bad list? And B, is there any way that you can argue Luka out of a top 5 on any list right now? Because I can't. I have Luka in the top 5, maybe top 3 on every list I go through because I think he's that good of a player.
I'm with you.
And I know you're biased.
And I know, right. I mean, this is my guy. I think it's our guy in our Metroplex. If you're a Dallas Maverick fan, I saw the list, and I think the list is skewed heavily towards what guys did 3 to 5 years ago.
Okay.
Because there's 2 guys that I get that.
You mean to rock the list?
Go ahead and give the list, because I'll give you my 2 guys that I'm like, I just think that these guys had their time, and they're not top 5 guys anymore.
All right. And Derek, I will start at number 10 and work my way up to number 1. Number 10, Devin Booker.
Chickenhead.
Well, I'm not going to, Mike, we got to be very careful about that still, because number 9, Jimmy Butler. You have a nickname for him? Is it Big Face?
No, that's Sammy Watkins.
I thought he said Big Face like that was his coffee that he did while he was in the bubble.
That's freaking high.
Jimmy
for
Butler
Jimmy
at 9.
Butler, but okay.
Number 8, Jason Tatum.
He just took his team to the finals. I know that he did not have a good finals, but I think he's a top 10 player in the league.
Number 7, Luka Doncic.
I mean, I think he's a top 10 player in the league. I would think that he's higher once. From now on, I will say Luka better or not better.
Okay, and I know Derek's your season ticket holder with Mavs and Stars.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, you're a huge Mavs fan too. Number 6, Joel Embiid.
It's tough to compare those guys because they're such different players playing different positions. One's a ball handler, one's a center, but I would right now, without a doubt, take Luka over Joel Embiid to lead my franchise for the next 10 years. And I don't think it's close.
Derek, you agree too?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
I like that.
Number 5, LeBron James.
Had his time. He's arguably the greatest player in basketball history. He's right there with Michael Jordan and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and the guys you want to talk about as the greatest of all time. His time is over as a top 5 player in the game. You can't win 35 games and go, yeah, that's a top 5. Top 5 players in the game don't go 35 and 50 pretty much in a regular season.
But he's still LeBron.
He's great. He's a top 10 player. I will say that he's still a top 10 player. But at this point, I feel like we're trying to keep a guy up there who's still great, one of the greatest of all time, but his time of a top 5 player has come and gone.
You agree?
I think he's right on that. I think he's done his part. He's done everything. He is by far the best player of our generation, getting to watch and everything. I think it's time to move him down.
Okay. Number 4, Steph Curry.
The reason that I won't put Luka over it, and I love Steph Curry, I love Luka, is he did just win in 5 games against Luka. I think that Steph has a much better team.
Yep.
And he won the championship.
He's won multiple championships.
But what he just accomplished, I understand putting him ahead of Luka.
You don't like Steph over Luka?
No, I do. But after seeing how everything was, I feel like the tides have kind of turned. I feel like Luka's the better guy right now. It's just like we had the same argument with LeBron. I think Luka at this point of time right now is better than Steph in this aspect. Now, granted, we saw a whole different Steph during the playoffs than we did during the regular season.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing, too. It's like you can win both arguments there.
Did y'all see a different Luka during the playoffs than during the regular season, too?
I say yes in a better way.
Okay.
Because if you think about it, he did a lot of things during the postseason. He carried this team, too.
Yeah.
He helped a lot. He spread the ball around very well and also did his part to make sure that they were able to compete every single night.
He got to play in a Game 7.
Yeah, correct.
In his Game 7 that he won. Now he got to play in a Game 7 a couple of years before, too, in the bubble and in L.A. When it comes to clutch time, is there anybody better that you... He freaking scored more points at halftime than the Phoenix Suns. I know he didn't play the whole defense against the Phoenix Suns, but I mean, that dude, he scares the living daylights. I don't know if there's another player that scares somebody more than in a do or die game, because in one game, winner take all, Luka might just beat you and you're just like, we're better than them, but we freaking blew Game 5 and we got to a winner take all game, and this son of a gun went for 48 and 17 rebounds and 12 assists. What were we supposed to do?
Wasn't that his biggest weakness going into it too, was defense?
Right.
That's what we've always talked about, was his defense was the key, and hopefully coming into this season, that's something he's truly improved on, but I think that's a big factor too.
Number 3, Jokic.
Very different players. I can see why you can have him better. I can't. Okay. I can have an argument, but I don't think it's a yes or no. I understand why Jokic is better. He's back-to-back MVP, so I'm not going to argue that one too hard. You can put him above Luka, and I'll be okay with it.
Number 2, Durant.
No.
I agree.
No, we're just ranking him off of 3 years ago. Like, literally, if you look at the last 3 years of his career, since he blew out his Achilles, you tell me that he's better than Luka? To me, no. He could be. He might be. But I think his time has also come and gone. He's only going to play in 50 to 60 regular season games because of his body and his age. And I don't think at this point in 2022-23 he can do what he used to do in the playoffs.
I agree with that. I think you got to move him down.
Okay.
He's still a great player. Don't get me wrong, but you got to move him down.
All the things that Luka can do, like he's just a special guy right now. And
it was so fun watching him yesterday, by the way. Like, he's now has this Magic Johnson, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar hook shot that he does, and he feels confident about it, and it looks smooth. And it's like, my God, he's improving. Remember, Kevin Durant can't improve anymore. He can only get worse. At this point, when you get close to 40 years old, you're not going to get better, especially at basketball. Luka is 23 years old. This whole year, this upcoming season, he's going to play most of the year at 23 years old. There's a lot of improvement you can go from 22 to 23. There's not a lot of improvement you can go to from 34 to 35. You almost have to maintain and watch how much energy levels you're giving in the regular season, so you maybe, and only maybe, have enough to carry a team at that age.
And then the number 1 they have is Giannis. And so
I'm not going to argue with that. I think because of defensively, he's the best defensive player in the league. He's a top 10 offensive player in the league, if not top 5. Obviously, he stinks at shooting.
Yeah.
But
he's getting better.
Right, and he's getting better. I know he made a 3 the other day I saw on his whatever, not Olympic game, but overseas game that he had. I'm not going to argue he's the best player in the game, because overall Defensively, he's the best. Offensively, he's really good, and so I will put him over Luka. I would argue he is definitely better than Luka because of both sides of the ball.
So you have him. You have Luka at least in the top 5.
I think
based on
Luka's
those
top
numbers.
5. If I had to do it, I would go right now. I would go Greek Freak, Jokic. Even though we just saw yesterday, I think that Luka has a lesser team in Slovenia than Serbia has around Jokic, and he just beat Jokic in that. So I mean, there's an argument there in a one-on-one, not a one-on-one, but country versus country type of situation. He won. He beat him yesterday. But I'll go with Jokic, then I'll go with Curry, then I will go with Luka. That would be my top 4.
Okay, all right. And Derek, being able to watch him throughout the season like you can, and then seeing him do his thing in the playoffs.
You know what's interesting on that list, real quick? Why isn't Kawhi number 1 or 2 or 3? If we're gonna put Durant, at number 2 for what he's barely accomplished in the last 3 years because of injury, why wouldn't Kawhi Leonard? I know he missed all of last season. Just put him at number 2 or 3. If we're gonna do the list based on what happened 2-3 years ago.
What is the thing that makes you go, that's why Luka is what he is? Is it
His
the attitude, vision?
It's his vision. He's able to move that ball around, and he keeps everybody on their toes. If you watch, whenever he does drive to the hole, everybody's expecting that pass because you don't know if he's either taking it or he's going to dish it out, because he does such a good job of hiding it, I guess is the best way to put it. There's times where I'll watch him, I'm like, oh, he's going for it. Oh, no, he passed it. And then it's get the assist.
He's deceptive.
So he does a very good job of that. I mean, his court awareness is unbelievable.
Yeah.
You got to give him a lot of that. And the one thing I do want to say, too, is it was brought up in here, LeBron and Curry, they're saying that he's not better than them. We're talking about right now. That's what people have to understand, too, is those guys had their time. They're fading. They're coming down the list. That's how it should be. A guy that I also feel, in my opinion, should get mentioned is Damian Lillard. I love watching that guy play.
Yeah, he's one of my favorites.
He's hands down one of mine, too. And I wish he was coming and we could have got him here, but
awesome.
Unfortunately we didn't. But that's a guy I feel like that should be getting some attention, too.
The thing I loved most, Mike, about last year during that run, and I think, Derek, I may have heard you say it first, but I think Cockstein was working with the Mavericks also during their championship run, and you worked with him, too. And one of the things that he talked about was you belong in this moment. And I think that we saw Luka realize that last year.
Yeah,
I think he already kind of knew it, but there was no doubt about it that his team recognized it, and they the attitude part of Luka is something that I was like, okay, now we got the guy. Now that's there. He's there. He believes he belongs here, and he's here to stay for a while.
Derek, to help you with your argument with the person who's a LeBron fan, let's put LeBron on the Dallas Mavericks this upcoming season. Are the Mavericks better now? Luka's gone. Luka went to the Lakers. Now Luka's...
So we traded to those two.
Yeah, we traded those two straight up for just 1 year. Are we better with LeBron James, with Dwight Powell, and I guess he's not going to play anymore, but Christian Wood and JaVale McGee and Tim Hardaway Jr. and Reggie Bullock? I just don't think it's right now. As great as LeBron is, and I still think LeBron's a great player, I would rather have Luka this upcoming season. I think he's a better overall player coming into this season than LeBron is, but once again, I don't think Luka's going to have as good a career as LeBron, because if Luka does, then now he's in the argument for greatest player of all time.
Yeah, I don't see LeBron making that big of an impact on the Mavs if he came here right now. If we did the trade like you said for Luka, it's going to be harder for him to get that championship.
Yeah, and to carry a team
he's not that guy anymore. He
can't.
Don't
carry
get me wrong.
In the regular season.
He can carry or win some games by himself, no doubt. I will never take that away from him. He is an unbelievable basketball player. But I don't think if he came here straight up for Luka, they are a better team. I think Luka is the better guy, like I said, right now.
Yeah.
LeBron overall, yes. 100% LeBron's the better guy. That's a no-brainer.
Right. And LeBron would tell you right now, I guarantee you, he would say, I'm not carrying a team for 82 games. I don't want to. I want to coast. I want to relax in the regular season. I want to have my moments. I'm going to play about 60 games. I'm going to sit out 22 of them. And I want to be on a team that's so good that I don't have to do anything in the regular season. I'll get my 25, about 7 assists, 7 rebounds. I'll be there for you. But I ain't working my ass off in this thing. I'm almost 40 years old. When it comes playoff time, different story. I'm going to try to elevate my game to the next level. But the only way I can do it, close to 40 years old, every human being who's ever been able to accomplish this, and it's pretty much just LeBron, because everybody starts crapping the bed when they get close to that age in the NBA. Ask anybody, even Kareem, read the books on those guys. Magic Johnson and James Worthy are like, crap, man, like, we love Kareem, but we got to carry his ass because he's so old and slow and everything at this point, but he's Kareem.
All right, Mike, I'm giving the Tolos a chance to decide what the next segment is. It can either be Gridiron Gravy or it can be Ask Derek. Text in 877-881-1053. Do you want Gridiron Gravy or Ask Derek? We'll put Derek on the spot and have him answer every single question or do some impersonations at the same time. Next on The Fan.
Segment brought to you by buyersbarricades.com. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority, and Barricade Rental. That's buyersbarricades.com.
Man, I love the interaction on the fan text right now. I think it's split right down the middle between Gridiron and Ask Derek. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do some Gridiron, and I'm going to do some Ask Derek. So keep your questions coming in. And I really do. There's one from the 469 that I absolutely got to get to because I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. But right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some Gridiron gravy.
Yeah.
Buttermilk biscuits. I didn't know what that dip was.
That was an interesting
weird
dip. That was a weird dip. But
all right.
You know what? He got it.
It's my dip.
Yeah, that's his dip. All right. This is Alec today. All right. Not Peyton, not Reggie.
Alec.
All right. Derwin James said there was never a doubt in his mind that he'd reach a deal with the Chargers, and that is a record-breaking deal. We didn't get to do this yesterday because of the John Daniels news. That is a record-breaking deal for a safety. And I don't know if you saw this or not, but Micah Parsons tweeted out, "Oh, man, congratulations, buddy. David Maletta did it again." And that's also Micah Parsons' agent. So both of those, he's like, I know in the future the Cowboys are going to have to pay me. But Derwin James, the big-time contract right there, and said he knew he was going to be a Charger. I'm interested to see at some point, not right now, I don't want to have that conversation yet, but at some point where Micah Parsons' money is going to get elevated to at some point. Do they pay him as an edge rusher? Do they try to pay him as a linebacker? I think that Jerry Jones will just be happy to pay him because, hey, you're a great player.
He'll miss some of training camp that year.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. He'll do that sit-in thing that they do now. It's like, you can't sit out or you really do get fined. So there's this sit-in thing that guys are doing now.
It's a hold in.
Yeah, which is weird. But yeah, I mean, they're going to have a negotiation where the Cowboys, Stephen Jones says, "You're a linebacker. We're going to pay you the most as a linebacker." He's like, "I'm way more than a linebacker, and you know it." And then Dad is going to finally step in, and then he's going to go to Stephen and say, "Hey, son, give him all the money he wants." And then Stephen's going to be like, "We wanted him the whole time. It was a great contract, this and that." And then we're going to be like, "Well, why didn't you just give it to him in April instead of waiting until early August to do this crap? Your dad was going to overrule you on being tough on the negotiations. We've seen it done 1,000 times, Steven. Don't just give him what he wants. Your dad's going to come in and change it anyways."
The quarterback competition that I don't think it's really a competition anymore. Sounds like Baker Mayfield is expected to be named the starter in Carolina, according to The Athletic. They say it is inevitable. I'm an OU fan, but I was not a big Baker fan. And I always thought that offense could have been a little more if they had had somebody else. And I'm very interested now that Deshaun Watson has 11 games. So it'll be week 13 when he can return. The NFL did strike a deal with him. I'm very interested to see how the Browns look with him, but I don't think that Baker Mayfield's going to save Carolina.
I'm not saying he's going to save them, but I think he can do some good things there. They do still have a strong running back there with McCaffrey. But the thing is, I just hate how it was handled with Baker in Cleveland. He did a lot of great things for that organization. You can't tell me he didn't. I mean, he turned the corner for us, got the Browns back into the winning side of things, got them kind of back on the map. Obviously last year it was pretty tough, but people don't understand he was playing through injuries. Now, granted, we look at it and we go, man, he should not have been out there at times. But then there's also times where he was still hurt and he was playing lights out. So it's a weird situation to be in, but I think I'm happy for him to see that he got the job done to be in Carolina to be the starter. Is he going to really take them somewhere crazy? Probably not. But, it all gets to come down to week 1. I think that's the one he wants more than anything.
It is a crummy division they're in, so I mean,
aside have a chance.
Tom Brady. By the way, Tom Brady, Todd Bowles did say, "Hey, we won't really have a firm idea until after the Titans game." So they're still waiting on Tom Brady to say,
"Free win for the Cowboys, week 1." Do we even need to watch Sunday Night Football?
Yeah, Mike, well, you should listen. Actually, this Saturday is Cowboys Chargers, and it's going to be right here on the Fan. 6 p.m. is when our pregame starts with Ari Timken, Brian Broaddus, and Barry Church. KG and Bobby Belt will be on from 2 to 6, and then they'll get rolling with that with Christy Scales and McCarthy and Sham and all that stuff. So this Saturday, make sure to keep it locked in on 105.3 The Fan. And then Matt Stafford he says, "I'm not going to be put on a timetable. I'm just going to go out there, do my work, trust the process." But he said, "Functionally, I can do everything that I need to do." that doesn't get, I don't know if have you ever had a moment where you've been in an injury and you're rehabbing and you're like, functionally, I can do everything I need to do. I'm ready to go be a Super Bowl winning quarterback again.
Well, I can't do the Super Bowl quarterback thing, but I've definitely gone through it and thinking everything's okay. That's the big concern is sometimes we think we're okay and then you go out and you reset. You got to go back again for a longer stint. So always got to be very cautious with that. I'm curious how that's going to go, but I do want to add real quick, over under 13 penalties for the Cowboys.
What? Why are you doing that?
I just wanted to ask.
But that's not, it's
we're
not
talking
the
about
starters.
I'm just
over.
saying.
I'll take the over.
Okay.
I'll definitely take the over.
I'll take the fast forward 1 minute, don't care, hurry up and get the next play on.
All right, 877-881-1053 if you want to ask Derek. And I think this is a really intriguing question. Did you feel bad for Neftali?
Yes. The way that he was a dominant closer.
Yeah.
And then we turned him into a starter. I kind of hate that experiment when you got something good already.
Yeah.
Why would you want to change it? Why do you want to go to something? He was one of the most dominant closers at that time. Why would we get rid of that? That to me is the only thing that sucks. I think that changed his career big time for the worse. I mean, he still stuck around for a while, which is awesome. Loved him as a teammate, great dude. But you just hate to see something where the guy was so successful. I get it. He started in the minor leagues, but it's like you found a closer. Now we can eliminate that off the checklist. Just like the Rangers coming up in this offseason, they need to go after pitching. So we have the closer, we had Neftali. Cross it off. Let's go get what we need now.
Yeah. Then somebody also asked this, and I know this might be heartbreaking. I'm sorry to bring these up because there's other really good questions here too.
No, I understand.
With Nelly, did y'all have a conversation with? Did y'all talk to him? How did when he went into the clubhouse after that game? Where was he?
It was more of a, we understood, he did everything he could. What people don't understand, we've had this conversation before, is they had moved him out of position. They moved him to a different spot going into that play.
Yeah, Wash told us that. Yeah.
And then tore his hamstring on that play, going after it.
Whoa.
And on top of that, it's just the thing is, Indy Chavez was going to go in as the defensive replacement.
Yeah.
But Wash didn't want that to happen because if something happened, which it did, say that it was just a tie game, we still got Cruz in the lineup, which is a big bat for the team.
I believe also you guys had taken Michael Young out of the game at first base too.
Yes, I think so.
So Michael was already out of your lineup if something happened in the ninth inning.
Oh, wow.
So there's so much that goes into it, and I get it. It's frustrating. It sucks that we didn't get the championship, and we could have had it right there, but that's part of it, though. There's a lot of things that went into it because it could change. If he stays the same, it's a routine fly ball. He catches it. I always get tired, though, of he should have caught it. Well, of course he could have, but, he couldn't he should have, but he didn't get to it because he was out of position. He got moved to a different spot, which made it that much harder for him to get it.
From the 903, Derek TR said that Game 4 is the greatest game pitched in Ranger history. I was there. Do you agree that you did that? I think that they're saying that you agree that you pitched the greatest game. Was that your greatest game pitched?
For me, definitely the greatest game I've pitched.
Interesting.
Obviously, I've had some other ones where I think a memorable one would be the shutout, one of my shutouts against the Cleveland Indians in front of my grandmother before she had passed away. That was huge to me. That was something she's never got to see me pitch live. But yes, the World Series is probably the biggest game. But I feel, is it the biggest game in Rangers history? I don't know. There's no hitters and perfect games in front of me. So, those to me, I think, are bigger. I get it how big the stage was, but at the same time, a perfect game is perfect.
From the 817, ask Derek if he can best Mike left-handed at arm wrestling. You guys are both lefties.
I guarantee you Derek's way stronger than me right now.
I'm not going to argue that one.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, he already said it. So Derek, how old are you?
I'm 35.
You're way stronger than me at 35 than I was at 35 because I was 4 or 5 years done with baseball. But if we were both, let's say, 28 at the same time, I think it could have been interesting because I would have been in what I'd consider baseball shape and lifting harder and doing stuff like that now. No, I ride a bike and sometimes stretch. I'm not really doing much power stuff.
Understandable.
From the 940, this is Ed from Denton. Asked Derek if he was at the Orange Bowl last New Year's Eve. I didn't see him, but then I was in the end zone. Were you at that game?
Yes, I was in the end zone too. Yeah, he's taking a shot for sure.
He knows that you were there.
We got our butts kicked. I know.
I was having a nice steak dinner on New Year's Eve with my wife, and like, well, I'm not missing anything in this game.
Yeah, thanks.
From the 817, Derek, put together your all-time Rangers team, only including guys you played with, 1 through 9, one bench, setup, closer, and top 3 rotation.
I'm going to have Mitch Moreland at first base. I'm going to have Kinsler at second, Elvis at short, Beltre at third, Napoli behind the plate, Hamilton in center, Cruz in right, and David Murphy in left, and then I'll have Michael Young as the DH.
Okay, wow, that's interesting. And
I was wondering if you were going to accidentally leave Michael Young off.
No, I would never do that.
Be like, ooh, shot it.
No,
Michael Young knows that karate stuff too, or whatever.
That's fine.
Somebody did ask if Michael Young ever used his karate on you.
Absolutely not.
Okay, all right. I think Michael Young.
I respected that guy. I know better than to upset the captain.
Who would be your setup man?
Setup man, Mike Adams.
Man, love me some Mike Adams. Really good dude. Closer,
Neftali.
And then your top 3 rotation. You can include yourself if you want.
I would go with, I'm not going to include myself. I'm going to keep myself out. I'm going to go Cliff Lee, Cole Hamels, Colby Lewis.
Man, Colby Lewis was a
big
bulldog.
Shot at CJ Wilson.
Yeah, sorry.
No. I got CJ in my bullpen. I knew no matter who I left off, I knew you guys were going to do that.
Man, good job,
man.
Mike. You're really good
really
at this.
big shot at Chris Davis at first base.
Man.
Yeah,
he went to
I love Chris
Baltimore,
Davis.
man.
Yeah,
I mean, Chris Davis was awesome with Baltimore.
Baltimore.
He had his rookie year was awesome here.
He might be the best first baseman with the glove I've ever seen.
Really?
Yes.
Think
That dude
about
was
all the best
shoveling.
first baseman for the Rangers. I guess Palmeiro, obviously great defensive guy, and Will Clark. But
Didn't play with him.
Teixeira and Chris Davis were third basemen. They were drafted as third basemen and then moved to first, which I think is usually will give you the best defensive first baseman.
And one other question, Mike said this, and I've always been curious. He was pitching the first time you and I worked together. He pitched
Toronto?
against Detroit. I think it was Detroit. You won a game against Detroit, and that was the one that sent that we were going to the World Series, right? Yeah. And you pitched like 4 innings, I think. And
I was coming off of food poisoning.
And wait, are we talking about playoffs?
Yeah, I think it was playoffs, Mike. Because
was your first game against Toronto?
In the playoffs?
No, in regular season.
My first. That's where I debuted. Yes, in Toronto. Because Darren O'Day had the wrong jersey on.
But you and I were working a Saturday. That was when I asked you if they were in it to win it, and you made fun of me.
I was like, I'm pretty sure they are. They're in the playoffs.
But Derek he pitched that game, and you pitched like 4 innings or something like that. And Mike was like, "Listen, when you're in the playoffs, every pitch is amplified.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're tired. Is it that much different than a regular season game?"
The mindset is definitely the same. You treat it the same. Same thing when I got to the World Series. It was no different than a regular season. It's just a bigger stage. That's all it is. As I told myself, and like Wash has even told me before, the mound's still the same distance. The bases are still the same. All you have to do now is just make your pitch. Just be you. Don't try to be more than what you are. Yeah, thanks. and that's the thing too. Is sometimes as a pitcher, the mindset when you get out there is you get, like, for example, you get a guy 0-2. Instead of throwing your slider, you try to put more onto it. Like, I got to make this one nastier than what it is. And that's when you tend to overthrow, and then you don't throw the pitch that you want to do. The hardest thing to do in this game is trust your stuff. That's a fact.
Be the ball and throw yourself. What a great
pitch with conviction.
Great piece of advice right there. All right, more Derek Holland hanging out with us. But coming up next, Mike, it is time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
These 2017 prospects for the Texas Rangers were supposed to turn these things around. Who were they? Next.
And let's give some
From the MyFitnessStore.com studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Going to turn things over to Jared Sandler and the Texas Rangers coming up here at 12:30. But right now, as Derek Holland is joining us, it is time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, so I'm going to continue with the John Daniels being let go, Chris Woodward being let go this week. And yesterday, just so you guys know, if you weren't listening yesterday, super shocked. I think everybody around that covers the Texas Rangers had no idea that John Daniels was getting let go. I had a little bit of an idea that maybe at the end of the season or the end of next season that John Daniels was possibly going to step away from Major League Baseball to be more of a father and a husband, and then maybe come back in baseball later in his life. I'd heard that could be happening, but no clue what was going to be happening yesterday. That being said, I remember this covering the Texas Rangers in 2017. So 2016, Rangers make the playoffs, best record in the American League, and unfortunately they get swept by the Toronto Blue Jays. Well, at the end of that, I think part of ownership, this is where everybody takes blame, right? Everybody has a piece of the pie of the blame in where the Rangers are at today and what happened after 2016 up to this date. I don't think ownership wanted to spend any more money. That's why they're like, look, we're not bringing back Yu Darvish. We don't want to spend any money on Yu Darvish, so you better trade him because we don't want to keep him anymore because we're not paying him 20 to 25 something million dollars a year. So John Daniels like, look, I have to make moves to get money off of the books. The ownership is telling me get money off the books. From what I understand too, John Daniels and his staff felt like, hey, in 2020, we are going to be rocking. I am telling you, my minor leagues is loaded with younger guys. If you guys remember this, it was, hey, I don't have AA and AAA guys ready for you, but my A ball is fully loaded. And by 2020, we're going to be being led by Rougned Odor, Nomar Mazara, and Joey Gallo. They're already here in the major leagues. Some are doing well. Some are struggling. They're inconsistent, but don't worry. They're young guys. These are going to be the core, the pillars of our franchise. Plus, here's the list of the 2017 top 10 prospects for the Texas Rangers that were supposed to elevate the team in 2020 back to greatness. That was kind of what was being sold in 2017 as the Rangers didn't want to spend any more money and they were going to prepare for the next big run of the Texas Rangers in 2020. Number one is actually turning out pretty good right now. It's taken maybe more time than everybody thought. Leody Taveras was the number one prospect in the Rangers organization in 2017. At that point, he was 18 years old, and it took him some time. And it says here, young, athletic.
I love him, man.
5-tool upside outfielder. I don't know how much power he's going to display at the major league level. I think he could hit 20 in seasons as he gets a little bit older. But I think when you're talking about 5-tool upside, you're talking about guys that hit 30-plus home runs. And I don't think he's really going to be a 30-plus home run. So I'd say one of his tools was probably overrated, and that would have been his power. But he's not going to be a 5 or 10 home run guy. He's going to be a guy that probably can live in that 20 range once he gets a little bit older and a little bit more mature. Number two, this is where we start going really bad. This is where everything fell apart for the Texas Rangers. They were planning on number 2 prospect overall, Yohander Mendez, to be a stud left-handed pitcher for him, and he can't pitch in the major leagues. I don't even know if he's even in professional baseball anymore, honestly. Number 3, I never liked him when I saw him in Frisco around this time, and I was like, I don't see what people see, was Ariel Gerardo. I was watching him pitch. He threw the ball maybe 90 miles an hour, didn't have good movement, had nothing that I liked as a secondary pitch that I thought, well, that's a big league secondary pitch. And it proved out he couldn't pitch in the major league. So those are 2 guys right there that the Rangers were really depending on, that they thought they were going to be solid rotational guys by 2020. Next one, didn't really do a whole bunch. Anderson Tejada. That's your number 4 overall prospect in 2017. And your number 5 overall prospect in 2017 just pitched last night, Cole Reagans. Obviously has dealt with multiple Tommy John surgeries. It's funny how much he reminds me of Cole Hamels. I know he didn't have success yesterday. To be Cole Hamels, that's a borderline Hall of Famer. So he's probably not going to be Cole Hamels, but he has the body, the way he throws the ball and everything, some of his stuff that he throws He gets too much run right now. He got to get a little bit more sink on that fastball. That's what got him into trouble yesterday. But those are, right now, guys, those were the 5 guys that were being sold to somewhat ownership as in 2020, these guys are going to help us become a 90-win team again.
What happened, Derek?
Well, some of these guys I don't know, so that's the hard part for me. I can't really say too much. Now, I will say, Reagan's watching him pitch last night. I see where you get the Cole Hamels. His mechanics are very similar.
Yeah,
I do like the run. You know, the thing is, if you're going to use the run though, you got to use it the right way.
Yeah.
Throw it as it's, you want to work, get the corners. Like for me, a 2-seamer away versus a righty. Show something first that you can throw a strike, and then after that, you're able to expand. Now we can start using the movement. That's what a lot of guys. That's why I said before, we got to get back into pitching, like using the Rapsodo and stuff when you throw your bullpens. Work on the location, so that way you set yourself up to be successful by moving in and out and expanding the zone from there.
I thought he was living way too high in the zone yesterday.
Well, I saw a lot of misses over the middle too. A lot of it was coming back. His changeup was really good. I did like seeing that. But I think there was a lot of misses over the middle of the plate, and that's what kind of hurts. You can't, and at this level, you cannot miss over the middle. I know this from experience. Trust me, I've given up plenty of homers. I get it. But
luckily, that's throwing 84 to 88, I could miss over the middle and really get away with it.
So they were like, change up.
I hate when guys throw change-ups at 90 miles an hour now, and I'm like, you SOB.
Don't worry, I've seen that. It's very frustrating.
Okay, now let's just go over the next 5 guys, your top 10 prospects. I just went over the first 5. Ronald Guzman, number 6. Unfortunately, he didn't work out for the Texas Rangers either. Joe Palumbo didn't work out. Andy Ibanez didn't really work out. Josh Morgan, have no clue who that person is. And then Yano Perez, don't know who that guy is either. So if you look at that's who they were selling in 2017 as these are our top 10 prospects. We believe these guys are going to help Mazzara and Odor and Gallo get to the level that we want to get back to. Here's what else hurts, and I know I'm running out of time here. I don't know if this played into Ray Davis' decision-making or not. In 2016, the Rangers were 95-67. After that year, they decided we're not going to try to win anymore. If we win in 2017, great, but we're not adding to the 2016 team. Let's just see what happens. And by the time you got to the break, they were trading, or the trade deadline, you were trading Yu Darvish. You were moving pieces going, we're not going to be good, so let's move pieces. You know who else was in the playoffs in 2016? And after 2016 said, we can't win the championship with these guys. Let's rebuild.
Our matchup, Toronto Blue Jays.
89-73, and they said, we're done with Donaldson, Encarnacion, Batista. They're good, and we can win 90 games maybe in 2017, but we know we can't really beat, at the time, Boston Red Sox or Houston Astros, teams that were really coming up and looking like the best teams in the American League. So they rebuilt. Look where they're at right now. They're above 500. They're in the playoffs as of now. They developed Vladimir Guerrero Jr. They developed Bo Bichette. They developed Teoscar Hernandez. They got in the 2019 draft Manoah, who was, I believe, the 12th or 13th pick in the draft, who's now an all-star pitcher for them. They've developed 4 all-stars. So after 2016 was over and they said, we're rebuilding. We're in 2022. They're going to be in the playoffs most likely. And they developed literally 4 all-stars. We've developed 0. So this is where we're at. The Baltimore Orioles, 89-73 in the playoffs. They were in a play-in game situation, the wild card situation, but they were 89-73. The Baltimore Orioles, and I never guessed they would be this good this year, but they decided after 2016, we're not going to be good anymore. We're not going to even try to be good anymore. We're going to rebuild. And now the Rangers never really committed to rebuilding. This is also an issue too. Toronto committed to rebuilding. Baltimore committed to rebuilding in the American League. They both committed to it, and now we see Baltimore's close to being a playoff team. I don't think they're going to do it. There's plenty of games left for them to possibly sneak into the last wild card spot. But when you start looking at 2016, there were 3 teams that made the playoffs. Baltimore, Toronto, and Texas in the American League. 3 teams decided we're not going to compete anymore for the playoffs. We're going to start trying to retool. That's what the Rangers' word was, or rebuild, and go for it in 2020 and beyond. Took Baltimore a little bit more time. Didn't take Toronto as much time. Texas has not developed the all-stars that it looks like. Cedric Mullins was an all-star last year. Adley Rutschman looks like the next somewhat Buster Posey type of player. Great leadership role behind the plate. They're starting to see the benefits of their development. They have right now, the Baltimore Orioles have the number 2 overall prospect in all of baseball in Gunnar Henderson, and they have another guy in the top 5. I'm sorry, I don't have that list up. So they have 2 guys in the top 5. Adley Rutschman was number 1 coming into the year. So you could say they had this year 3 guys in the top 5 prospects in all of baseball, and they're over 500 right now. So I'm not saying you should have fired John Daniels. I'm a Texas Ranger fan. I'm rooting for Chris Young now. I love him, buddy of mine. I hope the Rangers do great. I hope they win the World Series in the next few years. But when you do look at what was kind of sold in 2017, what didn't happen with those guys, and then what happened with Baltimore and Toronto, that's why we find ourselves in this situation.
And since we didn't develop those guys, Mike, the only other option is to go buy a World Series. That's what you're saying, right?
Which has never happened in the history of baseball.
Do you feel that the Baltimore is the Houston Astros? Remember, they did the same thing, and look at what they did. They brought up their own guys. They built their guys from the foundation up.
I think it's a great conversation to have it another time because we're out of time, but it's going to be tough with New York and Boston and Toronto to be as good as Houston is in the West.
I think we can definitely have that conversation with Derek again.
They need like the Sarrier Angels to be around and never develop anything.
Coming up next, it is time to talk with Jared Sandler. We will just let Derek ask Jared Sandler all the questions next on The Fan.
Coming up Friday morning on
105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick out in Medford is also doing his thing, and special guest host Derek Holland has joined us today. Thanks a lot, man, for hopping in with us and replacing Kevin, because Kevin is he had a baby. He allegedly. My chair broke, so that's why I'm standing up right now. You guys can stand up, though. Y'all are about to get your golf rock, and we're going to turn things over to the Texas Rangers here at 12:30, and then you'll get back on it tomorrow, full show for the KNC Masterpiece. And I'm kind of curious because Jared's he's interviewing Chris Young right now. So I wanted to ask you a couple things. One about Tony Beasley. He is the interim coach. And Mike, we've been discussing this. Interim manager. Mike, I think, said, organizational guy that, the Rangers like him. So they're giving him this opportunity. I don't know if he would be a serious contender for the job in the future. What are your thoughts on what he's going to give this club for the rest of the year?
I think for him, I think he's definitely got a chance. He knows how to control the clubhouse. He's a great leader. I had a lot of fun with him when he was there. He was a great guy. He was very connected to the players. I think that's the big thing is you look at guys like Wash that I played for that were there. They were connected with the players. Bochy, same thing. They connected with the players. I think that Beasley can easily do the same thing too. I think he's got what it takes to be the manager. I think this could be a tryout period. I heard you guys talk about this on The Fan. I don't know which show it was, but they talked about this could be a tryout period for him, and I think that's what this is.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
All right. That would be pretty interesting if he gets that opportunity. I always enjoyed,
and we get to speak with them tomorrow.
Yeah,
that's the thing too is like even though it's still a tryout period, this could also, let's say they don't hire him, this could be a tryout for another team too. They're seeing how his success and everything goes. Now, Grant, hopefully you don't lose him. You want to keep him on your staff. He's that important, I feel.
Derek, and I never was a part of a manager who got let go in the middle of the season or near the end of the season. But I bet it's tough on the hitting coach, the pitching coach, the first base coach. I know Beasley goes from third base coach to the bench, but you usually feel connected with the manager. So when the manager gets let go, you're usually going to get let go. It's rare. It happens. There's a few guys that get carried over from one staff to the next manager because he's going to want to bring in some of his guys. He's not going to be like, all right, I'll be the manager. I mean, only Jerry Jones makes you do that, where it's like, I'll be the head coach and I won't get to choose any of my coaches. I'll just deal with the 12 guys you give me in this room. So I bet it's tough on the pitching coach, the hitting coach right now, is they're going to do their job, do the best to help out their players, but knowing that this is maybe their last time to kind of be a Texas Ranger coach too.
Somebody said go hire Mike Maddox.
I mean, that's the thing is you don't know. I feel like all those guys in there right now are feeling the pressure because you don't know now. Am I going to be here next year? That's what it's coming down to. And what kind of makes it hard is going into these games now, I feel like that's what they're going to have is that pressure of, well, if we don't do this, then I'm out. Like they're constantly going to be thinking about that.
How big is it for Corey Seager and Marcus Semien to step up as leaders, or is it not important for them?
It's definitely important for them to step up. I think they've already done that. I feel like they've got the clubhouse under control. Obviously Seager had a good connection with Woody. I don't think that's going to change. I think as somebody talked about it before, he came here knowing that during his contract, there's going to be at some point Woody was not going to be here. It happened a little bit sooner than he probably anticipated, but at the same time, you got to continue to go out there and keep doing your job.
I don't know how often you've been able to get your eyes on Dane Dunning and what he's doing. He's pitching today against the A's, but this guy's, I think what, Mike, we've decided third, fourth guy in your rotation.
No, fifth guy if you're a championship contender.
Okay, so but what do you like about what he does?
He attacks. I mean, that's the one thing that you want as a pitcher. You want to go out there and try to attack the zone. As a starter, your goal is to try to get people out in 3 pitches or less, go the distance. He did do it in not this previous start, but the one before it. He did go 7 innings. I know the last one on Kinsler's Hall of Fame day, he went 5. That's the big thing with starting is we got to be able to have guys that go the distance. As Mike said before earlier in the show, you got a guy. You constantly get guys going 5 innings each time. The bullpen takes a wear and tear on that. It makes it a lot harder. So when that 5th guy does come up, he has to go 7. So I think that's the big issue there.
And this news kind of went away really quickly because of what happened yesterday. But real quick, where do you think Elvis Andrus lands after the A's released him yesterday?
I could see him going to Chicago White Sox. Tim Anderson's hurt. They need a guy to fill in for the time being. I think that's where he goes.
I think he has still 2 or 3 more years left in the major leagues. I think he can be a premium backup infielder for good teams. The other one that I thought of, Derek, was He traded away C.J. Abrams. Tatis is done for the year. I have no clue if Preller wants him. I don't know the whole San Diego shortstop situation, but that could be a place to go to.
Man, that would be a great place to go try and get a World Series to
That's why
to
I was
cap it all
actually
off.
happy that he got released for him, because now he doesn't have to play for a team that is that bad. He can go to a team that's better.
Derek, thank you for hopping on with us today. Really appreciate it. The Rangers are coming up next. Until then, you have been Masterpiece.
Stick around. We've got much